Are you guys good?
Yes.
Okay. So think about in this room today that you've come and all the work you've done the last two meetings and the next few meetings. And this is really a historical time for the state. This is the first Antelope Pronghorn, whatever you guys are calling it, Antelope migration corridor to be recognized in the state at this level. So where we go going forward, no pressure, but decides a lot about where you guys land. It's taken us a long time to get here, but it's taken us so long because we have to get it right. And people might question the science or challenge the science and ask why we didn't do it sooner. But it's the first, not only the first in the state, but the first in the nation to do any such thing. And getting the science behind the corridor is getting it right is where it really, really needed to start. And so it took some extra time. And you can see how many biologists are in this room today and all their work that went into it and how important it is that you've got over a dozen people here to support that and support you in this effort. So extremely exciting that we're finally here and we're moving this forward some way. This last week, I spent the entire week in Columbus, Ohio, working with all my other state directors of game and fish agencies, along with our federal partners and our NGO partners. And no matter where I go or to what meeting, people bring up the work that we're doing with migration corridors in this state. It's not only envied across the nation, but people are wanting us to get it right because we're a model and example for them to follow. Is it tough work? Absolutely. I read the newspaper after your last meeting. People got riled up. That's good. That's healthy. That's how we get to the good stuff. And we are doing the hard work so other people can watch and can follow. So I don't want to give you lots of pressure, but it is a chance to get it right because the nation is watching. And I don't look at that as a bad thing. I look at that as being super exciting. We can continue to be leaders in this front as we are. For some of you, this work isn't happening fast enough and quick enough. And I get that. I have a sense of urgency in my position that I would like these things to happen faster. But because of this national attention, because of getting the science right, it's probably taken us longer than it should. But again, we want to make sure this is a model for others. Another thing Wyoming does well is exactly what we're doing right now with this collaboration around the table. We had a speaker at our conference last week that talked about the different changes and errors of the way we do conservation in this nation and all the progression that's happened throughout time. And the current place that most of the nation is in is this collaboration piece, where we bring people in around the table to solve things together. But then she went in to talk about the era that we're going into. So if we're in collaboration now, how does it get better? Where do we go into? And she said that the next phase is community involvement in decision making. And I think that's pretty ironic because most of you guys, I look around the table, are within the community of this Antelope migration corridor. So again, I think Wyoming does it well. We do it right. We bring stakeholders to the table to make these critical decisions. We're not asking you to evaluate the science and tell us how to do the science better. You're not biologists. That's not what it's about. This is the policy. This is when the policy meets the science. And the question really is what do you want Antelope in this state to look like into the future? And when we do things for Antelope, we're making those decisions. So we've recognized this corridor as important. We're bringing you that science. Now it's up to you to tell us, what do you want that to look like going into the future? So with that, I just want to thank you. Your time and energy to this important subject is very critical, and challenge you to get it right. I will be here all day. So as questions arise or at break time, I would love to talk to you individually. And you're very fortunate to have Commissioner Roberts here as well. He is entering into his 6th year as commissioner. And so therefore I say that because he's got all this experience dealing with migration corridors. He's not new to the commission. He's not coming into this new. He's been a part of this. All the work that the department and the commission has done up till now, he's been right at the table weighing in on that decision making. So it's very valuable to have him with us today.
And I'll keep it really brief, but thank you, Chairman Slaughter, for having this. And folks, this is it. It's up to us. We're at that crossroad point where we've got to do something at this point. We're leading the nation on this. I know that for all of the biology and all the thousands and thousands of hours of biology that's been put into this by the department, and all of the hundreds and hundreds of hours from the commission that we put into this, we brought it to this point, and we're handing it off to the next section. And I hope that everybody realizes that this is what we're doing is bigger than all of us, bigger than all of we can possibly do. So I would just say that take that into consideration. And I thought it was important that you'll have the department's perspective, you'll have the commission's perspective, and we'll be here today to answer any questions you have or to do it. But I thank you for your service, and I thank you for all you do. You got a tough choice, and we look forward to the results. So thank you.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Commissioner. We really appreciate your not putting too much pressure on us. That was very nice. No, we will certainly do our very best to give the governor the best product that we can. We realize how important this issue and this undertaking is. So, good to have you here, and nice to have the knowledge that if there are questions that we can ask of you today, that we will be available for us. Thank you once again. So without any further ado, let's do a quick review of what took place in meeting number 2. In our last meeting, we heard further presentations from Wyoming Game and Fish on identification and designation, and review of the existing protections and threats, specifically in bottlenecks, high use, and stopover areas. We also heard from the BLM and Forest Service, and then had presentations of county land use plans and potential impacts on local use plans. We also heard from the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, and then began discussion on recommendations. Our meeting goals were to, 1, evaluate how potential designation would interact with existing plans and land used. 2, to understand conflicts and compatibilities with the corridor designation. And 3, to begin discussion on recommendation. I think we achieved all of those goals at our last meeting. Obviously, there were some things that we would need to follow up on. Our focus today will be to continue information gathering with presentations from the Office of State Lands, the Department of Transportation, and a corridor segment overview by the Game and Fish Department. We will then follow up with a further discussion of recommendations. Our goals today are 1, to understand the role of the Wyoming Office of State Lands and Investments. 2, to review Wyoming Department of Transportation plan projects and opportunities for wildlife crossings. 3, continue in-depth corridor study and education. And 4, to continue recommendation discussion. We're going to begin this morning with a presentation from the Wyoming Office of State Lands. So I would love to turn it over to Alex Hogan, who is the Mineral Leasing Supervisor for the Wyoming Office of State Lands.
Thank you. Again, my name is Alex Hogan. I'll be speaking for you all today about what the Office of State Land Investments brings to the table when it comes to resource development.
Alex, could you speak up just a little bit, or maybe use the mic? Can everybody hear okay?
They should be a little louder.
Just a little louder.
All right, I'll try and project it more.
Super, thank you.
So yeah, again, Alex Hogan, Mineral Leasing Supervisor with the Office of State Lands and Investments. Here to just talk about what our agency does, what our role in conservation is through our mineral leasing program, and just what our agency does as a whole. So to start, kind of an agency overview, our agency serves two boards, the State Board of Land Commissioners and the State Loan and Investments Board. The Board of Land Commissioners is tasked with managing the state's assets, state trust assets, on behalf of the trust beneficiaries. And the Loan and Investments Board is responsible for managing those funds and administering grants and loans for agriculture and local governments. You'll hear oftentimes when people talk about OSLI, they talk about fiduciary responsibility, trust mandate. What that really means and what our goals are is kind of 2 points: long-term value growth of our trust assets and optimum sustainable revenue production. That can come through a variety of ways. We'll get into that later. Our asset portfolio, OSLI and the state of Wyoming was granted 4.2 million acres of state trust land at the Acts of Admission in 1890. We were very fortunate that early on, Wyoming valued state trust lands and chose to retain most of it, unlike several states across the West that ended up selling that land off. Today, we still have 3.5 million surface acres and 3.9 million subsurface acres. And again, the intent of that is to fund our public institutions and education. Within the kind of one of the arms that serves the Board of Land Commissioners is the Trust Land Management Division. We're tasked with the leasing and permitting and money generation, basically revenue generation for our state trust lands. Our primary uses are temporary use permits, special use leases, easements, grazing leases, and mineral leases. A temporary use permit, TUPs, those can be for a wide variety of things. It's kind of a catch-all for things that fall outside of easements, grazing, and minerals. It ranges from bear baiting to outfitting to lay flat pipe that falls outside the scope of mineral leases. Anything within a 5-year term. That's the maximum term for temporary use permits. For special use leases, that kind of falls to kind of a longer timeline of more commercial development. That includes things like solar, wind. If people want to put infrastructure, have properties on state trust land, they'll come to longer term agreements with us through a special use lease. And then we have easements. That's pretty self-explanatory. That's for your power lines, pipelines, roadways, things that are going to be more permanent in nature on state trust land. Grazing leases, I believe either 98 or 99% of state surface has a grazing lease on it. So we have a really robust grazing program. Those are on a 10-year lease term. About 10% of those renew every year. And then finally, we have mineral leasing. Our mineral leasing program, we lease oil and gas, coal, bentonite, uranium, all the classic mineral extraction in Wyoming over the last years that have been leased by OSLI. And those kind of vary in terms. Once a lease hits production for oil and gas, it's maintained by production. For mineral leases, those are on 10-year terms, renewing at that 10-year term. Talk about revenue generation. I think that this slide is important to kind of note that while, in an ideal world, we just have beautiful landscapes with nothing on it, we get to leave it that way. Unfortunately, that's not the reality. So the blue bar on that, it might be kind of hard to tell, is our mineral revenue annually. It's anywhere from $100 to $200 million a year. That yellow bar is all other lease types and permit types that we offer. So anywhere from 15 to 20 million for that, increasing over the last 5 years. The yellow bar in 2025 is a little bit skewed. I'm not sure. I'm sure you're all familiar with the Kelly parcel. Kind of had quite a bit of yellow on 2025 for the state. So that year is a bit of an outlier, but I think it's important to note that, our mineral industry is incredibly important for our trust beneficiaries and definitely gets the lion's share of revenue, into their pockets. So, and then here's kind of a breakdown of how we distribute those funds. Our largest beneficiary is the common schools, K through 12 public education. Kind of an interesting pie chart there. It's kind of hard to read the upper left because that K through 12 does take up so much, but we also fund programs like the University of Wyoming, State Hospital, State Penitentiary, State School, Miners Hospital, Fish Hatchery, Core Farm, and a few other kind of smaller funds. But that's the predominant beneficiary is the public schools. So I think that gives us a really strong mission on who we're doing this for. As it relates to today, you can kind of see our state ownership on the left there is pretty substantial, and specifically in these areas that we'll be talking about today, Sublette, Lincoln, and Sweetwater counties. On the right there, we have our designated mule deer corridors in purple, and then all of our antelope data points there in green. So really heavy overlap. So utilizing state lands as a means for conservation and developing those responsibly is incredibly important for these migration corridors. Here's kind of a breakdown of how that's leased currently for oil and gas, as well as just the total acreages that are out there. We're just shy of 500,000 acres of state-owned trust land. That's kind of a mix of surface and subsurface, but all of our stipulations, which I'll get into later, whether we own the surface or just the subsurface, all of our leases are conditioned with stipulations. So, and something to note with the figures on the right, they're not mutually exclusive. So we don't have 300,000 acres necessarily of leased land. A lot of that oil and gas and solid mineral leasing is kind of in the same parcels. So as far as our mineral leasing and resource protection, for mineral leasing, before we present any parcels for consideration at our auctions or before they're presented to the Board of Land Commissioners at our Board of Land Commissioner meetings, we work closely with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and State Historic Preservation Office to get stipulations that will be placed on those parcels to help protect cultural and natural resources. And again, all of our leases are strictly issued conditioned upon the fact that the lessee will adhere to those stipulations. If they're not adhering to those stipulations, that would be a default of their lease, and it could jeopardize their lease. So it makes it, it's very serious to have these added to those parcels. Some of the more common natural resource stipulations, we have stipulation 5. That's a lot of words, but I'll kind of summarize it. That's a timing stipulation for big game crucial winter range. It's closed. It tries to close those areas to human activity from November 15th to April 30th. All of our stipulations typically have some sort of language where we can work with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and the director's office to try and come to a resolution if there has to be some sort of development that occurs. Oftentimes they'll do some sort of compensatory, the lessee will do some sort of compensatory conservation work, maybe do 3 miles of wildlife friendly fence if for some reason they have to, stretch that stipulation or get some sort of exemption. So that's a useful tool to further, conservation efforts. Streams and lakes buffers. This one's pretty self-explanatory also. No construction or exploration activities within 300 feet of streams or lakes. Again, this has flexibility with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and our director's office. If for some reason we go at 290 feet, they can work collaboratively and make sure that we're adhering closely to the intent of these stipulations. Aquatic invasive species, not one that people think of often when you think oil and gas, but it is a pretty water intensive operation, and a lot of times that's coming from random surface sources, and we put the stipulation on there to make sure that operators are following proper decontamination guidelines and not moving water where it's not supposed to be, or moving aquatic invasive species where they're not supposed to be. Just kind of a unfamiliar one, I guess. Common natural sage grouse habitat, stipulation 147. This one is placed on parcels that are typically within core habitat. And basically all this one says is that, you know, any construction activities will commence in accordance with the the governor's executive order for sand traps. And, you know, they'll go through the rubrics of compensatory credits and all that. So. And then this one's the most pertinent to probably today's discussion, the stipulation 148, designated big game migration corridors. You know, if this corridor is to be designated, I don't know if that would fall under this stipulation or if we work collaboratively with the Game and Fish to get its own stipulation specifically for Antelope, but I think it would fit the bill pretty well for Antelope, given that the bulk of the work being done with this is we put the onus on the lessee to work with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, come up with a strategy of development that's going to best serve that parcel. You know, these are large parcels of land, 640 acres. You know, we might have a piece of bottleneck up in the northwest quarter, and that's what flagged that whole parcel for this stipulation. And then through working with the Game and Fish, they can identify areas where either maybe further away within that DSU, they can lateral in, or just push that development as far south, you know, south and east as possible, and just try and keep it away and limit, you know, conflicts as much as possible. And so by developing a plan collaboratively with the Game and Fish and with our director's office, it really helps the resource, helps development, and just kind of reduces conflict overall. Additional partners that we work with, in addition to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and SHPO as it relates to these stipulations and just surface management. We work really closely with the Wyoming Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. You know, they handle, unfortunately, when we have lessees who maybe aren't able to fulfill their reclamation obligations, we work closely with them to make sure that they're getting out and, you know, reclaiming these sites to as near as practical condition. As quickly as possible to keep Range land intact and again reduce conflicts. And then as well as we work with the DEQ, you know, through their permitting processes that everybody has to go through, whether they have our, you know, once they get our leases, that's just the first step. Then they have to go through the robust permitting process with DEQ, whether they want to do an LMO, anything like that. They have to work with DEQ, and you know, they're our regulatory arm kind of, and they're the ones out often doing inspections and maintaining compliance. So we get a lot of extra eyeballs on state trust land by, you know, working with them and giving them permission to be out there and make sure that our leases are being developed in a workman-like manner, not doing undue harm to the consumer. In addition to those partner agencies, we also have the Field Services Division within OSLI. Basically, we have a network of GIS folks, field inspectors that are out on the day-to-day doing reclamation inspections to hold lessees accountable and make sure that, again, we're getting these leases reclaimed as quickly as possible. And then also just doing regular compliance audits, making sure that, you know, people are within the footprint that they say they will be, and you know, just doing work that they're supposed to. And then working with our office to make sure that they're in compliance with the terms of their leases. Probably the majority of what we have as far as conservation is concerned, and you know, our role questions.
The bar graph on the minerals were dropped off after 23. Is that based on oil and gas or coal?
That would probably be predominantly oil and gas prices. But you know, coal has definitely seen a hit for sure, and gone down over the years. But
I assumed that because the two counties that have coal here in this end, most of it's out of the corridor.
Yeah.
But oil and gas is smack that in the middle.
yeah, and I guess the coal will specifically be as pertinent to this conversation as oil and gas, as you noticed on this slide. There is a whole lot of oil and gas development, especially in Sweetwater County there, southern ends of this range. So, oh, that's not right. like I said, in Sweetwater County in particular, there's a vast amount of development, and then obviously Sublette County.
I'm Lincoln, so.
Lincoln, all right. But yeah, a large percentage of our acreage is already being leased, and we try to do so as responsible.
Mike,
Thanks for that presentation. The stipulations, so you talked in the beginning about all the other uses of state lands that oil and gas industry utilizes a lot of those permits as well as other users. Do these stipulations you went over, are they specific to oil and gas leases, or are they also stipulations that are put on the temporary use permits, special use leases, easements, and that kind of stuff? Or is that a whole different process of how those types of uses would go through the executive order process?
Yeah, at this time, they're only evaluated for mineral leases stipulations, but those other lease types, specifically special use lease and temporary use permits, those are kind of negotiated a little more a la carte. They don't have, I mean, they have a standard form, but you know, they're negotiated on a little bit more of an individual basis compared to our oil and gas lease terms are pretty consistent, just because of the volume of those lease types that we issue. So the stipulations are strict.
So it'd be fair to say that they're analyzed against the corridor executive order on a case-by-case basis, and there's no standard clauses put into those permits or leases?
Yeah, no, not particularly. Like I said, we do a lot of work with the habitat protection program with Kingfish, and that's usually who we rely on for input on that. And ultimately, the office and the director, you know, oftentimes report to that, and just, you know, they're the subject matter experts. So oftentimes that's what.
And then to easements, because those are typically, well, their term more perpetual, but is there standard language in easements or avoidance of easements in bottlenecks or high use areas or followed by the corridor?
Yeah, I don't believe so, in the case of easements, but yeah, we find that out for you.
Okay. Yeah, that'd probably be good.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Grazing leases, how does that play into what you do?
I don't think grazing leases are considered, with these stipulations, you know, because again, they're so unique as far as what the acreage allows and whatnot, but, I don't believe that is factored. I think it's just minerals.
Alex, if I can just ask Ross, just a quick question on this. You deal directly with the office. Could you kind of give us an indication of that, or the inner workings between the two of you on that?
Yeah, sure. So, you know, like Alex was presenting, we have an oil and gas lease, so we're looking at each individual section and applying stipulations with the stipulation numbers assigned. But then for pretty much anything else on the state trust lands, like we are UHAP project. So we're not adding language the same way that you see it in those stipulations, but anything that's in a corridor within the state trust corridor, we are applying some sort of recommendations, reaching out to the proponent, whatever. So there's a process, we're involved in the process, but it's similar to what Alex is saying. It's a little bit different for things that are oil and gas.
Thanks, Ross.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Newton.
Thank you, Chair Slaughter. How do you monitor the effectiveness of your stipulations? Is it generally up to the Game and Fish and how they monitor game, or do you have other criteria?
Yeah, I don't know if we I mean, outside of just, you know, relying on our field services team and so the UWOGCC, I don't know if we have necessarily a metric where we're beginning and ending, or we're comparing what that looks like. I think we're more placing these under the directive of the Game and Fish to help, you know, resource conflicts.
Commissioner.
You had mentioned 300-foot buffer on waterways. Do you have any other assets that you manage that also have buffers?
Yeah, we have a whole list of stipulations. Like, I guess I should have went into that as well. They're not just for cultural and natural resources. We have stipulations for things like airports, missile silos, the gamut in Wyoming. And oftentimes, for, oil and gas, we have stipulations that, if there's an existing wind farm, if they have to be a 500-foot distance from wind turbines, we give the equal distance, and there's no surface location when there's, a missile silo on a piece of state property. So yeah, there's a whole range of stipulations, but specifically to natural resources, and cultural resources. We have these 5 are kind of the more common ones, but yeah, then I guess speaking to SHPO, we have stipulation 1, which is basically if there's any cultural resources ever found on state land, it's a stop work, reach out to the office, and then we'll reach out to SHPO and we'll have an answer back within 5 days on whether construction can recommence. But yeah, there's a whole gamut of stipulations. They're all available on our website. I could provide you a copy of that as well. So you can review all of them. We have several iterations of sage grouse stipulations that we may not use anymore because a lot of them were being, devised during a time similar to now with the Antelope corridor. They were put together maybe before we had an executive order, and so now that there's an executive order, they've been able to finalize their sage grouse stipulations to something that is more standard across the board.
Thank you, Alex. Other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Jasmine.
Thanks, Alex. Can you talk a little bit about data centers and the process that they would go through?
Yeah. So I think
Easement.
similar to what Ross was saying, those since it's a special use permit and easements, they would work with the Game and Fish, and the Game and Fish would come up with recommendations for the office to include in those leases, since those are such big long leases. They allow a lot of opportunities to kind of include language for where possible.
Other questions? Maybe an overly broad question here, but with respect to our task and potentially designating the corridor, obviously Game and Fish Commissioners passed that on, and that's what we're looking at this point in time. If we were to formally designate the corridor, how do you see the compatibility with state trust lands with respect to the corridor itself?
Yeah. I think it'd be extremely compatible. Personally, we already have stipulations in place. If an oil and gas industry partner took issue with it or wasn't willing to participate in a partial because of that, I myself haven't heard of that very often. But those are large mammal migratory. The large ungulate migratory 148. That one, it's on several parcels every auction, and it gets picked up every now and again, and doesn't seem to bother prospective lessees. It doesn't seem to really necessarily impact value if people want it. There's a lot of creative solutions now with directional drilling, conflict avoidance. They can be 3 miles away if they have to be. It's still utilize state trust lands, or if state trust land is the most valuable parcel because it doesn't have any migratory corridor on it, they could access other portions that might be more critical. So I think it could either fall right under this stipulation 148 that we already have, or in working with the Game and Fish, we'll see if maybe there's a more suitable stipulation specifically for this animal.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, just kind of going off that, and maybe this is a question for you, Ross, but have you guys found any sort of sticky parts within, like, working with the mule deer migration corridor, or places where we could do better in, making recommendations in this antelope corridor that makes making these leases, or just sort of making the efficient or the whole process more efficient? Are there any parts that stand out to you that could be made better?
I mean, personally, I like the flexibility that these stipulations have, particularly 148, and that it doesn't have a lot of hard and fast rules. It allows our agency and Wyoming Game and Fish to work collaboratively to really come up with the best solution for all parties, whether that be, hey, there's no way around it, we got to develop here. What can we do in some sort of compensatory manner to, offset some of this disturbance? Can we use an old is there already maybe a poorly reclaimed pad on this parcel that we could locate there instead of breaking up the prairie, or could we, locate as far away from the bottleneck as possible? I like the flexibility that these have. So turn that over to Rob.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think it's general enough that we talked about this a lot here. It requires conversation, and I think it doesn't really provide any issues. It's just saying that the project has to be compliant, so the operator knows right off the bat, and then the conversations can happen down the line. As far as like in application, have we had any circumstances with like an oil and gas lease where it's been problematic or something? No, we haven't. So to me, I think it's working, and I think that the Sublette corridor would fit nicely. The Sublette promenade corridor would fit nicely in that strip 148.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, one more, Commissioner Clement.
I'll ask it, how much effect was the sage grouse stipulations put into here? Thank you.
I think it's similar to 148. I think that there's a lot of flexibility with that, and in particular, again, with the advancement of drilling technologies, that's really helped a lot too in mitigating conflicts, being able to reach that from 3 miles away, or and kind of avoid conflicts. But I think the game and fish working with these lessees kind of can help. Having the subject matter experts really helps a lot in having that flexibility to have a conversation and figure out what best practice is.
All right, thank you very much. Alex, thank you. I really appreciate it. All right, our next presentation will be from the Department of Transportation. Will be Peter Stinchcomb, who is District 3 Construction Engineer. So, Peter, take us away.
Of course.
Scared to death for what will happen the first time we have a meeting like this and all of the AV works immediately the way it's supposed to. But watch out for whatever else is going to take place.
Excuse me. Mr. Chair, working group, thank you for having me. I am Peter Stinchcomb. I work for Wyoming Department of Transportation. I'm head of construction for District 3, right here in the main building just behind us. I'm here to talk to you about wildlife connectivity and what WYDOT has done for our roadways, and what and why WYDOT is doing the work that we do to try to help the animals get through where they want to go. I mean, that's what it really comes down to. One of our main missions for WYDOT is to provide a safe and effective transportation system. And we connect our communities from, one community to the other, whether it be like Kimmer up to Big Piney, Big Piney to Pinedale, here to Pinedale. We connect everything. We get humans from point A to point B, and often that gets in the way of the wildlife. And we have a lot of connection points where we divide their migratory patterns and their habits, and we create conflicts, and it ends up with, unfortunately, a smashed up car and a dead animal usually. So annually that costs the state about 55 million. I hope to see that number start to go down as we start to build more and more of these crossing projects that we have across the state. Back over. There we go. All right, so Wyandotte does have a history of, various work to analyze and deal with these situations and deal with migratory patterns and deal with reducing collisions just to make our roadways safer. One thing we've been doing for a long time is crash data, collecting crash data. Our maintenance folks, whenever they pick up a carcass, will mark where they've picked that up on a GPS, and write down, like, down to a dead animal here, whether that was due to the crash or just due to them getting caught up in a fence or something like that. They track that data. We track how many every year. We have to also dispose of them. And we've also had many projects where we've tried out and tested out and found successes with different types of fence. We hear wildlife friendly fence. That doesn't always mean it has the top rail for the deer to get over, but we have places where we have smooth wire and we raise the bottom wire so the antelope can get under because they don't like to jump as much. But you also still got to keep it contained, the livestock contained. That's another challenge. So we've worked with many different organizations. We've worked with Wyoming Game and Fish, and some landowners and other associations to call our animals and track where they're moving to and from throughout the year. Tracking those animal movements is important to Wyoming Department of Transportation as well. This is just a large map overview of the entire state. I'm going to point out a few things. Actually, I'm going to take this. Point up here. Anyway, as you can see here in Sublette County, we've got a lot of crossings there. Wildlife friendly fence north of the Trappers Point area. The Trappers Point is most well known for the big arches that you go underneath. Those were two bottlenecks that I noticed on the map, on the other map. I'll bring that map up later too. And the arches, just for reference, are often, we put those in mainly for antelope. They've been found and tested, and we've noticed that antelope don't like to go underground in the large boxes. They would prefer to go up and over the road where they can see. And I'll even kind of show you a little video a little bit later, kind of demonstrating that. We have them going underneath the arch. They run through that thing. I think they kind of casually go across the big arches at times. We also have, in between Big Pine and LaBarge, we just built the Dry Piney project, and I'll talk about both these in a minute. We got several places with exclusionary fence or wildlife friendly fence to help these animals migrate and get from one place to another, as I said, like they want to. I'm just going to hold it. So I just mentioned a few of the projects. Nugget Canyon, out in Lincoln County, west of Kimmer. This was one of our first wildlife projects. It wasn't really for antelope or pronghorn. It was mainly for mule deer and the other large big game species. But we started in 2001 by just putting one box in a spot that we knew they crossed a lot. And we saw some results from that. So then the project 4 years later to put in 6 more boxes was constructed, actually 7 years later, to put in a lot of different crossings and the exclusionary fence. That's the really tall fence that deer and whatnot can't jump over. Then Trappers Point, I mentioned it, built in 2012. It has 2 overpasses. I think there's some good videos if you go look on YouTube of, very big herds of antelope running across that thing. It's out near Pinedale, east or west of Pinedale. Has 6 underpasses included with it. So we've also found the other large game. Deer don't care; they'll go over one or the other. Elk and moose, they prefer to go underground for some reason. So these overpasses were some of these bottleneck points that are on the other map over here on the wall. Those are for the Great Pronghorn Migration, and they're located as such. Dry Piney, which we just finished in 2021, it's on US 189 near LaBarge, in between LaBarge and Big Piney. It's 33 miles of fence with 9 underpass structures. I will mention the 33 miles, if you divide that by 2, that's the length of the project. We gotta have fence on both sides to make it work. So that one has 7 underpasses. No, that's going to the next one. Sorry. That one has 9 underpass structures on it. One thing we did do, and I think it was a suggestion by the Game and Fish, was to put in a large arch structure. This arch structure, which I have a video of later, it's bigger, it's more open, and the hope there was that we could find an underground way for the Antelope to cross, because we don't always have the luxury of having 2 giant hills on each side of the road to put a big overpass on. So you don't want to build a big giant bridge for them to go up and over. So testing out the arch, and I think it's been pretty successful so far. And then going on now, like we just started like last week, is the Kimmer South project, 30 miles south of Kimmer, pretty much from Kimmer to the interstate. We have 7 underpasses, and then we're installing 1 overpass at a location that we know antelope cross a lot. So that will be constructed over the next couple of years, and then we'll get to see the effectiveness of it once it's done. A lesser known project, spearheaded a little bit by Sweetwater County. I remember this, that's why I knew it was spearheaded by them. It was a great project. So WYDOT, Wyoming Game and Fish, Sweetwater County, and BLM all got together. We noticed that pronghorn movement across 28 out east of Morrison was a kind of a spot that we had issues at. So we got together as a group and made modifications to the fence out there east of Morrison. One thing we did was we raised the bottom wire from our normal like 12 inches up to 16 inches. I know it doesn't seem like much, but we also made it a smooth wire, and that made it easier for the antelope to get up underneath the fence. Because I don't know if you've ever seen them going full speed, them things dive underneath and go really quick under those things. So the smooth wire keeps them from getting hung up. We also, our guys went out and found locations to align another gate across the road from one. So we have 2 gates now on each side of the road, even though there's no road there. We put some gates in. And then we work with the Game and Fish and our maintenance guys, and we open the gates after grazing season and before the migration starts in the winter time. Leave them open all winter long, so it's easy for them to get back and forth without even having to go in under or over a fence. And then we close them right before the grazers start moving back out there, so then the cattle don't get back on the road. I always thought that was kind of a neat project. The effectiveness, our studies so far are showing that it reduces collisions and incidents by 80 to 90%. So getting the animals an easy way to get across the road, or a way that they don't have to actually go across the road, has really helped collisions. We've had a few working groups similar to this throughout time. We had a summit back in 2017 where we all got together and worked on where should we be doing these projects at, making a priority list. And working groups like this are going to help assist on where we get some of those priorities from as well. The couple of check marks we have on here, Dry Piney and the Kimmer South project, those are the 2. They're either done or currently going, so we're checking things off the list. other places, no, there is one for Sweetwater County on 28 as well. I believe that would be to install maybe some more crossings. But that's further down on the list. And they're all across the state. We even have one that's on our top priorities. It's Halleck Ridge over near Laramie, in Arlington area, to get animals across the interstate. That would be a big undertaking there.
Hey, Pete, I have a question for you on that last slide. It has that, the sort of the score, and I'm assuming that's kind of how you ended up with the ranking based on a number of factors. Can you go into that a little bit? You know?
It's been a while since I remember that, putting that together. I believe so. We got into working groups. We all decided this is the hot spots in each area that we should do projects. And I think the score is a crash, history, carcass history, taking all the factors and combining them. And saying, yes, this is probably our worst location where we have more incidents, more crashes, more carcasses. Because that's another reason we track carcasses too, is so you might hit a deer and it doesn't do any damage to your vehicle. That happened to me before with my truck, and so it doesn't get reported. So that's one of the reasons why we have to track the carcass as well. But yeah, the score, the combined of a severe area that definitely needs, and it's a high migratory area or a high crossing area. So I don't know the exact answer to that.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then how does cost factor into your prioritization and alongside other projects that you have to do for transportation that aren't all wildlife projects? How do you prioritize those?
Well, I'll get into that a little bit more here in a second, but
okay, yeah,
most of my
save it then. Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say most of my STIP dollars don't go to the crossings themselves. We usually got to rely on grants, finding grants, and getting that money special, because most of my STIP dollars have to go to making sure our roads stay good. So most of our projects come about when we get a grant, and usually that's in partnership with applying with the Game and Fish or others. And we also get a lot of our match money, because whenever we get a federal grant, you gotta usually have a 10 to 20% match. A lot of the non-governmental organizations like Muley Fanatics, wildlife foundations often donate to the Department of Transportation to help pay that match, get these projects to move forward. Costs for these projects, I couldn't tell you that off the head, so.
Yeah.
Go for it.
In your averages, is there anything, 372, just installed a fence on there. Is there any data between you guys and Game and Fish that actually shows you the success or failure of fencing? Is there any metric?
That the fencing is working?
Not only working, the cause of it, and plus is it working, the styles of fence. Because I watch it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm the bottom of this chain.
Yeah.
Between 189 going to the round mountain where the fence is aligned, and across into 372 with the new stuff that just got put in there. Has there been an effect? Is it trackable? Is there a metric that figures the success of the movement? I know what crash date is. I'm like you.
Yeah.
I'm a victim of 189. I lost a whole car.
Yeah.
On deer. So that's very measurable. Is there anything measurable that says in the winter of 22, the big migration, did they have any coloring evidence that showed what worked and what didn't?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I would say the collaring data is going to be what shows us more than anything. It does, when we open up areas, on that map in particular, the two spots that are near the Pinedale area are the bottleneck areas, but they're also where we have crossings. So of course they're going to bottleneck there because they're using the crossing itself. It's probably too soon for Dry Piney itself, but I mean, besides the fact that we don't have nearly as many carcasses in that area as we used to, you may see, more animals moving further it past or into the river area versus just staying up in the hills east of the, or west of the road there. Coloring data is gonna show this over time. It's just a matter of time. I mean, it's only a couple of years since that project happened, so.
Anybody from Game and Fish wanna?
Yeah, I was just gonna touch on the Highway 372. So you're talking about basically Fontenelle store to 189. Yeah, so in the 22-23 winter, that fence hadn't been put in yet, but they definitely come through there pretty heavily, especially on that winter. So we don't, I guess, we haven't seen that big pulse of winter movement from the cars we've got out now. But yeah, that fence wasn't in place there, but they definitely came through that area. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does, but I'm also basing it off a nugget when I watched the underpass, big part of that project. The Antelope now, my day job, so I can do this, I manage land south of that. Okay. After they put those underpasses in there for the Antelope alone, we tripled the amount of antelope that was on the private stuff down below. And so I'm wondering if that shows up anywhere else. Because like that was, we tripled the amount of antelope.
Yeah, the one thing we did do is we worked with, when that fence went in, we worked with YDOT, the camera office, and we identified places where they were more heavily likely to come through. We've got double gates to open up and try not to shrink through in those particular locations.
I go by it all the time when I'm fishing, but so
John, have you seen any data from the collar animals that have actually moved through in dry pining, or is it too early?
So dry pining is tough because we don't have a ton of those animals collared. And that is, we're always fighting that. People want to use collar data to evaluate success or failure of wildlife crossings. And we do get some information where we can see that they're moving through, but our sample size is not awesome on that.
How about visual?
But we do,
so
so we do trail cameras in collaboration with Tom Hart, the biologist at YDOT. And it's very common, I think almost always, we put trail cameras out to evaluate success of these projects after they're constructed. And dry pining, we certainly had that, you could count numbers, we could look at species. Really a pretty in-depth evaluation with trail cameras. And it's much better because it's right there and you see everything opposed to only having a portion of the population colored. But we're also doing some work to evaluate different fence styles. You're talking about the wildlife friendly fences versus, there's so many different styles of fence out there. And since we've invested millions of dollars into modifying fences to make them wildlife friendly, we're trying to evaluate that with data and with analysis and looking at what that does to help with connectivity. And so we're working with Dr. Jared Merkel right now on a project in the Green River Basin, looking at our color data and our fence data. So the places we have modified fence, the place where we have the existing range fence that hasn't been modified, and trying to see what the difference is for permeability, how easily they can move through. One other note I want to make on the real tough winters, like 22, 23, even a wildlife friendly fence is not good for pronghorn. and so something that, you've got to, if you got a bottom wire up at 18 inches and you've got 2 feet of snow, you're still not creating a good passage opportunity for pronghorn. So opening gates and installing structures like gate openings that can be open seasonally is something we're working a lot with BLM and private landowners to try to get in place in those places that are winter range where we're potentially going to have deep snow that even will be tough for a wildlife friendly fence to facilitate passage.
Thank you.
Question for Jill, how are you seeing, do you have a lot of the drop pins? Like we worked with you guys at BLM using the drop pins, but I'm wondering how long they'll last. They work great, right? Because so that for everyone, the drop pin is installed with the wildlife friendly fence, and then you can take the pin out and you can press all the lines together. So then they have more up, or they can drop all the way down to the ground. I'm wondering how long the pins are going to last. It wasn't expensive. It was a great, I'm sure that's part of your study. Yeah, the drop fence is great. When we get places where we can do that, we don't have a ton of places to be able to test it extensively because we only have a few of those out on the landscape. But as far as like maintenance and how long they're gonna last, I don't know that we have a ton of information on that yet. But I do think intuitively we can all think, you know, the concept of that drop fence is great for critters, right? And so if we can do those, and even if they do require some maintenance down the road, it's probably a really good effort to continue to do anywhere that we can.
Lay down versus the draw.
Yeah, I mean, they're both great options. Lay down is ideal probably because it's all
That's
sitting
my
down.
question, because the Miller Mountain area that is on the top side of this, they're lay down.
Yep.
You get full migration through there, no problem.
Yes. If I had my first choice, it would be a lay down. Yes. The biggest problem with that is that you have to have somebody go out every spring and fall and commit to putting it up and down. And so it requires that additional kind of human input, but a lot of, I've talked to several ranchers that have said they prefer to do that than have to go out and fix busted fence every spring.
That's
from
why
all
they
the
do it,
critters
so they don't
coming
have to,
through.
it limits, that's why I'm asking the question, because that's who does the lay downs mostly. I've rarely seen, I don't know that Whiteout's ever had a system of lay down.
All right, let's get back to Peter.
Yep. So the next slide is just Whiteout's invested over 76 million into wildlife related infrastructure, including fencing, crossings, and other work. A little bit of breakdown of where all that money comes from: federal money and state. Federal money is going to mostly be grants and whatnot that we successfully win. And the other is probably, I'm guessing, a lot of that donated money I was talking about earlier. And the state, that would include a lot of license plates received, wildlife license plates for the state money. That's not all of it. I'm sure we've got more there. But cost shown for these costs are for construction only. I just want to note a lot of the costs for design work and all the preliminary stuff. Sometimes we'll split that with other agencies, like when we're partnering up with Game and Fish, and sometimes we're just designing the project on our own up to that point and getting input from the Game and Fish to get it ready to have the project. So I used the map that you guys have over here on the wall and kind of correlated it to a map that we have of the heat map here on the right is the incidents we have for antelope. So the green is wherever we've had an incident. There's some blank areas in there where there is no recorded incident. Now this is an older map too. It's probably over 4 or 5 years old at this point. We haven't created a new one yet. But then you see a lot of the hotter spots. One of them is around North Kimmer, and that makes sense when looking at the other map where that, more dense activities happening on the other map there. And, of course, a lot around Pinedale with the migration corridor there as well. And, so it was kind of cool to see that these two maps do correlate very well. They use some of the same routes we do, I guess. So some of Whiteout's challenges, I can't say this one enough, and you guys probably know as well, getting funding for these types of projects, getting things ready, designing of projects, getting them ready to go. We found out in the Kimmer South one, we got the grant and it was only like a quarter of the way designed. So it was quite a push in that next year and a half, 2 years to get the design ready and to go to get built. Maintenance of these, we have a lot of fence. Wyoming's a fence out state for the highways. So maintaining all the fence, and then now you're, instead of just 4-foot fence, now it's 8-foot fence that they got to go maintain and keep tight. Grazing can also be an issue. Like I said, out in Farson, we open the gates on each side. We have 2 things, but we got to close all that up for the grazing season. Another issue that we found out with the Dry Piney project, and we're making modifications to it now, is they drive cattle down that road. And we've had a couple incidents where cattle have fallen off the top of the box, and that is a loss to that rancher. So Now we're making some modifications to put fence around the tops of the box, even though we don't think it's necessary at first. We never had that problem on trappers. So it was a new, unique situation that we're dealing with now. Prioritization of projects, that's gonna be a challenge coming up. Only reason is because we're checking things off the list. And so now you gotta reprioritize the other projects. Do they just move up, or do we start looking at it and saying, oh, now that we fixed this area, the animals are actually going to this other area and it's becoming worse. So we may have to prioritize occasionally. Another one that we saw on the Kimber South one is we try to do a lot of these around BLM or other state lands. It's a little easier that way. But where the Antelope crossing is, where that big arch is, it's right next to the Kimber mine property. So working with the Game and Fish and the mine, we worked to acquire or get at least a chunk of land around the big arch to make sure someone doesn't build a house or a structure right there in front of it someday. And then, as we were discussing with the different types of fence, the arches versus the underpasses and whatnot, we need to choose the right action for the animal that we're going for. So sometimes you see a combination of them, sometimes you just see one specific type. Opportunities, getting those projects on the shelf, grant applications, because we have done so many of these and we've had so much success and we've seen a reduction in collisions and whatnot. I think we're seeming to acquire more and more of these grants from the federal government. Partnerships with different non-governmental organizations, partnerships with other towns, counties, and other state agencies, incorporating work into construction projects. I have done that. We've changed fence out to wildlife friendly fence on a project. I've left in bridges on I-80 that no one uses because the animals use them. We have color data saying that 50 or 100 deer cross this spot every year, and it is evidence that they do go under the interstate at times. And then effective research and studies help us with where we're going and what we're doing and how we're doing it. And then public awareness is always great because people know that there are animals in the area. They're probably going to be more aware of them, and maybe they don't hit them that time because they're keeping an eye out. This is from our ribbon cutting of the dry piney project. Bob Budd from the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust said it's inspiring. And I'll tell you, it's inspiring to other people who call and say, how do you do this? And I just tell them we do it because it's the Wyoming way. I use that quote almost every time when I do these presentations now. I know Angie was there that day and I was there. It was a great ceremony. Partnerships with the Game and Fish, the other conservation groups have made this successful in implementing our crossings and obtaining the federal grants. This is dry piney, couple brownhorn using the arch. I've watched 100 different of these videos from our trail cams. It's funny, the antelope, every time they run through, they usually run through too. The deer will kind of casually walk through. They will also stop and turn and look like they just did something. So,
Proud of themselves.
yeah, it just shows you they don't necessarily like going underground, but they do it at the arch quite often. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Right. Questions for Peter? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead, Dave.
Coming down from Pinedale this morning, and we're working on with 191 that sort of divides up. There's a lot of woven wire. Is there some standard or whether you're putting that on the highway right away?
Woven wire, a lot of it's probably due to well, I know a lot of it when we keep it up now is due to sheep grazing, because the sheep can get in and out of the 4 or 5 wire setups. If it's not that, it's just an old practice and it just hasn't been changed out yet. So a lot of these fences that we have on our highways have been there for almost to their life. I know I'm starting to try to change a lot of it out into new fence. Now, do we change types? That's usually a conversation we have when we're setting up the project. But a lot of it's probably 40, 50 years old. So it may just be old practice.
Please, what's the cost differential between the boxes and the overpass?
Yeah. Well, so on the current project, that's held pretty consistent over the years, but usually a underpass or a box going underneath the road is around $2.5 to $3.5 million per box. That's doing all the dirt work, getting the road laid back in, guardrail and everything put back on it, and the fence around it. The overpasses are usually in the range of $6 to $8 million, depending on size and location and all the work that goes in there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions for Peter? Just a comment, I think this is one area where a recommendation from our group to the governor would go a long ways in supporting these. I think that we've seen a lot of success and we really appreciate what DOT has done with that. So something I think we need to acknowledge and be aware of as we continue forward.
I can say that I know that YDOT and Game and Fish have worked to prioritize a lot of these grant funding projects, and there was a pot of matching funds to go alongside the Infrastructure and Jobs Act funds, and they were able to leverage those for the stateside match for a lot of these projects through the federal funds. And so, you know, because of the fund, you know, the way that YDOT and the state has to fund these projects, I think, you know, like Chairman Slaughter said, sometimes the holdback is that stateside match of funds for YDOT to be able to prioritize it, and to be able to be eligible for the federal grants that they work with Game and Fish to apply for.
All right. Peter, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that moves us on. We're just a couple minutes behind, but our next agenda item is public comment. We currently have 4 people who have stated that they would like to make public comment, so I would ask that you come forward. Our first public comment will be offered by Dwayne Kerr.
Everything at this time.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. How about Mark Anselm? All right, there will be time this afternoon also, so. Dana Ferguson?
I don't have any very good fun.
Okay, makes it pretty easy. And Bill Ames?
I'll spread it out.
We'll give you just a little bit more than the 3 minutes then, Bill.
3 minutes will be fine. Thank you for letting me speak. I want to start with reclamation. We talked about that last time, and minerals deals with well pads, and in the BLM realty deals with pipelines, and that's 2 different worlds. Minerals has a lot of money. They're a government earner an earner for the government. Realty is not, and a lot of times I think pipelines don't get the attention on reclamation that well pads get. So just a comment there. I still have a concern with the south end of the corridor. Are we really leaving room for those antelope to get down to the interstate? It's very seldom used. It's not high use, but man, when we need it, we need it. And so I don't know how you're going to address that, but and I know it's a lot of checkerboard, but I'm really concerned with our maps not allowing, you know, those antelope to get all the way down to the interstate on those really severe winters. A comment there. And I want to encourage you, this is the governor's pronghorn working group. It's up to you guys to find a way to put these pronghorn first. And I think it's a real workable document. I don't see it restricting development a lot. It works around time frames, but it doesn't shut the door on much of it at all, other than the very, very narrow pinch points. And so good luck, and please get this across the finish line. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Any questions for Bill? All right, thank you very much. Okay, absolutely. Yes, thank you. We checked and there wasn't anyone, so.
There wasn't.
Hello.
One second. Matthew, can you hear us?
I can hear you fine. So,
right. Chairman Slaughter, would you introduce yourself, please? And then you've got the floor.
Fantastic. My name is Matt Fagan. I'm a small business owner here in Teton County. We do wildlife tours. And I really wanted to send comment about how important it is that we keep this ecosystem flowing. At this time of year, everyone gets so excited when you see your first osprey return, mountain bluebird, first bear out of the den. And the last to arrive to our little corridor is the pronghorn. And they got to make it up and over from the Pinedale area to get here. And it is an absolute joy to see them return here. There's, at most 400 that make it into this valley. And when we're showing people from everywhere around the world this beautiful part of Wyoming, it's fantastic to see one of the representatives being an animal that travels the farthest. And I really hope that this group can make sure that the pronghorn makes it in and out of these corridors to the end, which is here in the Teton County area. So I commend you in all your efforts, and I really hope that you can come up with a great solution to keep these animals alive and moving back and forth.
All right, Mr. Fagan, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Fagan? Appreciate your comments and your obvious love of wildlife and the outdoors.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, as I stated earlier, we are going to be doing a working lunch. The last that I had heard, they were supposed to be delivering pizza at about 11:30. It's going to be just about 11:30. So let's take about a 10-minute break. Be here hopefully at that point in time. We'll have the opportunity to have a piece of pizza and be able to hopefully speak without our mouths full after that point in time and get started with the next part of our agenda. So we'll take a 10-minute break.
I have to do that one day, but everybody else stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Usually I stay away from them. That's, yeah, actually I just did that whole weekend, like a city out here. So. I like checked it last night. I was like, oh, I really much. It's been adding stuff there, like I had something. Okay, definitely. I didn't know they were doing that.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, this is where we started. We get it. Yeah. First we got the clothes and everybody can use this. I said, well, 160 miles and I'm like, well,
I mean, that's fine. Well, they do.
This area is, and so.
So they don't have to play. Yeah. And then they'll take out.
Nothing, are you? Oh, no, I'm sorry, sir. Don't have to be better. Sean said he was in charge. I told you.
Maybe ran off.
Really? Very good. I got shit up. We always say all right. So. I think it's nice. Just switch this meeting. Are you guys getting through? We just looked for the county. Right. Of course, their little microscope on their little regular. Oh, wow. Well, it's changing. Livestock or wildlife, they're looking for that. Yeah, see it. That's what they're. Without this. I mean, I always respect that. Possibly just. How are you? Ken Roberts. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Well,
Yeah.
When I left.
Yes. I wound up swimming all the time. All right. Yeah, right. Get out golfing this weekend, Ralph? Well, I did, right? Seems like there's all happens at one time. I know. Having this meeting. Yeah. Granddaughter's birthday on Saturday. Brian's birthday yesterday. This meeting today, Commissioner for Tuesday, Mary Ellen's birthday is Tuesday. I didn't get ready for meetings. Honestly, our initial budget. I haven't had a chance to open it yet. You got this meeting over, so I can do that tonight. So I'm hoping about the time we get done with this. Hopefully, middle of May, first part of June. Start getting the place off. Yeah.
Watch out the courts. You got your.
Well, get these really nice days, so we want to get out there. I've been dragging hoses for 2 weeks. I finally did an hour rate my yard yesterday. Boy, the yard's so fantastic. It needs water, so I figured I'll drag hoses. I probably won't turn sprinklers out there. I guess when this house we can get to, whoever put the sprinklers in, I'm gonna put the lines. Houses above ground. So there's a man pulled it up. Take a chance. You know, I've always wanted to go hike SWAT canyon instead of Southern Utah. We must have done this weekend, last week, down by Esperanza. I've never been down there. I haven't either. We used to go down the way up to the Jeep.
I did, yeah, I worked on this. Oh, yeah.
So Dave, most of that woven fence is all on Airfell sheep allotments.
Okay, I was wondering.
They've removed, they've converted most everything except for right where the big sandy comes from. Yeah, they were somewhat flat on the other side. That could be something that never got, because he doesn't know that.
You did. Talking about last week, yeah. Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He brought it up, I didn't. Yes. I did that.
Hey, how are you? Hey, Ben. Hello, Mark. You know more than walked in and your picture was up there. Is that right? Yeah, you didn't see that. What was that for? Oh, on that project that you did up on Highway 28. That was Sweetwater County. Yeah, that was Sweetwater County. The other picture, the high five organization. How are you? Yeah, you always got it. Yeah. I thought you walk in and I saw your picture and I thought, well, great. Mark's good, he just wants to get. PR, I know, I have relatives. Minutes ago. Nice to have you here.
I understand the hard work is about
Yeah, I think the easy stuff is got over.
Okay, we heard all this over from the.
Let's start deliberation.
Just bring lots of money and everybody get a.
That's all it ever takes.
And volunteers. You got some volunteers.
Yeah, take somebody to do the organizing too. Help.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
I did not. I think it was, in fact, I think it was my wife said that she was running.
Yeah. Water meeting.
Yeah, I mean, you missed that. It is a meeting filled week for me.
No, I was sitting back there for when I had a.
Okay, buddy.
Oh, when?
The next week, I don't have it.
Well, we are.
The voters.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
All right, we've given everybody kind of a chance to get the pizza. Until they're ready to get started with the presentation, so we'll get started. Feel free to go ahead and eat a little bit while we're doing this. Thank you very much to Game and Fish for supplying us. Lunch, so gives us a chance to keep working without having to travel too far. All right, Joe Randall, we'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Welcome, folks. Thank you. Hopefully, since everybody's got food, you're going to be happy and everyone's in a good mood. This is going to be great. No, I'm just kidding. We're really excited to bring you guys a bunch of information. And this presentation is going to be fairly long. There's a lot to it. We are going to go through each segment and talk about a lot of the specifics, provide you guys with some information, and then at the end of each segment, we're going to pause so that everybody's got the information they need, ask any questions you want. So it'll be kind of broken up, and we're going to have several of us presenting, so you get the local folks that can give the best information about all of these different segments as we go through. So I'm just going to give a little bit of an overview here at the beginning. I guess talking about segments. So I've had several people say to me, I wish we never even put segments on the map. I wish we never even divided it up into any of these different pieces, parts. And, you know, the purpose that we have a very good purpose for using segments. A lot of that is driven by understanding the peak use season. We talked about that in the last meeting, you know, those months in the spring and the fall. When is that? It's very different by Rock Springs compared to Jackson. And so the only way that we can really analyze that is to look at smaller pieces of country that are more manageable and more relevant for making those recommendations. It was a way for us to make the report, the biological risk assessment. It was a way to put that into easier digestible chunks of information and really bring site-specific components, whether that be the risks and the threats that are there, the conservation work that are there. Those things look very different from the north to the south end of this corridor. And so really organizing information is a lot of why we did that. These segments are not an indication of subherds or any breaks in corridor. They're really just trying to organize information and analyze data in more digestible pieces, more relevant pieces, opposed to making a spring migration date from the north end to the south end. We would have a huge window of time, and we don't need to be providing huge windows for restrictions. We want to keep them much more site-specific and relevant to that landscape. The southern and the northern ends of this corridor are connected. We're going to talk through that here coming up. So this map is busy and confusing, so I'm going to walk us through it because I want you guys to understand a little bit about how the department uses our data that we get from GPS collars. And we look at all of the different, we can look at the data all together. We can also pull it out and look at it individually for different individuals. So I have a gnarly glare, so I'm going to come out here. I'm sorry, Jasmine. I'm going to kind of stand in front of you a bit. Oh my goodness, this is really funny. The pointer works here and not on that screen. Okay, so we're going to start right down here. This is one individual. This individual is named WCS 490. We have all kinds of crazy unique names for all of our different individuals. This individual, this black line here, the squiggly stuff, this is winter range for the first year that we had this collar out on this doe. So she wanders around here for quite a while. And then she starts her spring migration, which is this pink line that you'll see. And this individual line shows that she goes up, starts just east of Font Mill Reservoir, that's her winter range. She goes up through the Calpet segment. This is a stopover right here. You see how there's a whole bunch of cluster points there? While she's on her spring migration, she stops over. For those of you who know, that's Upper Bench Corral country. And then she goes up to her summer range, which is that area in the very top there. That black blob, that's a whole bunch of points that are squiggling and going like this when she's on summer range. Similar to down here for winter range. So that summer range, that's where her migration stops. We talked before about how we don't look at all of the data for our migration. We're only using those areas that they are, like the season that they are migrating. That's the only part we use for the corridor polygons. Another interesting thing, this pink line here, you'll notice it doesn't overlap the corridor anywhere. And the reason is because she's a unique individual that did not overlap her migration with other individuals. We have that requirement for low use that you need to have 2 or more individuals that are overlapping in order to be considered low use polygon. So this migration, although we have it to use as managers, is not part of the corridor polygon that you see. It is through here because she overlapped with other individuals, and then up in foothills where she ended up eventually summering. The fall migration is this orange line. So she left her summer range, came down through 2 of the bottlenecks, the Big Piney and the Green River bottlenecks, into the central segment, back down to her winter range, which was near her one the previous year, but just a little bit further south. But in the world of pronghorn, those are pretty darn close winter ranges next to each other. So you'll see, yes, she didn't take the same exact path. And with pronghorn, we see that. Sometimes they do take the same path and sometimes they don't. But I hope this gives you a sense of how they can connect while they're migrating between multiple segments, and how we can look at just a portion of the data. We don't look at the winter and summer use when we're doing the migration analysis.
Quick question, what years did those represent?
I don't recall that. I would need to look that up. We've talked a lot about the winter of 22-23, and we're fortunate that we had a lot of GPS collars on in the fall of 22. That is what these red lines are representing. We had 82 collars on does during the fall migration in 2022. Those red lines start from all over the herd unit and, of course, move their way south during their migration. The green lines are representing the collars that we still had on the air and that made a spring migration in 2023. That is 34 individuals. So you can see there's a lot of green lines kind of down in the bottom, and there's not red lines that go down to them. So why is that? That's something that confuses a lot of people about the way we do our data analysis. If this individual coming down through here stops right here around like Farson on a winter range and clusters up on a winter range, that's where we end the migration. We do not look at any midwinter migration movements that frequently happen on bad winters. So that's why you see a whole bunch of data points from these green lines in the spring that start here and then work their way north. Whereas, this is kind of the end of a lot of the red lines, doesn't come all the way down into that bottom. So they move maybe January or February, but we don't capture that until they start their spring migration. So that's where these green points are, these green lines are starting their spring migration. This particular spring, we know, was really nasty, and only 3 of those green lines made it to summer range north of around LaBarge. So that's pretty rough when you look at the population that we had. Granted, we talked about colors and sample size, and we don't have all the individuals represented here by any means, but not very many animals made that spring migration all the way up to the northern parts of the corridor. So here's an individual that we're going to kind of talk through as kind of an example here again, a little bit like we did before. So this green line represents where we captured this animal. This doe was captured here, just kind of southwest of Farson in winter of 2021. The green line is representing the spring migration that individual did. Came up through these same 2 bottlenecks we talked about before, had a stopover, and then ended up going up to web draw country northwest of Daniel for summer range. And then the orange line is her her fall migration. So she left her summer range, came down here to just west of Farson, where she ended up moving for her first year that we had her collared. So here we've got two other, so the spring migration is the blue one on this one, same doe. She left her winter range there by Farson, moved north to an identical summer range that she was in 2021. So this is 2022, year number 2 that we had her collared. And then the blue line is representing her fall of 2022 migration. I'm sorry, the red line, did I say that backwards? The red line is her fall migration. So again, coming back through those bottlenecks, but really a pretty similar migration the first 2 years, north and south. Pretty similar country that she went through. That same red fall line is what you see here on this map. So this is our tough winter, right? Fall of 22. She stopped on winter range just west of Farson. Her spring of 23, so she was an animal that survived the bad winter. Her spring of 23 migration starts right here. So we have information when we look at her year-round use that we can see that she made it all the way down here to Farson. First 2 years we had her, this is where she wanted to winter, but that year she went south. She was smart, she made it. This black line is her spring migration. She came right up through this country, hopped on her old path that she's done before, went to her same summer range. And then that fall of 2023, she chose a different route to come back. First time she did that since we were on the air. Again, pronghorn kind of do that. But I think an interesting point is that she came back through high-use portions of the corridor that we already have through both the Daniel and Choppers Point bottlenecks and came down through the New Fork bottleneck as well. She came back to her same winter range where we captured her originally. And so this animal kind of shows you on that crazy winter, she dove down south. We were able to capture that migration down on the southern part. And for a reason that we don't understand, because pronghorn are pronghorn, she took a different route back down to that winter range on that last year. That is the end of the collar life that we had. So we don't have information after that for this doe. They typically are on the air for about 3 years. And then we have to pull the collar or the collar comes off because that's the end of battery life. So I think that kind of shows an example of how we look at those mid-winter movements that go south and how we can look at individuals as they're moving throughout this whole corridor when we really dive in deep to the data, opposed to the polygons are great and the corridor is really useful, but there's definitely a lot more to the data. So the black lines here are all those migration sequences, we call them, one line, a migration sequence. That's what I showed you on those previous maps. And the purple lines are all the winter range and summer range data that we have in addition to that just don't show up in the corridor polygons that you guys have to use for your decision. One of the things that is kind of interesting to me, and this is probably me getting into my being a little habitat nerd that I've kind of mentioned before, but her summer range up here is a really small area, even though she was there for multiple years. Her winter ranges are really large and sprawled out, probably because she has such high quality forage on her summer range. She doesn't have to use a ton of country to get her needs met, whereas in winter range, she's having to wander around a lot more and access a broader amount of country to get her nutritional needs met. One might say that's because her summer range is right in my backyard, but maybe not.
A quick question before you move on. So could you talk a little bit, I mean, obviously the fidelity to the exact pathway isn't always the same.
Right.
But hearing from YDOT, how they talked about specific infrastructure that was put on the landscape to help aid in migration. And, Pete had made a comment that was like, well, they're using them because they're here and we're seeing them move. So how much does infrastructure influence the way that we're seeing antelope move on the landscape, whether it's infrastructure for, to help them move or infrastructure of another type? And then you know, we are looking, I guess we're looking at the corridor based on the way that we know that pronghorn have moved in the past. And so you know, you're kind of talking about it a little bit, and we've talked about it before with like following the green wave. So I guess there are two things at play that I kind of want you to talk about is where we know antelope go and why, and then how we can make them. Is there a way to make them go places that we know that they will be most successful too? And what does that look like? And I guess I'm talking about manipulating the movements within the corridor. So what sort of happens when they're, you know, in those ways?
Great question. So when we're planning these wildlife crossing projects, we really try to look at all the data and all the information to try to put them in the natural place that critters are going to use. We don't want to have to redirect them. We want to put that infrastructure in places where they're already inclined to use. So looking at the crash data, the carcass data shows us where they were hit. And we get locations for all that. And then of course our color data and our biologists' experience on the ground as well. We know those places that are the hot spots. So that's where we try to invest our money and try to invest the effort of planning projects where they're already going. We don't want to try to, oh, well, we're going to build it 2 miles down and hopefully they'll come find it. We really want to try to use data to invest in those appropriately because they do influence movement, right? I mean, they can't get through an 8-foot tall fence. So that's why we have to be really careful about how we plan these out. Sometimes putting a wildlife crossing project in might not be the right solution for some circumstances. And we definitely try to look at everything holistically and other animals as well that are using the same landscape. So hopefully that answers the question about some of the fences and infrastructure and crossings. Other part of that you wanted me to hit me again with that, Sarah?
So, I mean, are there ways, if, you know, looking at, you know, prospective corridor, we see a lot of, you know, bottlenecks or high use. And if we're thinking that the corridor, you know, if we put that in place, it would serve in some ways, you know, conserving the permeability and the connectivity of that pathway. Well, you know, we can, because we know that area is, you know, somewhat protected. Is there a way to make pronghorn use that same pathway over and over again? And how do you do that if you can't?
Well, I think this animal that had that 1 year, the one fall that it did a different migration kind of gives a little insight into that. So she went on a different path than we had seen her do previous, but she went on a very high use path that the other animals within this herd had been using. So they're taking cues on the landscape. They don't want to be in certain areas. They like to run through sagebrush areas. I mean, I think they're moving. Our data shows us they're moving in places that they want to move in general, not just because mom told me this is where I go. We've heard that narrative with deer, but with pronghorn, they take cues on the landscape as far as what directs them to move across there. And I think her using that alternative high use route shows us that they're kind of telling us where the conservation needs to be. We're taking the cues from them and looking at the data to make those choices. I hope that helps. Mm-hmm. Okay. Are there other questions before I turn this over to Cheyenne? And I'm here to still answer questions, but we wanted to get on to some of the segments.
Just a quick question, because that's my question. How much do they learn? Because elk follow a lead cow. Antelope, you don't do that. And so when you showed that one after 22 where they go, they learn something from the deep snow. And so when you're looking at it, you have to take that into account.
Yeah, and I wish we had more of those like understanding of like one species versus the other. But what we do know is that they're different. They're different than deer. They don't just go where mom showed them on the first time they migrated, which is what a lot of the deer do. They look at the landscape, they move around. I mean, whether it be whether it be summer, winter, migration, they look at what's going on around them and they make adjustments as they need. Chasing forage, for example, on winter range and summer range, they'll move around to where they get what they want, much more than deer will. Deer will sit there and kind of like, this is where I need to be and this is where I'm supposed to be, but you're right that the pronghorn are different and they do it differently. I wish we knew more about really those drivers and cues, but still trying to learn.
Well, I know the people I'm around, the Nugget Canyon, that was the first of the big ones, okay? It had a definite effect. They learned what to do with it. It just wasn't the elk. This wasn't the deer. It was the antelope. The antelope, like he said, when I first started this 22 years ago, game and fish tell me they absolutely wouldn't go under them.
Oh, no, I'll never tell you that.
I know you won't now, but that's my point.
We learned, exactly. We learned from Whiteout earlier today, they use that arch. We've seen them using underpasses at Trappers Point, not just the overpasses, but the underpasses with trail cameras. So yeah, we're constantly learning and trying to make better decisions, trying to make everything more permeable, not just a target species, but all of them when we're doing these projects. Yeah. Anything else? Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Cheyenne Stewart.
Good afternoon. Pleasure to be with you today. I'm Cheyenne Stewart. I'm the Wildlife Management Coordinator out of Jackson. And what we're going to do is step you through each segment. And so I'll start with the north segment. I get a whole of one to do, and then I'll pass it to Brandon and Sean to do the rest. And so the structure of how we look at each segment will be the same as we go through them. So the northern segment, that's okay. One of the ends of the migration, the furthest north end of the migration, it's mostly on federal land. You can see primarily Forest Service, some private, and the other is mostly the National Elk Refuge and Grand Teton National Park. The numbers up here in generally are smaller than you'll see in the other submarine segments of the herd. And you'll see that continuous high use corridor through here. So all the pronghorn that end up in Jackson Hole in the valley come through that same area. And so that continuous high use of animals is the reason why high use affords the greatest protections, because any major perturbations or restrictions to that corridor would have substantial impacts to the submarine herd of the Jackson pronghorn. This map you'll see over and over again. So I'm going to walk you through what this is showing us. The black dark outline in the north, that's just outlining that this is the north segment. So that black polygon will change depending on which segment we're talking about. The gray squiggly lines, those are all the migration sequences, not segments, sequences. So that's a movement, either winter to spring or summer to fall. So one sequence between a seasonal range is all the gray. Now for any of those sequences that overlap the segment, that's what's in red. So again, you'll see this for every segment. So does everyone understand what this map is showing while we're on it? Okay, great. So for the north segment, you can see there's connectivity throughout the corridor, and that corridor functionality for pronghorn to get to their summer range here relies on a large portion of the rest of the segments. And again, Jill said this, but these segments were created because it makes sense for timing of when migration is happening in that segment and the unique risks and opportunities for those segments. So there's not like a biological difference of this segment for those animals. It's just when they're there and the risks and opportunities of those locations during that time. So a couple examples, there's two does. So now the northern segment is this yellow polygon, and the green and the blue are two different individuals. And these individuals used 5 segments in their migration. And so And then they wintered in the central segment. So it's just very clear that what happens elsewhere in the migration affects the north segment. And so in 2022, there are roughly 700 pronghorn that summered in Jackson and went through 5 segments to winter, and less than 80 came back that next spring, back into the hole. So in that year, it was winter that affected Jackson pronghorn outside of Jackson, way outside of the north segment. But any other risks and opportunities in any of those other segments could equally affect pronghorn that go through the north segment on like the final leg of their migration. We have a quintessential bottleneck for the north segment. So virtually every pronghorn that ends up in the valley navigates this single track cliff face trail, which is pretty incredible. What's interesting, you'll see on the map that purple, I think it looks purple enough, polygon shows that bottleneck, and you'll see actually very few points within that bottleneck, which might be confusing or misleading. The reason that is they're moving through. They're not stopping. It's not a stopover. There's not forage there. They're on the move. And so just the likelihood that the GPS happens to take a location while they're doing that narrow walkabout is just low chances. And so this is an absolute critical piece of movement functionality, corridor functionality. And that takes that on the ground look of what's going on here, because the caller data here just doesn't give you all that.
Quick question.
Yeah.
So as I look at this map, Shine, it looks like a good example where we have that buffer. Is that true or no? Between like where the bottleneck is and then the width of the corridor there, is that the buffer?
So by buffer, you just mean like the outer bounds of the high use?
The 300 meters, yeah, I think.
Sure. Yeah. So that is, the difference between the, and I'm looking because there's probably some.
That's
error
showing high use versus bottleneck.
Exactly. So that's the difference. Thank you. That's the difference between bottleneck, which is purple.
I see.
Versus the high use polygon, which is the blue.
I got it. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. You missed that, Bill? Yes. Okay. There are 2 other bottlenecks identified in this segment, Bacon Creek and Twin Creeks. They both have similar kind of reasons that they're bottlenecks, and it's more habitat based. So pronghorn like sight distances, they like open landscapes where they can see, and these areas have more forested landscapes adjacent. And so it's kind of narrow areas that they're comfortable enough to travel through. Bacon Creek is also a bottleneck for those pronghorn coming into Jackson Hole that get to the last bottleneck we looked at. Twin Creeks goes into another summer range. But again, the reason is that on the ground knowledge of what that habitat landscape looks like. So this is actually pretty cool. The Bacon Creek one had some burn from the pack trail fire, which was actually probably a really good improvement, habitat improvement, to get some of that conifer burned and get some more open sight lines for pronghorn. So not a bad kind of unplanned habitat treatment for that bottleneck.
Cheyenne, let me stop you for just a second. So with respect to the Bacon Creek and the Twin Creek bottleneck, where it's showing their primary threats are recreation, habitat fragmentation, cheatgrass invasion, and the conifer encroachment that you talked about. Are there other things that are being done in those bottlenecks to help with the conifer encroachment other than where you have fires, things of that nature? Sounds like that's one of the big keys.
Yes, and conifer encroachment management can be a challenge. We partner with the forest.
It's all on Bridger-Teton National Forest.
Often on habitat management projects, and there's different opportunities and also different limitations of when we can find good opportunities to do active habitat management on the team.
Thank you.
Cheyenne, question. The Pack Trail Fire did a lot of good for conifer encroachment, but do you see it also being a hindrance in the next, let's say 20 years relating to downfall? Because antelope don't really like to jump. And if it stacks in similar to what we've seen in other forest fires 20 years down the road to where you can't hike it as a human. Now, granted, they got 4 legs, but do you see that as being a potential hindrance down the road?
Yeah, I think maybe my real answer to both of your questions is that having identified or designated bottlenecks help us prioritize answering that question and then doing management and doing funding to do the projects that would address that were it to become an issue. So lots of opportunity here. Risk is definitely more on the habitat management recreation fronts. There is a lot of already good conservation work on the ground here. Path of the Pronghorn, which is the Forest Service's, I gotta use their term, standard. The Pronghorn standard is a great example that provides some consistency and protections, but it's inconsistent with the rest of the corridor. Also, the crucial winter range, because it's kind of the last summer range to be reached, we really don't have timing overlap for protections for crucial winter range with the timing that Pronghorn are coming into this segment. And my understanding is you talked a bit about county zoning in Teton County last meeting. And so largely that is kind of what I had for you on the north segment, and happy to answer any questions specific to that segment.
What's the difference between a segment that has a lot of federal land when it comes to the work that you are able to do
versus other land ownerships?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at first, my first initial answer is none at all. We're always looking for partners and trying to do good work, and like the way by which we conduct that work might look different if we're working with a landowner versus a federal partner versus which federal partner. So my knee-jerk reaction is we're always looking for opportunities to put conservation on the ground. The next layer, which might be more what you're asking, is more kind of the administrative pieces and what are the kind of red tape or boundaries there? Is that kind of what? Yeah. There's only so much money and there's only so much capacity. And so I think it's always a matter of where we can find places where department priorities align with our federal agency priorities, whichever agency that is. I think the talk by YDOT earlier is a great example where we can easily find overlapping priorities and get good work done and get enough kind of wind in our sails to get funding to get those projects done. And so I think it's the same thing with our other partners, whether it's Park Service, Refuge, Bridger Teton, BLM, private landowners. I think it's just finding where those priorities and overlap where we can find common ability to do that good work.
Yeah. Were you able to document death loss in the north segment during that 22-23 winter season?
Indirectly. So we had some collared, not a great sample size. So we could see how many of the collared pronghorn that summered in Jackson died on winter range. I think one caller survived. I don't remember how many came in collared into that winter.
But you don't know that I guess what I'm asking is, you don't know that they weren't able to migrate through the north section before they died.
The vast majority of animals died on winter range during that winter. And Yeah, maybe I'm not quite.
No, I'm trying to say in the north segment itself.
Yeah.
Were you able to document death loss from the 22-23 winter season?
No. So the death loss that affected animals that went through that herd segment, they died outside of the north segment. We were concerned because that winter was severe winter, but we also had a major disease outbreak. And we were concerned that, because we didn't know that disease in pronghorn is very rare. We don't know very much about it. And so we were concerned as my animals would migrate, would they keep dying of disease spread during their spring migration? We did not see that bear out. But we also did not see obstructions in the north segment that increased mortality in the north segment.
That's not what I was getting at. Yeah. There was hindrances for them in the north section that prevented them from migrating.
We did not see.
Your death mortality rate, is it based on the animals that migrate back in, or do you actually have a death count?
So when they all congregate on winter range, we don't know which summer range they came from, except for that proportion that are collared. What we do every summer is count pronghorn in the summer. And so what we can say is how many were in Jackson the summer before the big die-off, and how many were in Jackson the summer after the big die-off, and what our fawn ratios are.
The reason I'm asking is because after 22, you left a lot of stuff in the south that never migrated back. The numbers were extremely high. And so that's why I'm asking, because if your death count's based on who comes back, you might not necessarily be accurate.
Can you restate? I'm not sure I follow.
The number that migrate south come down there, and they die in the south down where I'm at. Okay, winter range always has a higher death rate. You can count that number. You can also leave some that survive it. They won't leave it all. So not necessarily everything goes back.
Sure.
Out of the 700, they have changed their behavior.
Sure. Yeah. We do have some collar data, and Jill showed an example of change of behavior. And we do have a diversity of short, medium, and long distance migrations as well.
Hey.
I think the interesting part about this north segment in particular, I mean, across the entire corridor, like the biggest risk, hands down, is habitat fragmentation. What you guys have is more like naturally made habitat fragmentation, like looking at that Red Hills bottleneck. That wasn't exactly like a human created fragmentation. That's kind of my understanding of that. So how much would you say that the movement of antelope into this north segment is determined by the ability for them to move in all of the segments below them? Like how important is that we have open habitat, open movements up to that point? Because they were all the way down from, there's evidence of movement from the northwest all the way to the southwest.
Yeah, I think, tell me if I'm not getting to your question, but even if the north segment remained unperturbed, and even if we didn't have deadfall risk and we could maintain those bottlenecks like as open as possible in perpetuity, those pronghorns still experience the conditions of all those other segments. And same to Jill's description as well. So over time, successful strategies improve success. So like fawns with a successful strategy, maybe they're using high use, maybe they figure out where the underpasses are, they get hit by cars less, they have more fawns, they have fatter fawns, those fawns have more fawns. So successful strategies breed more success. But as you lose options, as you lose investment of being able to use different strategies, you lose resilience. We'll pass it on to Brandon.
Thanks, Shannon. Brandon Spurlock, I'm the Wildlife Management Coordinator for Pinedale Region. So I'm going to talk about the segments that overlap Pinedale Region. Starting with Bondurant, this is Hunt Area 86. For those that know it, man, I can't see that at all.
Yeah.
You're right. You know, glare. I always have to stare at it on the screen again. So Bondurant, relatively small segment of this herd, but it is part of a bigger herd, you know. We counted about 150 pronghorn in Bondurant, Hunt Area 86 last August. That's down considerably from the 22-23 winter. But as you will see, same maps as what Cheyenne showed in this next slide. Of the segment is in black. Those red lines are animals that spent summer basically in the Bondurant segment and went to other segments. So we have a lot of connectivity between those animals in summer in Bondurant with winter ranges further south, including all the way down here to Rock Springs. As you can see, some of those animals making those movements all the way south. This Bondurant segment is pretty unique in that there's two ways in and out of there. And this shows those bottlenecks on how pronghorn get to summer ranges down in Bondurant. And it's the Noble Basin bottleneck and the Rim bottleneck. Rim bottleneck is people that live in Sublette County know, right along Sled Runner Creek and the highway comes down. That opening, probably seen pronghorn going through there in the fall and the spring. But pretty unique in that these two bottlenecks are how pronghorn find those really rich, diverse, productive habitats in Bondurant. The risks for the Bondurant segment, kind of like Cheyenne was talking about with the north segment, everything's on forest. In Bondurant, we have quite a bit of private lands. So we're more concerned about fences, roads, since they do travel along the highway on Sled Runner Creek there. Pronghorn get hit there pretty much every year. We have increasing residential pressure, I guess, in Bondurant itself, and up here on the north side of the Sublette County in the Rim. Sorry, I just got back from spring break last week, so I haven't had too much time to look at this, but people have questions, bring them up. We did not have a hunting season in Bondurant the last several years after the 22-23 winter. This year we're proposing 10 licenses down in Bondurant as numbers start to come back. So those are all the biological risks and opportunities in Bondurant. Anybody have any questions about the Bondurant segment in particular? We've got 5 segments to talk about, so plenty of time to ask questions. Anybody have a specific question, Sarah, you look like here?
I do.
Go ahead, John.
Same question I asked Cheyenne. When did you, and maybe you could answer all of this, go, but when did you start noticing death loss in the 22-23 winter season? Did you notice them here? Did you notice them in Bondurant?
February 16th is when our first GPS
so you did document, I guess, death loss there.
Oh, yeah. That was our first pronghorn that tipped over. It was in good condition. Our wildlife tech at the time took a sample from it. And on her way to pick up that one GPS mortality, she tripped over and tripped. She noticed several other carcasses on her way to pick that one up. And that's when we noticed the disease outbreak was happening.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Brandon, it looks like those two bottlenecks are kind of split on one side. What's in the middle there that pronghorn are avoiding?
Mostly it's forested habitat.
Okay.
Yeah, when they hit that forest, the line you can see there, heavily forested habitat. So they're selecting against trees and conifers to go through open area.
And again, like Cheyenne talked about, I mean, if they don't like to be in those enclosed spaces, do they just run, move quickly right through it as fast as they can and not linger around there?
Yep, very quickly. They'll stack up on either side and on fall or spring. And they blow through them really quick, just like Tractor's Point.
Mm-hmm.
Any of the bottlenecks really move them very rapidly. Okay, onto foothills. So you see the foothills outlined here in black, south of Bondurant segment, south of the north segment. Again, the foothills similar to the north and Bondurant segment contains higher elevation, a very productive area in terms of vegetation. Yeah, and all that small summer range on the animal that that Jill showed earlier, that's because we just have higher precip, more productive country in this foothill segment. About half of this is private land, and open spaces from working ranches is important for this segment of migration. Similar map as you'll see for all of them. The segment is in black, and movements through this section. Any pronghorn that went through this section is in red. So again, this is just showing it's one herd unit, right? It's connected to all parts of this, all segments of this herd, but it is just one herd. You can see animals going through this foothill segment that have been in Antelope National Park all the way down to I-80. There we go. So this is a bottleneck in the foothill segment. This is the Kendall bottleneck. Similar to all the maps you can see, relatively few points in the actual bottleneck. Looks more reddish to me than purple. Regardless, yeah, they're physically constrained to going through this bottleneck, and they move through it relatively rapidly. And you can see the pronghorn going through the forest there. You don't typically see pronghorn moving through forested habitats. And again, they blow through there really quick. That's how they can access these highly productive summer ranges. Another bottleneck in this foothill segment is the Big Piney bottleneck. This is just north of the town of Big Piney. This is where they cross. We've got subdivisions to the north. There's just north of the fairgrounds and the highway there. It's where most of the pronghorn kind of move through that corridor right there. And I'll talk about the one to the south there, the Green Road bottleneck. That's actually in a different segment, but you can see it in the map here. And the lines just showing how all these pronghorn kind of funnel through this bottleneck here in Big Piney. A couple other bottlenecks are ones that pronghorn have been using for thousands of years, but now we force them to use them. With these highway crossing projects at Tracker's Point, essentially. And then we have another overpass, Borough Hill, just north of there. And you can see from the point data how these pronghorn are funneled. Now they're fenced, so they have to use these, but they've been using them, we know, for at least 10,000 years at Tracker's Point. Because that's where pronghorn like to cross. They got the Green River Basin to the north there, all the riparian habitat associated with that. They have pretty open pasture lands to the south. They just like following this high elevation sagebrush benches from bench to bench, and that's what Tracker's Point provides. See it there in the data. So some risks and opportunities in this segment. Since it is about half private land and half public land, of course we have residential development, Suffolk County growing. People have to have a place to live. They have fences around their homes. They got dogs. They got all that fun stuff that comes along with residential development. So that's probably one of the biggest risks in this segment. So any questions about the foothill segment?
Real quick, and sorry to bring up the Bondurant segment too, and this actually might be a better question for YDOT. But are bottlenecks like the Rim and Big Piney places that need to be prioritized for like wildlife crossings? Are there more that stand out to you? Like just looking at the map, those kind of stick out to me. Are there any more that are sort of like standout places that need more attention, maybe from YDOT?
Certainly, and we talked about this with YDOT before. Jill, maybe you can help me out here, but they're on the list, right? They're prioritized on the list. They're just not as high on the list as maybe some other areas where we have more collisions. And I think the traffic on the highway just north of Big Piney there is limited, allowing that migration to still occur there without any kind of structure currently. That might change.
I might add, yeah, north of Big Piney, we do have several sets of gates that we open seasonally. We've been doing that for a long time. And those are specifically to facilitate that movement of pronghorn across the highway there. So it's not a big, sexy, overpass, underpass, but it's working very well. So in a lot of places, we don't need the big, huge wildlife crossings to really help what we are trying to get done on the ground. That's just one example. We do have a ranking system that we use, and a lot of it comes down to looking at places where we have a significant number of collisions that have occurred there relative to the other places that we would like to spend money in addition to that. So yeah, it is just kind of balancing how many of those big ones we do, which is why we lean on those smaller, like kind of less flashy, but still really relevant and important solutions on some places.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's great.
There a level of density in terms of residential development that is somewhat of a threshold in terms of, let's take pretty quality movement habitat, sagebrush, open space that they would normally like to use for migration. And is there like one compound per 35 acres? Is that still going to allow them to migrate through with somewhat comfort, notwithstanding the impacts of roads possibly, or can it be as dense as 1 per 10? But
It's an excellent question. I've actually been asked that from our Sublette County Planning and Zoning Commissioners, and we don't know what that magic number is. We don't. We do know associated with oil and gas development that there appears to be a threshold when Pronghorn can stop using them, but they can also kind of still skirt a lot of development associated with oil and gas when the studies have been done. But I guess we don't know density of disturbance that's going to preclude Pronghorn. I wish we had that information. We definitely see some in our collar data. We see avoidance of those heavily developed areas. We saw patent pronghorn on the west side of Pinedale. Pretty much pronghorn don't use it anymore. So maybe that could help inform some of our decisions. But if you put an elementary school and a BLM office and a bunch of development right there, pronghorn can stop using. But we don't know what that level is per se.
This is just a point, I think, with just an observation, like something like that observation could be a great recommendation for research that we need done to further understand the functionality of the courses. Just a note there for the working group.
Yeah, point, sir.
Oh, go ahead, Trish. Please, Brandon, in regards to the crossing that you just spoke about with the BLM and school and everything, where did the antelope migrate to cross rather than just move down 100 yards or 50 yards to avoid it? Did they end up going to Trapper's Point? Did they go around up towards Fremont?
It's another question I've been asked several times, and the short answer is we don't know. I do know in Pinedale 25 years ago, we were trained, we got the vests and everything from White Up. We were trained to stop traffic.
That was great.
Twice a year to let this pronghorn move through, and we just don't see animals using it anymore. So if I had to guess, and I don't have any data to show this because we don't have collars that last 20 years. Sure. But I think that they just became less fecund. They became less productive over time. Those animals that used Antelope Valley on the west side of town had fewer fawns, and just over time they kind of blinked out. There might have been some individuals that went around, but in general, we're not counting as many pronghorn on the summer ranges that those animals used to use. Kind of up by New Fork Lake, we're just not seeing the numbers anymore. So my guess, again, don't have data to show you, but my guess is they just became less fit over time, just kind of blinked out.
Blinked out, eliminated, deceased.
Wrong.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. So this map shows some good things that are happening in the Foothill segment. These red areas are conservation easements. Quite a few acres of conservation easements, of course, that have varying degrees of protection for habitats on these properties. So it's a good thing for pronghorn. I think that's it for Foothills. On to east of 191. Probably not the best named segment, but it's descriptive, I guess. You can see these animals kind of move along the east side of Highway 191. We do have, somebody brought up the notion earlier that we have woven wire fencing along the highway. Closer to Farson you get, there's more woven wire fencing. That is a pretty effective barrier for pronghorn. We don't see them moving east-west across the highway there. We see them moving north and south along the highway.
Is that a sheep area?
It is. There's no bottlenecks in this east 191 segment. And generally, it's lower elevation than the migration for Sublette mule deer, which is a little bit higher in elevation immediately to the east of this border. Again, same map showing black with the segment and the connectivity into any animal that happened to use east of 191. You can see their movements here in red. So animals that touched east of 191 happen to use 8 of the 10 segments. Again, it's one herd showing connectivity there.
Brandon, is there interaction between the two different groups? It's almost like a subgroup on that side of the road. On this side, is there interaction between them?
There is interaction between them. Most of that is north-south movements until they get south of that sheep fence. And then they can
get south of where?
South of that sheep fence, which is basically south of Farson.
Then they can get south of Farson.
Yep. And you can kind of see it here. As they get south of Farson, Eden, they're starting to kind of go out to that desert country to the west. So some threats and opportunities in this segment. Again, residential development, habitat fragmentation associated with that development. Fence along 191, as Joe pointed out here, and habitat quality concerns, invasive annual grasses being cheatgrass, the biggest one we're dealing with here. Feral horses, we do have them north of Highway 28. Patrick, I don't know if you're still in the audience, but yep, we don't call them feral horses because they're not managed as feral horses north of Highway 28, as far as BLM is concerned, but we do have wild horses up there. And sagebrush decadence, sagebrush getting older, not as productive.
Hey, Brandon. Yep. Does the data show that just due to the longevity of that fence being sheep woven wire, is that potentially a benefit over a hindrance because it does not have from a vehicle interaction, I guess. And if you had to dodge antelope during winter time or their migration time for that matter, do you think that helps or hurts until they get south to where they can move around that Farson area and out through that little big sandy country a little easier because the traffic might be a little less?
Sure, good question. I wish we had color data 60 years ago before we had the woven wire fence. We don't know how it impacted migrations. It definitely keeps some pronghorn from coming on the highway right away, but we have an crucial elk winter range just north of Farson there too. And elk can just jump right over it. They're in the highway, so they're probably considered more of a impact, to motorists. Hitting an elk versus pronghorn is a lot different. But yeah, we just don't know.
Go ahead, John.
So they're on 191 east, north of Farson. There is a section there that they do have laid down panels on the local wire fence for the antelope. And whoever's responsibility it is, it hasn't been really good about getting those panels laid down. And the antelope do use it. They do use it if they're down. Sure. But it does kind of depend on weather. Because weather dictates how animal move. But yeah, it's a high use area if those panels are open and out.
Where is this at, John?
It's just north of the farms before you go over the hill there.
Okay.
I with that last farm on the north end is probably 2 miles north. There's a quarter mile of laid down panels on both sides of the fence.
Do you know who typically has laid them down and put them back up there?
I know that the sheep rancher in the area has to put them back up in the spring. But I also one caveat to that is that same sheep rancher also has horseshoes east of the highway, and that could be why they're not laying them down.
I'm getting told by our wildlife tech in the back that she actually laid them down this winter. So it's still happening. I know
I'm not saying they won't get laid down, but there is years that they don't.
And along with the gates, like along Highway 28, I know we opened those in the fall prior to migration, and then Wide Up puts them back up prior to cows getting out. So I assume that's the same thing that's happening with that segment. I've just never done it. So apparently, Dean Qualls is our wildlife biologist. He makes sure it happens.
But it is an area where the animal can move from the east side of the highway to get to the west side and not have to get around all the farms and get around the transport and all of that area, because that is a problem for them to navigate.
Oh, Nate.
This might be a question for Patrick, but could this designation be cited by the BLM for a means of managing wild/feral horses in this area? Could it help with that? I don't have a great understanding of how that works.
I guess it could certainly be a recommendation from the group.
Yeah, it could be a recommendation. I don't necessarily think you just directly manage it. So.
All right, thanks, Brad.
Okay, on the central segment. Very similar to all the other maps here. The central segment is kind of, I don't want to say the heart of the whole corridor, but it's right in the center. It's the central segment. But it does kind of tie everything together. And this is a very north to south, very large segment. It stretches Trappers Point all the way south to Rock Springs. Again, it's tied in to all 10 segments. So animals that have been in the central segment have touched all 10 different segments of this corridor. Again, it's one herd, right? So it shouldn't be too crazy for some folks. That animals that go through the central segment are tied to the other segments of the herd. For bottlenecks in central, this is the Green River bottleneck. You can see several counties' own Elizabeth Bohm's picture there of pronghorn crossing there. She spent several weeks hid out in a blind taking pictures of pronghorn as they would cross. And that's a view, the overhead view, that top left photo. And you can see where they like to cross these riparian areas, whether it's Green or New Fork River, is where the riparian zone is kind of narrow. They don't like going down and crossing through willows. If they can see a sagebrush bench, they're going to cross right there where it's physically not that far for them to go down and through. And again, like the other bottlenecks, they cross through this very rapidly. That's a few points right there along the river. This is line data showing how they use this bottleneck. Again, these are 2-hour fixes for the most part, so not every single line is going right through there, but sometimes if they would cross here and then here, it might look like this line right here, just because fixes, but most of those pronghorn are using that bottleneck right there. Joe Reese photo crossing the river. So risks and opportunities in this segment. This is where a lot of the energy development happens to occur in this herd, and pronghorn are still migrating around it, so it's a good thing. The green dots here are spud wells. You can see the Pinedale anticline up here, Jonah Field here, Couplet here. I think that's Moxa Arch maybe, outside of Pinedale region, but you can see these pronghorn still moving long distances around this development. I guess that's it for the segment. Any other questions about the central segment?
With the bottleneck and it being a river crossing, we've had some work in the area with canal and sort of the sloughing off of the banks, right? And work needing to happen in those areas. Do you think it would be wise to have a recommendation for the bottleneck if it's NSO to still allow for river embankment and tapping over the years? So we have surveys of the river from the 70s, right? And it moves and changes and adjusts. But if antelope don't like to see, or they like to be able to see out at where they're stepping. If something transpires with river embankment, then they adjust and change where they want to go. We try to keep fluidity of the river, right? So we may have a part to play in helping that, as well as the other agencies to help manage water flow. But we think that would be wise if this is designated NSO to allow for river embankment work.
I feel like habitat improvement projects, like river restoration
Yeah.
projects like that, prevent those cut banks.
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be a great part of the recommendation, I would think. And our aquatic habitat biologist is, as you know, very active in doing river restoration work along the Newport there, because it has been impacted over the years, trying to stabilize those banks as much as possible. On to Calpet. So this segment, kind of northwest of the barge here. Again, it looks like it's a disjointed kind of separate section, but again, trying to beat home that you're only seeing a migration. You got winter range, you got summer range, and this corridor is only the points connecting those two. So it might look kind of disjointed and not connected, but it actually is. And when you look at the map of the Calpet in black with animals using Calpet in red, at some point of their migration, you can see it is connected with the other segments. A lot of these animals go from high elevations along the east slope of the Wyoming range, more productive higher elevation summer ranges, and they winter down to the east at lower elevation winter ranges. But there is connectivity with other segments. This slide is showing animals that migrated through the Calpet segment at some point, not just showing migration, right? So these are animals moving. Again, we've seen slides of pronghorn. Don't show as high fidelity as mule deer, longer migration corridor. But essentially what we're looking at here is animals that used Calpet at some point in their life history also travel to other segments of it. Does that make sense, Joe? You give me a thumbs up. So the risks and opportunities here, again, you can see spud wells in green. Energy development is common. You've got the large gas field that's been there for over 100 years now. But citing new development outside of these crucial areas is important. And we've seen an increase in cheatgrass, even though we've treated it here fairly recently, but there are some threats in this segment.
I have a quick question about, I guess it's Calpet and maybe also the central segment, where you both said energy development is common. I think we kind of talked last time about how we haven't really come up against a project with the mule deer corridor that you couldn't. Is that true? Can you guys confirm that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's zero, but it's very, yeah, I can't think of one else.
And can you just remind us, like, the way that you work through that process and what it, I guess, how you're able to come out with such high success with working with developers on the project?
Ross, if I can't do, just for everybody's sake, either my ears are getting a little bit worse this afternoon, but it seems like everybody's talking a little bit softer. So if you could possibly speak up so that people in the back of the room can hear, it would be great.
Sure. So if we had a project that came up that didn't have valid existing rights, right? And that's something we talked about a lot last week. And Joe brought up the fact that, yeah, most of the things within this corridor do have valid existing rights, right? But if we had one that didn't, and it was new and it had to be compliant with the executive order, what that would look like is, A, is it on private or is it on, BLM state, whatever. And then B, is it low use, medium use, high use? What's the, what do things look like on the ground? Let's say it's in high use, right? And then we're having discussions with the developer on where it can be sited, where the surface disturbance can be sited, and having the smallest impact within the corridor. So does that answer your question? Okay. And we haven't gone through that yet. So we haven't had to deal with it for oil and gas. For other things, yeah, that is something that we go through. Timing is another big thing, right? So development of oil and gas during migration period is out, but then production, things like that, and that is occurring during the migration period while year round, maintenance activities and that kind of stuff. But again, saying it's high use, and we talked a little bit about this 2 weeks ago. The work is happening up front prior to development, making sure that things are sited with minimal impact.
How much extra time does that add to a project to do that type of planning, or?
It's if you had to do a lot of upfront planning, it can be pretty variable, but not, typically we have 30 days for a review, no matter what the review is. With most of the reviews that we've done for migration corridors, we've made the 30-day period right pretty easily. But when we talk about sage grouse, migration corridors, if there's big things, those big issues, it might extend it. I couldn't tell you how much longer, but there's communications, there's site visits, there's all that stuff. And I can't think of a time where we've been bumping up against, some kind of time periods where they're like, yeah, we need to develop by X date and screws things up. Usually with these projects where there's a problem with timelines, conducive to have those communications and those discussions.
Thank you.
Brent.
Okay, so, Dry Piney Wildlife Crossing. I heard Peter talk earlier about some, crossing structures. So this was just completed in 2023. You can see the arch culvert where we saw the video, the pronghorn crossing through. It's a good thing, right? Maybe we'll get some animals, especially in this harder winters, to get it to the east across the winter to lower elevation winter ranges. Pronghorn are using them. So, Angi, you up Southwest?
Yeah.
Any other questions about the 5 segments I just talked about, I guess, before I wrap it up? Hit John with your question.
Thank you. My name is Sean Yancey. I'm the Wildlife Management Coordinator for the Green River region. I'll be touching on the Southwest segment, the Fontenelle segment. I know there's been quite a bit of conversation around this segment. So just to start off, the Southwest segment's kind of that area basically from kind of Highway 189 with southeasterly movements down to Green River along I-80. Kind of the land makeup, the ownership makeup in this area, there's kind of solid block, BLM to the north, kind of moving into that checkerboard down to the south. There's some private in there, obviously, as well as some Forest Service land. And then you'll kind of see just general movements, that kind of medium use to the north there. That's kind of for those that know that Chute Creek area, that's kind of what they're following. And then you'll kind of see another vein kind of coming off to the south. But yeah, so that's kind of the general makeup of the Southwest segment. Similar map that you've seen in other areas. You can see there's quite a bit of connectivity with other segments of the corridor. And there's very tight connectivity with the Southwest segment with Fontenelle segment. It's almost, the Fontenelle individuals almost exclusively move through the Southwest segment. But you can see they touch the foothills, the northeast of 191 and central segments with this area. And on severe winters, it tends to be more important about this area. So a lot of them will, on a mild winter, they'll kind of short stop this, but on the severe winters, they really need to get down along I-80. So taking a step back, at one point in time, what makes up predominantly the Southwest segment was actually a different herd unit. At the time, prior to 1997, it was the West Green River herd unit. Managers at the time noticed that they were getting a lot of influx of animals and they weren't necessarily sure where they're coming from. There's a lot of overlap. So this map may be kind of hard to see, but I overlaid the historical herd unit boundary and kind of aligned it with the current boundary in red. Managers actually started trapping pronghorn. So those red stars in the north end of it were trappings that occurred in 1990. And then the yellow stars are trappings that occurred in 1991, and those are the numbers represent the amount of individuals that were captured. So 1,061 antelope were captured. The technology wasn't that great at the time, so they were outfitted with sashes, colored sashes. And then observations took place in subsequent years. So they're between flights, harvests, casual observations. It was documented that there's about a 23% interchange of those sashes. So animals that were caught in the West Green River unit were actually moving into Sublette quite regularly, as noticed by these managers previous. And that consolidated the West Green River herd into the Sublette herd in 1997 formal. So this is just a map kind of indicating the corridor, in particular, the high use. There's minimal high use through here. It's a pretty wide segment in parts. But these animals have a lot of different ways to get down to I-80. So just kind of documenting the minimal level of high use in these or this segment, I should say. Sorry.
So where do you actually say that is?
That right there is kind of that Chute Creek area, coming out of the Hams Ford, coming across Chute Creek, over where that through the Chute Creek plant, and then they get into the main segment, come southeast. So touch on the bottleneck. This is what we're calling the Blacks Fork bottleneck. It's the only bottleneck, I believe, south of Highway 28, so the southern end. You can see on the right, or sorry, the left, those are all the locations from individuals from the host solar farm data that Halt Sawyer did. So you can see basically the level of use around that solar farm. And for those that are familiar with this area, that whole area is kind of like it's a flat bench, kind of what Brandon was mentioning earlier, that these pronghorn tend to move down on each side. So on the southwest side, it's kind of bad landing breaks, and on years with high snow loads, it kind of makes it unusable. On the east side along the river, there's a lot of big drainages that come down into the Green River, and those fill up with snow. So they really need that narrow bench up top. And then I believe it was 2017, solar farm was constructed kind of right in that area, which kind of limited the amount of area that animals can move through on those severe winters. So you'll see a little sagebrush strip on the west side, and then there's a little area on the east side there that they can squeeze through. But on low snow years, you'll see some use on the red line data on the right. On low snow years, you'll see that they'll kind of just parallel the Blacks Fork and get along I-80 there as well. So we have documented that.
Before you move on, can you go back? It's got a process question. So if the governor designates it as presented, in the bottom of that bottleneck, there is a purple exclosure that says it's not in the corridor, but it's in a bottleneck. So if somebody wants to do something in that, because you got all these holes, right? Based on that 300-meter buffer up and down that picture right there. Am I reading the map right that is not in the corridor? All those little polygons.
I think is that medium use?
I believe the
legend says corridor.
The extent of the low use. So
okay,
those are islands of non-corridor
In
that southern part there.
So you're referring to this right here?
Yep. I'm just trying to think through process of it's not in the corridor. So somebody could propose a development within that, even though it's within a bottleneck, and would not fall under the executive order.
You had to point that out, right, Mike? Well, I hadn't noticed that detail prior to now, I'm sorry to say. So we would have to talk through what that means, and if it's more appropriate to carve that out or leave it in, I think we have to look at that.
Yeah, I mean, because through that whole area, right, it's real tight through there. All the other, get rid of the one in the bottleneck. Any of the other ones that are in there would give an opportunity for development because it would fall outside of the corridor, even though it's in. You see what?
Yeah.
I brought this concern up, and so have others, of not having it be one fluid polygon. It's got a bunch of little holes in it, which could be a benefit to development outside, drill inside, or whatever the case might be when you're talking oil and gas. But it gets really complicated to understand implications as a group member. With this, just amplifies it more than the other maps we've seen today. So
I don't know if other department people have something to add on that. I don't want to be the be all end all on that.
Along the same line. What was the criteria? How did that happen?
Yeah.
In just this area?
Well, I don't know if it's just this area. It just amplified right here.
Or it's way amplified down here. What's the criteria for the creation of those?
So when the managers, myself and other local field managers, when we were looking at the data we had in hand, I can tell you, I can see it. So you can see this use that comes here and then it kind of spreads out right here. These animals are coming through and then that's where they spill out. And some of them will cross the Green River here, and then some along winter along those railroads and Blacksforks here. So when we developed this bottleneck, looking at this data, we were not looking at the corridor defined polygons in themselves. So I guess we developed this bottleneck without taking that into account.
Well, I would ask, what method forward forward.
I'd say I probably need to confer with some of the other folks in the department about that. We'd be happy to talk about that when we get back with you guys.
Yeah, if we can take a look, closer look at that. Yeah, something you can report that.
Sure.
Yeah. My question is, does that have a checkerboard type? How do you manage it?
In that area,
yeah. Just like the checkerboard, raises canes, everything.
All right. Bring it. Or back to Sean, excuse me.
Yeah, so this is a slide that pulls out some of the work from Paul Sawyer's recent publication on the effects of the solar farm, and just kind of shows some of these photos. As you can see here, these are showing individuals pre-development. So there's a lot of use kind of along Highway 30 up there, along 372, but on those migratory individuals do pull out and use that bench that I was talking about where the solar farm is now located. In the picture in the south bottom corner, you can kind of see how it's set up. In 2019, we had a pretty bad event with it's about, I believe, 1,500 head of pronghorn moving down that flat. We actually got reports of this group in the Big Piney area, and that there's a big group moving south, and we believe that's probably the individuals that end up here. But they hit right here and were funneled out onto the highway. Some animals got hit. It was kind of a rodeo trying to get those animals off the highway. So you can also see in this picture kind of this flat that they have to negotiate, and then this little area here to get around on the east side. And then this is just kind of going over some of the threats and opportunities. As you can see, oil and gas development, that's the Moxa Arch. They're kind of in the center. You can see they're still navigating it. And then on that southeast, very thin segment, there's Obviously some energy solar development, gravel interest, and also mining interest occur down there. And then another interesting aspect of this is Gateway West transmission line being posed through there. Opens up the opportunity for easy tie-ins to that, and there's opportunities in the future for more development there. That was the Southwest segment. Is there any more questions on that?
So, John, is there any, have you guys looked at, like, if you were able to build a bridge or whatever over Interstate 80, what would the herd move further south? I mean, it's not great habitat down there, but it's good.
Yeah, so typically what we see when we see these narrow bands coming down along I-80, kind of looks like spilled paint once they hit it. They kind of just spill across there. So I think if there was permeability across the interstate, they would probably find it and use it. I think it'd have to be strategically placed, obviously. But I think ultimately the reason I-80 was put where it has is because less winter conditions, roads more open. But that's also conducive with winter range. So I think that's where they're trying to get. So possibly if there was opportunities to look for permeability across I-80, they would use it. And I think they probably would. So Fontenelle segment, this segment, as I mentioned earlier, it's really, these animals are really tied to the Southwest segment. This is really productive music, summer range, really productive for pronghorn. Some of the highest fawn ratios we have in this herd occur here. So the Southwest and Fontenelle kind of in reality could be one segment. The only difference being the threats and habitat types are different with the higher elevation and Fontenelle segment. So being at higher elevation, these animals really need to get out of there, basically because of, higher elevation, more severe winter conditions. And then the map that we've seen elsewhere, again, extensive connectivity to the Southwest segment, almost exclusively. I should mention, it's kind of a crude analysis, but between the Southwest and Fontenelle segments, we do line transects, and if you break those out by hunt areas, these two segments make up anywhere between 25 and 30% of this entire herd. So there's a lot of animals that use this general area. And then lastly, some threats and opportunities here. Citing new disturbance in these areas to minimize impacts is ultimately the goal. These animals come across a lot of fencing, roadways, trying to get into that Southwest segment. And this is kind of a duplication slide, but that's the final segment. So,
questions or comments for Sean or any of the game and fish presenters? Got that little after lunch lull going on here. I think one of my takeaways from this is from our discussion at the last meeting. I felt like it was important that we have discussion with respect to the nomadic nature of the animal, how they use each of the segments of the corridors. So trying to stimulate discussion, I may have stepped on my foot or something and created an idea that I was trying to advocate for cutting segments out. That was not really what my intent was. I think my intent was more to have exactly what we had done today, a better segment overview. And I think it's obvious from listening to each of you speak about the connectivity within the segments that you believe that the corridor itself and the 8 segments are important to keep together. And that's something I think we need to look at as we're moving forward with respect to that. I think it's obvious from the opinion that we're hearing from our experts looking at the scientific data that they believe that that's very important, keeping that connectivity. Anybody have any questions?
Thank you for that clarification. All right, I
have sorry,
Yeah.
I have
Oh, go
a
ahead.
question. Can someone from Game and Fish give a really good definition of resiliency? What do we mean when we say we want resiliency and even connectivity and permeability? What are the differences?
I think Brandon's got a good analogy on that about, you wouldn't invest all your money in, say, Bitcoin. You kind of like to spread that out, having multiple options to get to where you need to go. I think is kind of, a resilient tactic in that way. I don't know if Brandon has other thoughts, but you got summer ranges and winter ranges. It helps to have options to get there. So I think that's part of this.
I think I might add, in these places where the corridor is very wide, I know there's been a lot of discussion about that. Low use that distributes out across a lot of country. That's actually showing really healthy connectivity because it shows that animals can use a lot of different variable paths to get between point A and B, opposed to a place where we have high use in a very narrow part of the corridor where all the animals are having to use the same travel route, the same route between point A and B. That's much more precarious from a conservation perspective because you've got one way, one place that they have to be moving. If you have a big, wide, low use area, I think you have more resilience, you have more options because our landscape is changing in ways that we'll not be able to predict. Giving them all those options, I think, is the best thing we can do for conservation and management because you're providing, if options A, B, C, and D are cut off, you still have, E, F, and G available to them or whatever. So having those wide, low use parts of the corridor is actually showing, I think, really healthy functioning connectivity because they can move in a lot of different places. Would that help? Sorry.
I think to build on what Jill said, and I think we saw the winter of 22, 23. And so there's a lot more, I would argue, environmental variability, right? There's the landscape, land use, land management component of that, which we see changing, but there's also that environmental variability, right? Maybe we'll see additional severe winters, maybe we'll see wildfire. Having more pathways allows the whole herd to have some successful pathways to handle on the landscape into the future, right? So I would make that argument. This is not going to be simpler times moving forward. It'll be even more complicated to handle and the more variability in pathways they have. That maybe our grandchildren's grandchildren will know that there were antelope in the state. It's a great state of Wyoming.
Anyone else? All right, we've got about 10 minutes left before we were supposed to go to our public comment. I'm going to ask her a question. She left. So.
I might have the answer to it.
Okay. I'll let Sarah check that out.
Dalton, is there anyone online? Okay, one person online. I'll get the other.
Okay.
I think that's everyone.
All right. Sarah, you think we'd be better off moving into our public comment now? Or we had some questions that we were going to ask you the Game Fish. Do you think take a few minutes here and keep our public comment at the time it was scheduled for?
Yeah, I think we should ask questions of Game and Fish now if we have them.
Okay. Well, I will open the table up. Does anybody from the working group have any overall questions at this point in time for Game and Fish?
If I may.
Yeah, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Speak up if you would, please, Commissioner, so we can really hear you.
Thank you. One of the things that we've observed in Sublette County is Game and Fish is serving two masters, if you will. One is the protection of wildlife, and the other is making sure that the property owners receive what they'd like to receive also. We had a development where we took a block of land and split it into a number of different 10-acre parcels. And in the course of doing that, portion of the corridor ran right through the center of it. That was recognized, and to adhere to the corridor width, that parameter was set, which was correct. But in the course of the developer wanting to maximize what they had, they appealed to Game and Fish and said, we don't want it to be as large as what's it's being proposed. We need to have it smaller. And they were able to negotiate a narrower corridor for the developer. And then we got to the corridor itself, where the perimeter of the subdivision was amenable to having fencing that was prudent for the Antelope, wasn't wire, but when it came to the corridor extending through the subdivision itself, they did not adhere to the same policy. And that was whatever the homeowner wanted to put there. And then the next question was, because the corridor was running through the backyards of the housing project, if you will, what do we do with the dogs that are going through and not recognizing that we're trying to protect the antelope, but it's more like the dogs will on occasion chase wildlife. So there was no, from where I sat, no prudent consideration is how do we protect the wildlife and keep that corridor wide enough and make sure that they weren't being harangued by dogs, the pets. So and I recognize that it's a very delicate balance for you, but from my observation, we were giving up wildlife to accommodate housing, if that makes sense.
Commissioner, I'm not sure we wouldn't be talking more about a county type of issue rather than a Game and Fish issue with respect to this, if I understand correctly.
I understand what your question to me was, but it was a variance of what the regulations were based on what the Game and Fish was doing.
Recommendation.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you for asking that.
And anyone from Game and Fish wants to respond?
I can try.
All right,
I think when you're referring to the 40 Route West subdivision.
Thank you so much. I was trying to keep that.
Sure. Sure. Won't mention any names, but yeah, we had a proposal to subdivide 300 and some odd acres right in the migration corridor for pronghorn as well as for mule deer. We tried to work with the county, come up with recommendations to maintain connectivity of that corridor. And had a stopover area to the north. So working with University of Wyoming and some other folks, we thought if we could have maybe a 300-meter buffer in the middle of the subdivision, we could still maintain connectivity. So that was our official recommendation to planning and zoning in Sublette County. That development, for other reasons, was not pursued. So now he's gone back and rezoned that to agricultural status. So subdivision is no longer on the table. So it was a good win for wildlife, but it's an example of trying to work with county regulators on how to have development, but also be maintain connectivity to the migration corridor.
Well put, thank you.
So I guess I have a question back to you, Commissioner, like going through that process and what you learned about wildlife stipulations and what kind of movements on the ground there, is it gonna change anything for the way that you look at those types of projects in that area moving forward and how you might approach them?
It does. I'm a proponent of our wildlife. It's a wonderful asset that we have. And I think it was in an unfortunate position that the Game and Fish was put in, because when you look at state statute, you're to try to help the property owners as much as possible. It's stated in there. We're supposed to help, but at what cost? And when we start taking and minimizing the width of the corridor, doing away with wildlife friendly fencing, doing away with restrictions on domestic pets, it was a no-win for our wildlife and a no-win for Game and Fish, because they were serving two different statutes at the same time. It was difficult, but at the same, when we move forward, whenever we come next to the corridor, you're going to be faced with the same questions. How can we do this? And it's putting Game and Fish in a no-win situation where we have two rules, two statutes that conflict. Is that correctly?
Say I didn't come out of those meetings being very well liked by either party. So, yeah, it's a difficult situation.
So it's a really valid concern, because we have a tremendous asset with our corridor and all our wildlife. And we're going to, as Commissioner Conley has, we're going to have development coming in. And to what extent do we sacrifice our wildlife for development? And that's a major question.
All right, I think that has got us to our time for public comment. So once again, I will ask any of those who signed up earlier today if they would like to do public comment. Dwayne Kerr. Dwayne, come up, state your name. We'll give you about 3 minutes.
Okay. My name's Dwayne Kerr. I live in Green River. I'm a retired game warden. Just some ideas of mine about this process. I think it's a great thing. I just encourage, I'm thankful that I can get up here and give some comments. Just the idea that hopefully the folks on this group can speak for the pronghorn, because they can't, other than their movements trying to tell us things, they can't speak for themselves. So hopefully you'll take that into account. Some of the things that concern me deal with things like proposed developments, where sometimes the department can offer, Game and Fish Department can offer comments on what they see as problems with proposed developments and things like that. But when other agencies like the Bureau of Land Management, even other state agencies may have more to say, like the State Land Board, about what goes on the land, the department can offer comments that might affect wildlife. Some of the things that bother me are things like exceptions to timing stipulations and things like that. Over my career, I saw things happen where people were allowed exceptions to some of the stipulations in terms of timing, where oil and gas operators were allowed to go into an area later in the year than they normally would have been. One case that I remember, the guy had a Facebook page called Bowling for Antelope, because he was liking to, when he came down the road from servicing the wells he was on, he liked to see how many he could run over. He and a couple other guys that worked with him were successfully prosecuted. But if the timing stipulations hadn't been accepted at that time, he would not have been there to be able to do that. So some of those kinds of things are concerns of mine. This don't probably affect the operations here. Another thing that we were talking about in terms of letdown panels on fences, was once north of the irrigation project there at Farson from 1977 till about 2013. Most, if not all of those years, I was one of the people who went up and let those panels down late October, early November. So that was something that I was familiar with, and they were in the early 1980s. They were very, very effective in allowing the antelope to cross back and forth through there. I think the highway department or some private landowners were the ones that put those back up in the spring, but we were letting them down in the fall. And one of the things another thing about the corridor here, I think that pronghorn tend to have to, when they want to move versus when they have to move, generally their movements are dictated by when they have to go. It's not necessarily if they want to use this part of the corridor or another part, it's what the conditions dictate them to do. You just need to pay attention to those kinds of things and pay attention in particular to the bottlenecks, because those are going to be some pinch points that could have a huge effect on future numbers of antelope and their abilities to move up and down into their summer and winter ranges. Anyway, thank you for what you guys are doing. Appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any questions for Dwayne? All right, thank you. Mark Anselmi.
Mark Anselmi from right now, Core, Wyoming. But just wanted to thank the group for being here. But to Mr. Bernard and Dwayne, what they said is err on the side of wildlife. And that deal up in Pinedale, I was involved in that because then they talk about private property rights, and I own property. I understand private property rights, but when the guy buys it and it's agriculture, he should do his homework and see, okay, there's a sage grouse area there. There was sage grouse there, animal, and deer. All three were going against him, and he was dead set on doing something. And I think it's a sage grouse that turned him off, but now he's turned it into 35-acre lots, which he has the right to do, and I live on a 35-acre lot. So, there are ways to get around it, but the guy goes and turns agricultural into 5-acre subdivisions, and I think that's, you've got to look at it. But I want to thank the group and err on the side of wildlife for my grandkids' kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Questions for Mark? All right. Next, we have got Dana Ferguson.
Everything at this point.
Okay. Bill Ames has already had an opportunity. Tom Christensen, did you have anything? Okay. How about Nick Dobrik?
I'll go for it.
All right.
Thanks, Chairman. Thanks, group. My name is Nick Dobrich. I'm with the Wilderness Society. I come from DuBois. My 5-year-old has probably been on more pronghorn hunts than the majority of hunters that live outside of Wyoming. That's thanks to my wife's good draw odds. I've not been so lucky the last few years. But yeah, it's just we're so blessed in Wyoming in terms of how many pronghorn we have and how much we are blessed to see them. Either you just enjoy watching them or hunting. Yeah, we're lucky, and we're talking about the largest pronghorn in the state, or one of the largest herds in the state. So I just want to voice kind of what others have said. Please, as you move forward, let's put wildlife first. I hope instead of just keeping things the same, and we all know the trajectory for a lot of our wildlife, it's been on a downward trajectory other than elk. I hope we could turn that around. I hope that we get to a point where we continue the herd grows. And I think this is the opportunity that this group has of what sort of recommendations could we be making to actually improve this herd as opposed to just keeping it status quo. The executive order tries to do good things. I'd argue, I wish it would be stronger. You've heard from the different agencies, the flexibility it has. And you just heard from a retired game and fish that says, those exceptions have caused problems. So what I'm getting, I guess, is these, while it may not be perfect in the terms of wildlife, it enables the Game and Fish Department to have those conversations. When there is sighting proposals, it allows them to have conversations. And we all know the majority of operators in the state want to do the right thing. They do not want to, cause tremendous problems for wildlife. I think one example we were just talking about Sweetwater Solar. Go back whenever that was built and ask if we had this in place then, what sort of if we had the tools in place, hopefully that we're going to have here in a few months with the designation, how that would have affected it. Everybody looks at that project. It's like you couldn't develop a project worse for migrating pronghorn, and they did that. Shortly a year later, this hasn't come up in the group yet. There was a proposal to put one kitty corner called Raven Solar. I think probably Commissioner and others in the room kind of know where that was located. Thankfully, that didn't go forward. But we're continuing to see these threats for pronghorns. So I just echo what others have said here, and please put wildlife first. And thank you for your time and service for this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bilbridge. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. All right, we've got two people online who would like to comment.
These two are in the room, just one online.
Oh, just one. Oh, these two are both in the room?
Yep.
Oh, okay. How about Matt with the Greater Yellowstone Coalition?
I don't blame you.
Yeah. I can see a Z and a couple Z's
That's
and a
right.
couple O's. And
Yeah, thanks. My name's Matt Cousin-Creo with the Greater Yellowstone Coalition. And I appreciate the opportunity here. I appreciate all the work that you guys are undertaking here. It's an admirable position, if not an enviable one. You guys find yourselves in the role of sort of having to become movement ecologists and understand a lot of this stuff while also being policymakers or recommenders. I would just recommend as a member of the public that we really lean on the expertise that we have in the room here, like the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and the resources, the researchers that have aided and help sort of visualize the corridor and the pronghorn migrations that we're talking about here are world class. Like this is sort of the hub of ungulate movement ecology, certainly in the lower 48, and is really sort of becoming a worldwide example. And so it's important that the voices that have helped, I think, map out what you guys are all working through to help make some recommendations on are called on kind of at any opportunity. If there's a question, these folks mostly have an answer. And if there's not an answer, it's because that research has not yet delivered the answer, right? So we should talking about, Sarah, you mentioned earlier, there's a topic for research about development threshold, right? Like that is the holy grail. That is one thing that for the state of Wyoming has been looked at an awful lot. And it's a tricky thing to get to. So these folks are absolutely cream of the crop when it comes to asking the right questions and helping get to a place where hopefully policy aligns with biological connectivity and resilience. Again, right, the resilience question, what is resilience? It's giving these animals an opportunity to persist into the future regardless of the conditions on the ground. And so a migration corridor in the state of Wyoming these animals don't have a choice as to whether or not they migrate for survival. This is how they survive. They have to migrate. One other little topic I just wanted to touch on and hope that you guys would recognize the corridor designation. There's concerns about private property and how that obviously can impact. We know that the executive order doesn't impact private property owners in itself, but the corridor designation process is an opportunity actually for a lot of private property owners, right? So a designation creates some kind of a land administration boundary on the landscape that those folks can then use as sort of a carrot for some of the voluntary incentive-based conservation programs that are available in the state, specifically through something like NRCS. So there's NRCS equip programs. And in Wyoming, we've been lucky enough to have some additional money come into the state through NRCS programs, most of which have been funneled to areas that are prioritized based on big game permeability and big game movement. And so a corridor designation, including all the segments that you guys are able to designate, is going to give landowners in that boundary an opportunity to apply for some more money more effectively. So just some things to think about.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Questions for Matt? All right, very much. We do have a couple others who would like to comment. Megan Riley.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Megan Riley with the Wyoming Outdoor Council, and unlike me, most people in Wyoming are not getting paid or volunteering to be in this room today. So I wanted to just put a plug in to remember the hundreds of workaday regular Wyoming people who have already participated in this process during Game and Fish's role and spoke up saying that they're very much in favor of designation. Like, they can't all be here on a Monday morning, but I don't want us to lose sight of like the groundswell of support that there is in the state for designation. And then I think for the other point I wanted to make, I'll tell like a little bit of a story. Some of you in the room know this, but my husband is a contractor. He's a pilot who works with a lot of different government agencies. And I can tell you right now that the amount of permitting he has to go through with multiple federal agencies to get legal to do work in the state, it's a huge amount of work on his part. And he's doing like duplicate between different federal agencies, like trying to get permitted to do the same work. They all have different like safety standards that he needs to go through all the bureaucracy to be legal to fly. And it's a huge time suck. He complains all the time. But the fact of the matter is he still makes a very good living. And those regulations are making sure that operators who are maybe not as responsible as he is are on the up and up. And here in Wyoming, we have a lot of operators that are doing development on the landscape who already know the score. They understand about sage-grouse. They know about migrations. It's not news to them, but there are a lot of companies coming in from out of state who don't have best practices figured out yet. And this policy that you all are considering right now, it's very forward-looking, and it gets us in a good position to make sure that as new industries move into the state who aren't familiar with what we do here, that Game and Fish had the opportunity to have those conversations with them, and so that everyone can get on the same page. So I just want us all to remember everybody can still do development and protect wildlife, and that's what the executive order is trying to do. So thank you all for being here, and yeah, appreciate your volunteering to be on this working group.
Thank you, Megan. Any questions for Megan? All right, we have one more in the room. Mark Cott. Oh.
My name is Mark Cott. I'm a resident of Rock Springs. I worked for Sweetwater County for 38 years, most of that in county engineering and in planning. And I want to thank everyone here for taking your time to volunteer to be a part of this important discussion to preserve our wildlife for future generations. I guess my point coming from county planning, and I know you talked about this last time, I'm a little bit latecomer to the discussion here, but don't underestimate the influence that county commissioners can have in this through their planning and zoning and through discussions that you can have with your county commission, maybe even outside of regulation. Talk to your county commissioners, talk to your planning and zoning commission, share your concerns. They can make a difference. We worked with Angi Bruce on this Highway 28 thing, took discussion with lots of players, but persistence at the local levels. All actions on the ground are local, and they really should start with the county commissioners. So I really support discussions with your county commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions for Mark? Josh.
Yeah, working group members, thank you so much for all the
time that you're putting into this. It's very in-depth process. There's a lot to be thinking about. My name's Josh Benton. I'm the Wyoming Field Manager for the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. I want to talk a little bit about, I guess, opportunity from the perspective of sportsmen. I regrettably no longer live in eastern Wyoming and don't get to have this opportunity right at my doorstep every day like many of you do. But I think about coming out here and try to find ways to come out here all the time, whether it's to just enjoy being here, or to have the opportunity to hunt. The last time I was able to hunt Sublette antelope, I was actually my first time trying for Area 85, which is a unit that is currently closed. It's a trophy unit. It's the northern segment. That unit is still closed today. Pronghorn numbers, tags that are available to sports people, as you all probably know, are significantly less than what they were prior to the winter of 2022, 2023. They are coming back thanks to the resilience of this population and the current resilience of this corridor. But even before then, they were below objective. Sports people care. Your constituents of the counties that are represented here want robust, resilient opportunities to enjoy pronghorn. They want it's one of the first species that you're able to take out with your kid, and people dream about coming to this part of the state to hunt this herd from all over the state. They travel from all over the state. People like me, they dream of coming here from all over the country. And that means there's a vast number of people that want this opportunity, which is why having a resilient tool like the migration that is provided by the Migration Corridor Executive Order, by this designation of this corridor, by the inclusion of these segments is so important. And we do not see this as an either or proposition. When you include and have the right tools for the job, like the tools that are provided with this corridor, we can protect the most important areas of the corridor. We can conserve them. We can find opportunities to improve habitat, incentivize conservation through federal programs like the Wildlife Movement Partnerships Act. And we can also direct development in areas that are lower impact and still support the economies and the community that our communities need. So thank you for all your dedication with working through this process. I do not think this is an either or, this is a both and.
Thank you, Josh. Any questions for Josh? All right, we've got one more and it's online.
Hey,
Wyoming. Okay.
Welcome. This is Commissioner Slaughter. Please introduce yourself, and you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Nat Patterson. I'm with the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I'll be pretty brief here. I think most of my points were already stated through the various commenters, but first, just want to say thank you to all the members of the working group here for working through this designation process. It's super important. It's certainly not easy. There's a lot of information, but it's very much appreciated. So thank you again. So back in September, the Wildlife Federation and the greater sporting community were super excited when the Game and Fish Commission decided to follow the science and recommend the designation of all 10 segments of this corridor to the governor. And moving forward in the process, we also support and look forward to this group continuing to follow the extensive science that the staff at the Game and Fish has compiled and working to designate the remaining 8 segments. I think the presentations today by the Game and Fish biologists show the importance of the connectivity of all these segments and how impacts to one segment could could also impact other segments in the corridor. So I think that's really important. I also just want to reiterate a point that we've heard a couple times, and that is that the executive order by design is meant to be flexible. I think that's a really key point. It's not designed to stymie development. And also by requiring conversations with the Game and Fish, any decisions made will be made with expert input, which will help ensure that wildlife and industry can coexist on the landscape and that those animals can continue to move throughout the various segments of the corridor. I think that's mostly it. I guess on a personal note, my hunting career started with in this area, taking a small doe antelope in this herd well over a decade ago, and I'd like to see those. I'd like to see continued and increased opportunities for that to happen in the future with my kids and my family and my friends. So I think I'll leave it there for now. Yeah, thank you again for the hard work in this working group. I know it's a lot. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there today, but I look forward to seeing everyone in Marbleton in a couple weeks. So thank you.
Nat, thank you very much. Any questions for Nat? All right, we're about 5 minutes behind, so we are going to go ahead and take a break. We will be back at 2:05.
The purple section. So like it's.
It'd have been nice if I come to the hours they dictate. Thank you. We'll see you in the morning. This was
Yeah. We could have a recommendation that Game and Fish reviews the data and the process.
Thank God.
Because I mean, those are the ones that have the secret is. I mean, that is.
For 2 months too late.
Like, kind of, but.
Yes.
I mean, that seems like.
Many things.
So.
No, that was a great.
That was just. Very good. I have all. That's why I'm.
Set of well, yeah, they're either back on or
Yeah. No, I hadn't seen it so many years. Yeah. No, I haven't. It's the iPhone. Oh, it's just what's that?
That's all. Yeah. Still more. That's how it was. No, you're good. Take care. Be up to date. Yeah, that's. Yeah. All right, let's get back at it. Find out the I thought Okay, for our first item, we're supposed to be getting into recommendations, but I think there's some things that we need to probably take care of before we get to that point in time. And so first, once again, I'd like to open it up for discussion of any questions for Game and Fish. We have a lot of very sharp minds here who can help us with a lot of detail. Are there any questions from any of the group? I have several. So if the group does not have some, I've got some questions. I will start. So this is for any of the Game and Fish personnel, and you can answer the question, or if you don't have an answer for it, you please get back to us with it. But based on your biological risk assessment, where specifically are current protections failing to maintain corridor functionality, and what evidence demonstrates that those gaps are not being addressed under existing authorities or practices?
Can you repeat that question?
I don't want to.
You're failing and stuff.
Okay, one more time. Based on your biological risk assessment, where specifically are current protections failing to maintain corridor functionality? And what evidence demonstrates that those gaps are not being addressed under existing authorities' practice?
Here, I'll first step. I think we did a really good job vetting through all of those, through the risk assessment to identify those. If there's something we're missing or failing not to address, I'd like to give us a couple more to think about that. Do you want to come to mind?
Just wondering if, from your perspective, there are anything that you could give to the group as being areas where it's not being done.
I mean, I think there's vulnerabilities. The word failing scares a lot of us, I think.
Well,
But there's,
no,
it's okay. I think there's vulnerabilities. There's places where we have risk of things not working because there's nothing in place to prevent a bad thing from happening. So if you look at the bottlenecks, for example, if we don't have a bottleneck designated, there is no NSO in place for that bottleneck. And a development could go in disturbance to sever the functionality of the corridor at those points. So we're lacking that protection right now without a designated corridor. But it's a vulnerability, it's a risk.
that is an area where designation would alleviate those concerns.
Right.
Okay, great, thank you.
I think on some of these other projects, and I'll just use that solar farm as an example, if we had this in place, we could have addressed that siding to that. The solar farm that was proposed several years ago, we could have addressed that because of designation. We could have possibly avoided that, those types of situations.
Sure. Any other comments?
Could that have
Yes.
just been the Swiss whole cheese effect? Like, because in that regard, shouldn't those conversations have already been happening? The way it is currently set up, even without the corridor?
You certainly have those conversations and we would provide our recommendations.
Right.
This involves permitting though too, so
Right.
the permit's not there because of a high use or bottleneck. That has a little bit.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add in.
Yes.
I think if you look at the risk assessment, risk and opportunity assessment, and go to the end where it gives the chart to the column, does a very good job of laying that out, saying this is the specific segment. So very similar what the staff used in walking through you can see a nice summary of that. So you'll see in there the segment, and then we're really talking about the threat.
Sure.
What is the threat? What gaps do need to be filled? And that's what that chart really does nicely. It puts the threat in there. So my back notes here I was taking when the staff were talking were
Central, Pulpit, and Southwest. Those three, you guys really identify things that fall right in line with the executive order. So after you identify the threat, then you have to look at what is the protections to that threat. And that's what that chart nicely does it. So it clearly identifies where the executive order needs to play that piece in there, in that protection. When we talk about fencing, ranching, conifer encroachment, urban development, those pieces are not pieces in the executive order that addresses that threat. They're above and beyond. They acknowledge the priority of strategizing our conservation actions within that space. But the EO really hones in on making sure, like everybody said multiple times today, is that conversation happens with the developer wrapped around the importance of migration corridors. Over the past several years, we got the question a lot, is the sage-grouse executive order enough? If the area is in sage-grouse core, aren't those conversations also already happening? Absolutely, they are. So back to Jasmine's question is, yeah, a lot of that is already happening. This extra level of you could call protections really ensures that it's happening for antelope. Because what we do for antelope mitigation sometimes looks different than sage-grouse. Sometimes it's exactly the same thing and is a lot. Consolidating infrastructure on the landscaping, minimizing habitat fragmentation, all those things are very similar, but there are two different species, and therefore our timing sort of stipulations where we want you to avoid a certain time periods are much different, and that comes into play. So I just want to draw your attention back to sort of, I think that chart really is us wrapping our head around that question.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so second question. What is the expected biological outcome for the Sublette herd if no additional protections such as designation are implemented, particularly in identified bottlenecks and high-risk segments?
For me, it's that resilience pops the mind and reduce the resilience pops them. You don't have that ability to go with B, C, or D, those are taken away. You don't have.
So that would be the expected result.
I think you just lose resilience population and see a population. All right.
Guys, define resilience, so she asked. What does it mean to us, the layman people?
Well, I loved your analogy. You don't invest all your things in one thing. You have options out there, right? You have options. You have a better chance of surviving. That's my best take on it.
And still one up.
Yep, absolutely.
You talk a lot about the winter 22, 23. I'm telling you right now, drought has as much to do with the migrated as anything. You want to know the difference in what 6 inches of snow means in September moving at Antelope should be in count. Last year was 6 inches. The drought effects is not what they do, but I have one set of data that goes with the drought. You're in a drought. All there is to it. You're going to get massive movement based on that. You're going to get massive migration based on that. They already are. You can go across 93 right now out there. There's no one. That's because there's no water. And so where in the data, how do you handle that from the scene? I haven't seen anything to speak to that.
I might take a first stab at that. I mean, I think some of the components where we look at habitat quality being one of the threats that's identified in the risk assessment, a lot of that comes back to healthy sagebrush ecosystems. Healthy sagebrush ecosystems do a better job of handling drought than old, decadent, ecosystems and communities that have old plants are more impacted by drought because they're already hurting, right? And so I agree 100%. Drought is a big component. Having high quality habitat is one of the best tools that we can have as managers to mitigate as best we can. We're not going to mitigate everything of drought or winter severity. Mother Nature always has the trump card and the hammer that she can lay down with that. But that's one of the best things we can do as managers to help with drought is to have good, healthy habitat quality to start with.
I don't disagree with you at all on that because You take the Wyoming Mule Range here, the bigger part that comes down through my county on the other side. When it got overgrazed by elk on the lower end before you got the underpasses in, I had people wanting to know when it burned down. That's what the habitat looked like. It was black out there, and it was pure drought and overgrazing. Not by the grazing community, it was elk. We had thousands of elk at Sage. Okay, they couldn't get across the highway there. They wouldn't go across the highway. So the drought plays the bigger effect in this thing than I think you're taking credit for.
Did you have something, Brandon?
I'm just gonna add that what you guys are doing right here, trying to protect these corridors to have access to these crucial habitats, especially when there's drought, that they have multiple paths getting to these high elevation, more music, wetter sites, better habitat. And that's super important, and drought kind of exacerbates how important connectivity to those important habitats is.
Do you see that potentially this group moving forward with recommendations could add a recommendation to include drought as one of the major threats, which is not really currently considered in the risk assessment? Would that be a viable recommendation that you would believe would be?
I don't think that's a bad idea that you're going down there. No.
I have a question related to drought as well. I mean, when you talked about drought, we're talking about, so again, like you're building resiliency on the landscape with plants that can withstand the most extreme parts of our weather. Are you also putting water features on the landscape for wildlife to utilize alongside creating that resilient plant community? What a double play there.
That's definitely a part of what we use in the suite of tools when we're, looking at managing habitat. Water developments are definitely a component, and especially in more arid areas like the southern half of this corridor, water developments can definitely be part of it.
When you do that with public lands, with operators that might be on the land, with towns and communities, as well as private landowners to strategically place those where you think they might have benefit?
Yeah, some of the grazing permittees on public land leave water wells on after they have exited the allotment for wildlife. We've actually had some places where we fence a small area off adjacent to a water well to have a green music area. It's fenced off in a way that wildlife can get in, but we provide kind of protected green area for wildlife to access water. Yeah, that's happening now. Not to say we couldn't do more of that. That's probably something we should look at more so, balancing. One of the challenges though with water developments is, especially in the southern part of the herd, if you add water, the horses are going to be there. And if the horses are there, you're probably going to degrade the quality of habitat around that. So it's not as simple as just add more water and you make everything better. It's a system you got to look at holistically on where it makes sense and where it doesn't.
I can offer that we as operators, we have, as an operator, we have our own water source wells, and they are groundwater wells. And in years of drought, we share the water on the landscape. And there are earthen reservoirs for cattle, but wildlife use that as well. And so this will be definitely a year where that happens. But those earthen reservoirs have been there for a really long time. And they're located in a way that all access is there. And we've been doing it for a really long time. I mean, I think 20 years. So that's maybe something that happens that people are aware of.
Mr. Chairman. Yes. I'll add to that a little bit. So I think I do agree with all of that, and there used to be, they're still there, but they're not all functioning. BLM drilled and developed wells for wildlife out in the desert. Specifically, let's call it Lumen Road South. They had a whole bunch of wells that were, the only purpose they were put there for was for wildlife. And unfortunately, BLM has quit maintaining them. And some of them were priority for grazing permittees, and they have kept the maintenance up on them, but there is several wells. So I think there's a recommendation I already have written down that speaks to water and water development associated with this corridor to assist. Built somewhat into that drought contingent to help. Of course, the stuff I'm talking about isn't inactive HMAs, so we don't have to deal with feral horses creating problems like we do in the southern end. But that is something that we can look at funneling or making recommendations about funneling money and priorities to stuff like that to help.
And I think tools like, I know conservation districts are helping with sea dike structures and wet meadow kind of enhancements. Those are all those kind of like islands of good stuff that are out there in these arid systems. Those are tools that we are using. We can do more of that probably as capacity allows and as funding allows, but there's a lot of different tools to look at for improving our habitat out there on all land ownerships.
But things that we've done in the past is transfer ownership of those water source wells. And so some of those older fields, as they transition between operatorship or if they're exiting, recommending that they transfer their our water rights, if it makes sense. It's a good thing.
Excellent. In working with our working group members, Sarah and I had set up some time for working group members to call in to us, see if there were questions that they would like to ask or comments, things they would like to. One of the comments that we heard, and I wish that we had heard this 2 meetings ago, was a suggestion that we have 10 to 15 minutes at the start of a meeting, at each meeting, where the group asks game and fish questions. There are a lot of things that come up. We need to have that. So I think we will try and incorporate that for the next meeting. That will be a good place to add some of these questions. Get you the questions ahead of time rather than being told. I don't want to do that. Just unfortunate that sometimes we're limited as time and we're trying to get questions answered. We've got to do that. So keeping with our time constraints, I think we'll try and move forward unless there's anyone else has got a comment right now or questions at this point in time. Now I have the next item that I would like to talk about. So before we get into our recommendations again, and I'm not putting it off because I realize that's where we're actually going to, the rubber's going to hit the road. But I think it's once again important to talk about the difference between the designation of a corridor and a corridor being identified. So I just want to go through that one more time. I know it's redundant, but I think it's important. And I get to be in charge, so that's the reason we're going to do it again. So over 2 meetings, this concept is actually 3 meetings now. This concept has been explained repeatedly. But I want to walk through it carefully because the distinction matters not just technically, but for how it affects local communities, landowners, and future decisions. When a corridor is identified, it means the Wyoming Game and Fish Department has used GPS collar data and biological analysis to determine that animals are consistently using a defined migration route. At this stage, the corridor is recognized scientifically. A biological risk assessment may be completed, but there is no additional regulatory process triggered. Identification does not change how land is managed. It does not impose new requirements on private landowners, and it does not automatically affect permitting decisions. In simple terms, identification tells us this corridor exists and it is important. What designated means? Designation is a step beyond identification. The designated corridor has gone through a full public and policy process, including a detailed biological risk and opportunity assessment, input from local governments, industry, and stakeholders, a review by the Game and Fish Commission, recommendations from a local work study group, and ultimately a decision by the governor.
Once designated, the corridor becomes a part of how the state evaluates future actions. That means state agencies are expected to consider the corridor when reviewing new projects. There's an emphasis on avoiding, minimizing, or mitigating impacts. There's typically more coordination across agencies. Importantly, designation is still not a prohibition on development. It is a framework for better informed decision-making. Once again, in simple terms, designation says this corridor is important enough that we will actively plan around it. What does not change? I also want to be very clear about what does not happen with designation, because this is where a lot of confusion can arise. Designation does not regulate private landowners. It doesn't cancel existing uses or valid permits. It doesn't create a blanket restriction on development. Wyoming's approach remains: avoid, minimize, and mitigate while allowing multiple use. That balance is central to the governor's executive order. So I apologize a little bit for putting you through that once again, because I think we have talked about it, but I believe it is that important. Anybody have any comments or questions with respect to that? Commissioner?
If I may, please. I believe that that statement means that the different counties, the different county commissioners, the boards can go ahead and have their comprehensive plan and their own planning and zoning regulations for their respective counties, as long as it adheres to the recognition of the corridor. And
certainly.
Great, thank you. I want to make sure that that was on record.
Any other questions? Okay, so now we're going to go into how we're going to develop recommendations. Sarah has put together, after the discussion we had at our last meeting on how we would develop a consensus model, she's come up with a consensus model. She's going to go through that for us, and we'll talk about that once she gets all the information to us.
Okay, so in your packet of information, you should have a largely non-recognizable sheet from everything else that I've given you. It has the words decision process at the top. And this is the guide for the decision process that I think could work well for our group. What I heard from folks last time is we needed a model that could, be a consensus model and not sort of an up or down vote. We wanted opportunities for people's ideas to be considered multiple times for refinement and moving people towards consensus. And also heard from the group last time, we wanted a model where one person couldn't completely, tank an idea, but there was a way to move ideas forward, even if there was opposition to them, while making sure that that opposition is clearly detailed in our final reports. The goal, though, would be to get to as much consensus as possibly can with the highest number of consensus. So the model that we're going to be using uses a 4-point scale. So that's detailed about the middle of the first page. So we're gonna, when we work through recommendations, when we first have a recommendation in front of us, I'll serve as facilitator for this discussion and process, and I'll keep track of where you all sit. So the first time you hear a recommendation, I'm going to ask just initially, after we hear from, say Jasmine presents a recommendation. She says, hi, my recommendation is this is why I want to bring this forward. Gives a little background on it. Then we can ask her questions, we can get more information, and then we'll take a consensus rating on it. And so I'll ask you, 1 through 4, where do you sit the first time hearing this recommendation? 1 is that you endorse it, you like it, and you support it. You think it's a great recommendation, as written, no problem to move it forward. 2 is agreement with minor reservations. So you may want to talk through some things to understand it more, but overall, you can pretty much live with this, and this sounds good to move forward. three, you raise the three, then you have formal disagreement with it, but if it moves forward, you're not gonna formally object to it. If if we have a recommendation that has a three, we'll keep discussing it because there may be a refinement that can move your three rating to a 2 or a 1 to help us reach further consensus. But if the majority of folks with the recommendation want to move it forward and we still have some threes, but the majority are 1s and 2s, that recommendation would still move forward. Now, the rating of a 4 is where you do not support the proposal. Plain and simple, you don't support it. It would need major revisions to get to where you could support it. So again, another decision process there. If we get to the end, we'll do 3 rounds of each because we can't go on forever. So I had to choose sort of how many rounds that we could stand in, one discussion of a recommendation. So after 3 rounds, you're still a 4, but the majority of people support it. We'll move that forward. And what I'll ask you to do is write an explanation that can be included in the report as to why you disagree with it. However, if there's a majority of people who disagree with the recommendation with a 4, it will not move forward for consideration. So there is a place where these recommendations may not move forward. I think as we work through the recommendations, working group members, if your recommendation doesn't make it, but you've heard some really good feedback and you want to bring it back for another round of discussion, I think I'm very open to that because this is a learning process and we want you to keep refining your recommendations to really get them into a good spot. So I know it's a lot and you probably won't get it until we just do it all the way and see how it goes. But I will be keeping track. I have a spreadsheet that I'll share with you guys at the end of this meeting so you can see sort of the evolution of the ratings, and then we have really good records of what people's thoughts are in this meeting. So I'll keep track of that. That's, I guess, the deal. Does anyone have any questions about how this might go or recommendations? Yeah, Commissioner.
I think from my part, I need to take a step back. Are we doing this segment by segment? Like basically starting with, I'll take the north segment that goes into Teton County. Are we designating? And then see if we have consensus on that. And then if we are designating with recommendations and go through the recommendations, or are we actually looking at the entire corridor and going through that process?
My feeling would be that based off of the information we've got from Game and Fish, we want to look at the 8 segments in the entire. So we did have the information broken down by segment today. I think because there are so many conditions throughout each of them that are similar, that we can probably look at that. If there are specific areas within a segment, I think we can talk about that. But I think overall, what our goal should be is to try and look at the overall 8 segments and work our recommendations in that manner.
And I guess, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind asking one more question. Again, we can start with the big one. Are we designating? Or we can kind of back into it. Are we coming up with recommendations that help us feel comfortable about a designation?
And Commissioner, where we're going to go as soon as we get to that point is the first question I think needs to be, where do each of the group members currently stand with respect to designation of the formal core? So I think at that point in time, we'll kind of get a feel for what that is. And the reason I say that is I think we will see completely different recommendations if the group is looking at leaving the corridor identified versus if the entire group is leaning towards designation. So I think we want to have that up front. That's going to be a big key in how we move forward. And I think that's going to tell us a lot. I hope to do that here within the next hour. So, great question. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think, thinking about the governor's charge, he wants recommendations about how, about how the corridor, if designated, could work. What are the local considerations that we need to do? We know, Commissioner Connolly, you've made us all aware of how many significant projects could be coming to Lincoln County.
And, you know, and what considerations, what recommendations could we put in place should the corridor be designated to account for, you know, what you have coming in your county, save for everybody. And so the recommendations could be, you know, I sent sort of a list of, you know, the types of recommendations you might want to consider and see. And these are about, you know, research, functionality, things that we need to consider and plan for. Planning that Game and Fish needs to do, interagency collaboration that might need to be formalized on a specific project, more resources devoted one place or another to account for conditions on the ground. And so you have wide latitude here with your recommendations, the way you want to look at this, but you know, think about the you know, the most important parts of the corridor, the most important parts of you know, what it would take to make sure that front or around the landscape for generations to come, and what do we really need to consider for future viability. And those recommendations I expect to be somewhat broad, but I wouldn't be surprised if you offered some that are very specific to some conditions on the ground that need to be reevaluated, examined, focused on in some way. And so I really look forward to hearing your ideas and what you've been working on and thinking about and getting into this recommendation discussion. Because I think once we start hearing from each other, I think we'll start, lots of ideas will start turning about the direction that you all like to head. Yeah, any additional questions for me about the model?
Sarah, did you want to talk a little bit more about the different types of recommendations? You had given a list, put it in our packet of different types of recommendations. Would you like to talk about those real quick also?
I think this was something I put in your folder, but I don't think I printed it for you, but I'll just run through it. So these are just some examples of the types of recommendations that you might be thinking about. And this list is not exhaustive. It's not all encompassing. This is just some ideas about things that you could focus on that might help you, you know, formalize your ideas a little bit more. So, and these are some of the things that I've, you know, tried to point out throughout the process. Not that, you know, I think that you should make that recommendation or not, but just trying to give you an example of when you identify something in discussion about, wow, there's a problem, we might have a solution. That would be a great idea for a recommendation, just to get you thinking. So, you know, prioritization for projects or dollars or resources. You could talk about the pursuit of funding. You know, we talked a little bit about wideouts projects this morning and where that money comes from. You know, we could recommend something as bold as saying, you know, the state of Wyoming should advocate to USDOT that there needs to be a permanent set aside fund for wildlife crossing dollars. That's a priority for our state to advocate for. So you could talk about the funding that we need to exist. You could talk about the funding that we need to pursue. You could talk about the needed partnerships that we need to make. We could talk about, you know, recommendations about needed resources, policy changes that we need to pursue, timing recommendations, how agencies work together and on what, can make process-oriented recommendations. Research or study needs, you know, and I think the other thing that you could do in this report and think about the recommendations is talk about what you've analyzed and what the working group's feeling is overall. Some of the, you know, that could lead to recommendations. Some of the prior working groups and even our charge just asked us to analyze and see if we agree with the information. And I think, you know, some of the conversation that Mike and Maggie brought up today about the bottlenecks, that's a great place for some recommendation on refinement with what we've been able to analyze by looking at each of those segments. So you can acknowledge the conflict risks and concerns on the landscape and indicate that they need to be addressed and that, you know, we need to make sure to consider them as we move forward. You could identify opportunities to address the risk and conflict too. You could talk about specific projects that you think are necessary, and you could talk about specific policies that you think need to be developed, put into place. You can even talk about where you see more need for education and outreach, whether that be to communities, to other elected officials. You know, is there a gap there that we need to identify? And then in your recommendations, you could also offer support for certain activities, projects, or developments that are already ongoing to indicate just how important they are, that this group underscored that. And last, and this is mentioned in the governor's charge, if you see places where the executive order overall could be refined or improved, that could be a recommendation that you could put in a report back to the governor. So like I said, that's not exhaustive, but I hope it gives you a little bit of an idea about the direction that you could head with your thoughts, how to organize them. I hope that aligns with what you all are thinking. If not, this could be a fun discussion.
Probably going to be a fun discussion regardless.
Yeah, regardless. But like the chairman said, you know, I don't think it's any secret. You guys have been offered and thereby consuming tons of information. I hear in the discussion today how that is sort of coming together. But I know with this meeting and the next one, between the two, you might have a lot of questions because it's going to be recommendation focused. You may be hearing from a lot of people from the public with their ideas on recommendations that they would like you to forward. And so the commissioner and I are your resources, game and fishery resources. And, you know, please, while you're thinking, reach out to us, call us, text us, email, ask for meetings with us so we can get your questions answered. So you can come to the next meeting the most informed and the most confident in your recommendations and the direction you want to head as possible. So we're all here to support you in your work.
Questions? Right. Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks a lot.
All right, we're a little bit closer. Just a couple other things that I would like to add on recommendations. Strong recommendations typically include a few consistent elements. Each recommendation should eventually include an action. Why are we recommending this? A rationale. Why? Action. What are we recommending? Rationale. Why are we recommending? Scope. Where and which segments are we potentially using for a question? Conditions or flexibility, if applicable. Impacts, which could be biological or socioeconomic, and also implementation and monitoring. And with each of those, as we put our recommendations together, I think the central focus should be, how does this recommendation help the government if we're doing this? That's going to be our purpose. Is regardless of what we come up with, we want to make sure that these recommendations are there to help the governor in his decision also. Questions or comments?
One, please.
Yeah, Commissioner.
Would you be kind enough to relist the action items?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So each recommendation should include an action, rationale, scope, conditions or flexibility, impacts, and implementation or monitoring.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Not that they necessarily all have to do that. That should be a goal for us. I think for a recommendation to be what we're looking for our product. Okay, that gets us to where we will be beginning the process. And as I said a few minutes ago, I think the first thing that we need to do is have a discussion as to where each of the group members currently are with respect to the designation and the concept of a formal designation. I realize there are gonna be some areas that we may need additional information. And we will certainly try and provide those as we're going through the facilitator and myself. If there are questions on a recommendation that potentially a stakeholder gives information on, or Game and Fish can give us information on, we'll be trying to get that information for you as quickly as we can. But I think to get started, I guess I would ask how each member feels we've done so far. The information that we've provided, whether it has been sufficient, and where you stand with respect to leaning towards identification, staying with identification, or potentially designation. Anyone who would like to start? Commissioner?
Well, I'll start at the very northern end. And I really, whether it's 70 animals or 80 or 700, our range can support up to what was there prior to the bad winter in 2022. And it means a huge amount to our community. It really does. So I really have to speak right up and say I'm in favor of designation, but I'm representing the very northern tip. But the animals that come in and out of there, as we've seen, go all the way down through the corridor. And with that, I'm completely open to the discussions that have to happen with the other counties that are impacted by a designation. And they're recognizing there's got to be flexibility there to accept the needs of those counties. But I think we can rank the threats, and I think we all recognize residential development at a certain density without certain rules in place is probably one of the higher threats, whereas agriculture and certain kinds of mineral development probably in certain areas can be lower, much lower threat, if even a threat at all. So I'd love to see designation and completely have a lot, completely open to a lot of discussion on how to help there be flexibility to make it work where it needs to work elsewhere.
Excellent. Thank you for starting. Anyone else who's willing to convey their opinion? Commissioner Connolly, I know you're ready.
I'm absolutely for designation in some form. I think to Mark's question, how do we take them in segments or not? I think we have to take portions of them that way for sure. Because even like where I'm down in there, one of the big differences between from his area to my area is I'm in the High Plains Desert. Oil and gas development is probably not in my county, Sublette County, Sweetwater County, and Lincoln, plus the other ones. The roof's going in Sublette County right now, which is deep wells. And the only way you can drill a deep well is you can't do it in spurts and have stipulations stopping it. You can't drill it. And so how do you handle that? And so we need to designate it so that they have the options. And I think that's what it is. And options, drought has got to be a big piece of it. Because it's just like me in planning and zoning right now. If I didn't do that in planning and zoning in my own county, I wouldn't be letting them do anything in my county right now in a year that we started already a month ago. If I'd have stuck to my rules that say you can't even start digging until May, you have to have the option to know what Mother Nature's going to hand you. And that's what this corridor is all about. They move it as much in drought as they move as much as winter time. And so you've got to take a little bit of look at within the segments. I think, the bottleneck points are bottleneck points, but I think White had an excellent one up there for me. When he showed his map, his accident rate right now is outside of, just right outside of it. The accident rate where I'm at right now is high because the animals are in my area right now. They're around the city with water. Okay. They come out of this corridor to go to water. There's 300 head of animals right around the town of a day. There's nothing else in between here and there. That's where they're at. And so to designate it, absolutely in favor. I believe it's the right move to do. Just the place we put recommendations. I don't think we should stay inside of the box. We need to talk to the Wyoming State Legislature and the governor, whatever. The Wildlife Trust Fund is. Your Wildlife Trust Fund's in place because of oil, gas, and coal. So where it come from? Until Bruce plays the golden egg, you can't do all the fancy stuff you do. we're also maxed out in those areas, and so I think going after the legislature, any recommendation, be able to funnel money down the tube so you can keep the process of going. With being ranked, everybody's in line to be ranked. I was wanting to know why 189 didn't be last. Okay. Especially when I had wrecked my car. Okay, and I think you're around this. I think we need to consider those things. Recommendation back to somehow we got to get the BLM better involved with wild horses. The southern side of this thing, I don't think a lot of people in this room understand that the effect of the wild horses having on the grazing. Okay, and that's the grazing of the wildlife. They have a definite impact on it, huge impact. And same thing with the water. You don't think wild horses won't run off wildlife from the watering hole. You haven't been around by. So there is to it. And so you've got to do something. Give some of the land back to the wildlife. I'm for it.
Commissioner, I just have a note. I mean, you mentioned wild horses. That's something that we haven't really talked about a lot. I mean, do people need a little bit of information on the interactions between horses and wildlife? Or how does this feel?
If I may, sure. There is the BLM office doesn't want to claim some of them because some of them are truly they're wild only because you put us in a recession, they dump horses where I live. They're branded, they burn them off, they do everything else you get, so you get this growth in the horse population that comes to his ranch and eats it.
Yeah.
Okay, that goes on all over the Southwest. And all you guys do is get in southwestern Wyoming, not just my county. There's horses everywhere. We control the wildlife by the hunting seasons and everything else. We're doing pretty much a zero effort on controlling horses. They're getting a little hard on it. We are not controlling the wild horse populations in Wyoming. You got them stacked up in the cities. You got them stacked up all over the place. We've got to have, it's got to come to the governor's office for me. We've got to have some support. And I think this group can have a voice and say, if we want to have better wildlife management in southwestern Wyoming, we need to do something better with the horses. Sorry. Something.
I think the other issue that comes into play is they schedule roundups for the wild horses and everything is tied up in litigation immediately. And the fact that there's litigation on each of these roundups has dramatically impacted the ability to take those horses off of the land. So it's something else that we've got to consider. So it's something we don't have control of, but something, once again, we need to be aware of.
Chairman, we can make a recommendation, I believe, on it.
I think so. I think there's certainly an area we want. Jasmine, I'm going to go to you.
Oh, gosh. Right now, I'm leaning more towards identification. And I say that because when we heard the county's presentations last week, we kind of heard, for the most part, it wouldn't have changed how they looked at their zoning with housing. And then in this central area, and a lot of what we saw from Joe Scott were the oil and gas operators already have pre-existing rights. And then later on top of that, of private lands, this isn't affecting private lands. So I think I'm struggling a little bit to see where you're going to gain a lot of latitude for what we're looking for to help. And I think a lot of those things are maybe there, and some of the incidents that we heard about to me were a lot of things lining up that went wrong. And what could go better with those, right? So we could use the solar side as an example for that. But I think all of those agencies could have made different decisions. And I think that things were there for them to do that. And maybe hearing more about how that maybe didn't work out would help me a little bit. But that's kind of where I'm at so far.
Okay. Super, that's fair. Go.
I'm kind of leaning to identification also, mainly because of possible mineral leasing. There's people who have mineral rights that are in this corridor. I'm one of them, and those are threatened by not allowing access to get to those minerals. And so I'm leaning that way. And not only that, there's actual leases that have been bought and purchased and paid for. And there's threat that they're not gonna be able to develop those leases because of the corridor. I don't think that's right. On the grazing side of thing, on the livestock side of thing, I'm concerned with the wild horse thing. One thing, we have a drought situation that is threatening every animal that uses the resource. And wild horses, there's no control. They're there, they take the best of everything, and then everything after takes what's left. And antelope, the livestock, the deer, the elk, they all suffer. Elk numbers are way out of control. So when we get these, when we have these, we're a multiple use operated land deal. And when we have all these things that are not controlled, it affects everybody else is in that multiple use. So by designating something, you just pretty much put all those, like, you're not going to deal with. And I have a problem with that. I have a problem with going through the designation and not getting those wild horses. I think we can get some public support to put pressure on these agencies to get these wild horses. They're in lawsuit right now in the checkerboard to be totally removal of the Great Divide Basin. And they're in litigation, like you said. They keep doing these litigation, these lawsuits that stops them from gathering. They got another one, they postponed the gathering again. And it just one thing after another. As soon as they get this lawsuit figured out, they get another one to stop. And I think through our wildlife groups and through pressure, we might get that to change. But that is a big problem. I believe that these antelope wouldn't migrate to the extent that they're migrating if they had resource in these desert lands where they could stay. They wouldn't go 200 miles away from go to Teton Valley to graze. They wouldn't go there. And for right now, I'm leaning to identifying. If we can get a lot of these concerns addressed and answered, I might be more prone towards designation.
I'll go next. I tend to lean towards designation. And the reason I say that falls really not solely, but very strongly on the fact that I've always believed that when you have a problem, you're better off hiring an expert. And in this situation, I believe that the Game and Fish Department is our expert. They have given us the best information that they have available. They have scientifically looked at this population, and their belief is that designation is the proper avenue to move forward. While I see several issues with respect to that, I think that because, once again, they're the people who are in the field that are seeing all of the situations that arise and where the problems lie. That the advice that they give us is something that we need to take very seriously. Another thing, and this is probably not something that everyone would look at, but I have to look at it this way, I think. We're looking at scientific data, but we also have had testimony from multiple people. And when I say multiple, when you look back at what has taken place through the Game and Fish Commission, their hearings, and the comments that we have had over the first 3 meetings that we've had here, the overwhelming majority of our public has been in favor of designation. And if we're going to ask for the public to give their opinion, we have to give them some credence in doing that. And hearing as much in the way of supporting the designation, I think that's something that we'd also have to do. So for many other reasons, and we'll have lots of discussions within the recommendations, but I think this is good.
That's where I would be leaning at this point in time, and the reasons for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm sitting on the fence because there's some issues and recommendations that I feel are pertinent that I think we need to get there. For me to step on to designation, or
are there things that you need to hear from specific groups, or is this something you think?
No, it's just stuff I think
in
recommendations that related to ag and the welfare of the antelope. We need to make sure, like everybody said, ag's open spaces exist due to agricultural operations. And so making sure that there's recommendations built in there, very similar to the deer recommendations as far as open spaces and connectivity and resiliency and all of that. I think as long as some of those recommendations that I've crafted up based on that, make it in there and don't get a bunch of fours, then I see that there is, they do migrate. The data, the science shows they move from north to south, and but there's just stuff I want to see through the recommendations and issues addressed to the report for the governor before I wouldn't stand either way, if that makes sense.
Sure. Great.
Well, I think there's some sort of hybrid we could recommend that. I mean, I think there are areas that absolutely need designated, those bottlenecks where there's nowhere else to go and the whole herd is going through there. I think development in the northern part of the corridor and in the southern are definitely different. One's residential and involves a lot more private landowners. Ours in the south is more industrial and involves the BLM and one other landowner for the most part. But the future of Trona is going to be different than what it is now. It's not going to be the big underground mines. It's going to be solution mining and pipelines, so more akin to a well field, and we're going to need areas to run those pipelines. And once you run the pipelines, they're underground and out of the way. But I think there's, with that buffer and the islands, there's a lot of areas in the south that seem like there's not a lot of population go through there. And I understand the feelings of give them as many options as possible. And ideally they'd have the whole state to roam. But I mean, I think we need to look at what the traffic is through there and take away some of those buffered areas. I mean, there's areas that cover the UP rail line, and there's an area that covers some of our evaporation ponds. And no, there's not pronghorn in there, but they're in the map. So I would lean towards some sort of hybrid recommendation of, yes, there's some areas that need designated, but others maybe not.
Thank you.
I'm all for designation. If I had it my way, I would include the east of Carson and Red Desert segments too. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I just think that this is the best tool we have available right now to support the productivity of our antelope population going into the future. I mean, there's over 2 decades of research gone into this right now, and there might be things we need to pick apart in recommendations, and that's what we're here for. But I think it's also important to consider, like what you pointed out, Rob, is that we're not just representing ourselves and our own opinions here. We're representing groups of people. And if we look at the larger group of Wyoming as a whole, the public outpour for this has been hugely supportive. There's been minimal opposition to this. And I think it's important to consider that, if you're worried about certain things, this offers a point of conversation for responsible development. And it's not a super, designation is not super restrictive. And I think it allows us to develop responsibly so we can still have pronghorn for generations and generations, and we can still have a productive economy in Wyoming. And I think there's a way that, we can have a win-win situation here.
Dave?
You know, this has been pretty hard because I haven't heard anything on motorized recreation in the whole 3 days that I've been here. So, you know, and how this would fit in with here. In each of these areas that we go, we have state trails and we have recreation that goes on within all of these places down through here. And I don't think with any detriment to the antelope that we have. We use it during our hunting seasons. We use all through our mountains, and most of our recreating that we're doing is not down where this corridor is being proposed at in the it. You know, I think we ought to protect what we got going. You know, so I guess for what we have here and the work that we've had with the game and fish of establishing trails for our people to be on and the recreation we have, they got a good record with us. So I'm going to go with that.
So is it something, Dave, that you think we need to hear a little bit more on trails? Or, you know, obviously you're the advocate for you're the representative of that.
Well, I haven't heard anything from them where we've been detrimental to them, I guess. Are we, you know, because there's, I don't think we have been. And that we've gotten along through here. We're a recreation community, and you know need to be able to, if we want to get our public involved in this, we need to have them have access to what it is that's going on through there. And as we get older and get into my age right now, the ability to be able to be out on the side by side is a wonderful thing within our community. But in the same token, I think all these people recognize that the reason that we live here is because of our wildlife. And you know, as long as we continue with working relationship that we have up to this point, I think it's a good deal.
But
I'm a member of the Sublette County Board of County Commissioners. This is a 5-member board, and I can only speak pertaining to my opinion. And I'm not representing the board in any capacity. And of course, everything that I say is subject to revision based on what the board directs me to do at a later date. With that said, what I view based on the information that you were kind enough to pass out, that local government, we manage 0.1% of what we're talking about. And then with the state, it's 3.8%. Then we get into the federal partners or interagencies, and they have the lion's share of percentage of what we're discussing. And from my perspective, I know that I'm only talking about a small percentage that I believe that we can impact. Is I favor designation for several reasons. One is, I'm going to Commissioner Conley's earlier statement about deep well drilling. In the governor's executive order, Appendix E, it states that it's not subject to the deep well drilling can continue. It's something that's not going to be prohibited. In a prior study, there was a reference of a template. And in the template, it suggested that the planning and zoning heads of the impacted counties sit together and identify fully the planning and zoning ramifications for each county. I look at the voices of the antelope that we're talking about, and they don't have a voice. They're counting on us to protect them and have it so the asset that we have, the antelope, is still here 40, 50 years from now. And I am a huge supporter of our resource in that nature. When we get into the industrial development, if it's pre-planned and existing in the oil and gas, is covered under the executive order, I believe, for the most part. So the concerns are valid. We have great partners up in Sublette County, and I don't want to see anything detrimental to them. And that's imperative. And I also believe that if we set standards that a year from now or 3 years from now, we find that we can tweak it, we became too stringent, we can. But if we don't set a high standard for us today, to change it later to reach a high standard isn't going to happen. That's my thoughts.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I think that gives us kind of an overview and basically tells us that we're all over the map. So, but I do believe it's giving us a little bit of direction. I think from what I'm hearing, even some of those who feel that potentially identification would be the way that they're leaning at this point in time, that given the right set of recommendations and things of that nature, that designation may be something that would be a recommendation this body could come up with. So I think where I would like to go from here is back to meeting number 2. And in meeting number 2, I gave everybody a homework assignment and asked for everyone to come up with just a couple of recommendations. Thinking about the overall process and the fact that we are, once again, trying to give the governor the best information that we can. So as kind of an exercise moving into what I believe will be our real deliberations on recommendations and things of that nature at our next meeting, we kind of like to start today with our process and use our decision making on just a couple of sample recommendations that we brought forward. Kind of get a feel for how that has worked. And then for our next meeting, what I would like to do is have people formalize their recommendations a little bit more, bring them forward, and we'll start actually working through those recommendations at that time. So I would open it once again for anybody who has or would be willing to bring forth one of the recommendations that they have crafted over the last 2 weeks and bring it forward, and we will go through our decision process and just kind of get a feel for it. Realize this is just for discussion purposes. We're not actually formally doing this at this time, but giving us some experience, because I've not been through this process before. I'm not sure how many of you have been. It will be interesting to see how, once we actually have voting on these issues and discussion on them, how it will move forward. So, any comments, or anybody feel there might be a better way to move forward? Or?
I'll start you off. I already said the one. I let get out of that. We need a recommendation team, figure out how to get funding stream in place. I can wait 20 places and then pass over pass. And so how do we need to get a better solid funding source in place, given what we bring in and what we ask to do with the money. And I think that's something we should look at to the governor, and the Wyoming State Legislature. And so I'll put that one on the table. How do we get the money to do what? There isn't anybody in this room, I don't think, let's just listen to, didn't say that the overpasses, underpasses don't work. That should be part of our legacy. But what we did in Wyoming was be able to keep the wildlife alive, so we're not running into like car. Trucks. Works in the snow, works in deep snow. So if that actually solid recommendation, I tried to write it down 2 or 3 times. That's why I'm putting it on the table. I got second put that one on the table. How do we get the stream of funding to do what we want in your way?
So we have the general concept of what the recommendation that Commissioner Connolly is bringing forth is. So I'll wait till Sarah comes back. And we'll start our process and see how everyone feels about that at that point in time. I need her here to take tally of what our votes are at this point.
She won't be.
Working on a display of the recommendation.
Okay.
Because I think it might be good if we type them up.
Oh, great. Here, I thought you were just gonna do everything on your laptop.
Well, I think I can bring this over here.
While she does that, let's take 5 minutes. Those of us who maybe have too much water to drink, you can take advantage of that 5 minutes and we'll come back when Sarah has the opportunity to do that. Yes. Generally have that on our I finally mediated. So.
How are you? Good.
I am here from the.
Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Sure.
You can use yours. Yeah. That's right. What else? Yeah. We can definitely use yours. Let me just make sure that I can get a top and the entrance.
Yeah, he's on my dad. Yeah. Yeah, that's Sally. That's what I was.
There we go. All right, cool. Is that okay for you? Absolutely. Fantastic. Thank you. No, thank you. I was wondering if you wanted something up there. Yeah, no, that's great. And you can do it in any type of, whatever you want to put up there. It should all work for you. Thanks. Do you?
It's fine. I'm not gonna be too far behind you. I'm not gonna be too far behind you. What's going?
You have to join Zoom. Well, she's fine. So we can just share the screen with you. Is that okay? If you join that Zoom, I can make you a co-host, and then you can share your skills.
Get it all figured out?
Yeah, I got the tech going.
Didn't know IT was gonna do your secretary.
Oh, I can promise you, no one in my life would have thought that I'd be doing any of this. This is not usually my my forte. Okay, so then you just jumped on promote to panelist. All right. Okay, and then I'm gonna make you a co-host. Yes. And then you should be able to share your screen now. Yep, I got you on Zoom. So if you just minimize that, your Zoom guy.
Yeah.
And then you can minimize that, even this guy. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can even make this, if you want this to be smaller, you can change the. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
All right.
What is showing on the Zoom screen right now?
Exactly your screen.
That is still.
Yep. Yeah, and if anything changes, I'll send you a chat message or something. But yeah, I'm seeing whatever you're doing, it's great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's one of the best stories I have. I'll bet you that guy still tells that story to this day. All right, let's get back underway. Oh, well, how do you feel about the well, yeah. Downhill all the way. Everyone at the table. I'm interested to see my right mind.
Everything mounts up.
All right, Commissioner Conley. Oh, I didn't see you talking to the direction of that. All right, let's go back to Commissioner Conley's submittal for recommendation.
Okay, Commissioner, here's what I'd like to do.
Okay.
I just want to type these up here so we can see what we're talking about.
Okay.
Everybody, and then on Zoom too. But Commissioner, I'm going to need you to go over your idea again.
It's a sustainable way of funneling money into this concept. I don't know. I rolled it down about 20 times to throw them all away.
So wildlife crossings? Or?
Yes. Because I don't think anybody in the room disagrees that they don't work. If there's a consensus in here, we should be doing more. Okay? And there's a lot of people that get up in public and testify in front of us that we should be doing that on the interstate. Because of the winters and the droughts and everything else. But a sustainable way of funding money to wildlife crossings, I'm good with that for just a starting point. So people can work into what they want on it. Because, and I think this has got to go to the governor and the legislature. Okay, to put right on the table when you send this. And not only for this quarter, but I think we can have a voice in sending it out there that people that need to listen. Political opinion, for what it's worth. Okay.
And I don't want to overinterpret. The way I hear that is that if we designate, it's got to be functional. To make it functional, you got to have a process. And if we leave it as a different identified, the crossing is still going to help. So it's kind of a win-win no matter what. It's sort of the way I hear it. But if it's more important if we designate to ensure that they're as functional as possible. You've got to be able to get that.
I would say it in both ways. Is that clear? Mike?
Chairman, if I, since we're not following Robert's Rules of Order, I think adding to this both I'll call it the sexy crossings, the underpasses and overpasses, but also to the double gates and wildlife crossings, highway crossings that are cheaper, but also very effective or have been very effective according to what we run.
You want to think that as part of the main sustainable?
I mean, either way, I think just making sure that it's.
I agree.
It's not just the multi-million dollars. If a $500 bill will fix it because it takes two gates on either side of the highway, that's a win in my mind.
Just doing like road crossing and mitigation.
Yeah.
And then include all of the above, all the options.
Yeah. I think we can work that a little bit.
I had a very similar recommendation as well, just to kind of add to this. It just says identify opportunities and prioritize funding to address risk or conflict associated with road crossings. And I think along with that, I think from the YDOT talk, could be important to include funding opportunities for collar data that supports the cost and success for fencing modification impacts. We're talking about laydown fencing, the opening gates, that kind of stuff. So just to add like monitoring onto the actual structural changes.
Well, I agree with all of the comments. I wonder if combining these issues makes it somewhat confusing. We wouldn't be better off potentially having multiple recommendations rather than combining them in a situation like this.
Yeah, so I agree with the getting to collar more right, like you had areas throughout that maybe you would like more data to, and I guess, Jill, I'm looking at you, like, would you like to be able to monitor more in that way?
Biologists always.
Yeah, okay. But I think that could be a standalone and doesn't necessarily need to tie to the road crossings. It helps it, right?
I've got one that's similar, and I would think it would be standalone also. And my recommendation would be to create a public annual or biannual corridor status report, which summarizes trend data, completed projects, and unresolved risks. It would work within this framework, but I think it would be a separate recommendation. I would think better way of crafting it.
I would agree with that. It's on the top of my mind in there. I know where you're coming from. Because if I'm going to go to the Wyoming State Legislature and ask them to put money into this, you got to let the smart people figure it out. Or sometimes they knock it down. And I didn't say that lightly. And so usually that's why when I tried to write this down, it was like, what can I go with? What can I ask them for? If I start coming up with all the rules and where the money can be spent, they'll create rules. And that's from 22 years of being down in winning those.
So, and I think once again, it's one of those things where if we can keep it more simple, that everybody's going to have a better understanding of what we're trying to do.
Are they doing that already? Like an annual report, like that metric was pretty big number of like $55 million in those collision damages.
Yeah.
So like, are they doing that are they doing something like that already?
I don't think a comprehensive report.
Okay.
I would defer obviously to Game and Fish, but I think what the projects that would be done potentially within, but new fences, new laydowns, things of that nature that would be documented within that report would be in addition to that. And then if we find after a year or so that there are unresolved risks, we can address that. I would have that in the report. So I would go back to the first question. Would we like to talk about it and vote as it's written up there, or would we like to break it down potentially into more than one recommendation?
I would say that we break it down. We would just keep the sustainable funding as one item, and then Angi's put that as a separate item. Like monitoring to make all of them follow through on the functionality of all these recommendations.
I would agree with that. Angi, do you have a problem with that?
I have a whole nother recommendation for funding and data. So
great.
Yeah.
We'll bring it forward also.
I think it's totally fine to loop that into there. It was mentioned in the YDOT conversation today, so I didn't know if it made sense a bunch of those things together, but I can see the logic for not doing that.
Yes. So let's have a vote. So our first vote.
So this is on
question number one, or recommendation number one, which was basically proposed by Commissioner Conley. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Mm-hmm. All right.
We're learning here, so
Yeah.
go ahead.
Are we, is this like final language? Are we voting to tweak the language?
This is strictly for discussion.
Just the idea. Okay.
Just trying to get a feel for what we're doing.
Okay. 10-4, thank you.
Chairman,
yes.
With my help. When you're doing this in this part of the process, this is draft.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the world we live in. So you draft something for final vote. Like he said, we got to go back now. So our other people.
Okay, I'm new here, so I'm.
Well, and like I say, we're all new to this process, so we're gonna stumble our way through it. We're gonna get better with each one of these that we did. Mike, go ahead.
Chairman, I wonder, just trying to, we basically got now 3 things up here. I wonder if we bracket them under a category or an issue of wildlife crossing, and then we have recommendations under that.
Yeah,
I wonder if that'll help the format of it.
Yeah, and my recommendation was actually under future research and monitoring, which is one of the categories under the governor's charge that we're in. So, yeah, that
I don't know.
makes
I mean,
sense.
just trying to think of.
Yeah, and we have those categories on the sandbox notes that we had that were in the governor's charge. So yeah, we should frame them under that. Excellent.
And I say that because funding probably will come under a bunch of categories, right? I mean, it's same with monitoring for success. All of that.
All right. How many people would vote with the number 1 for this recommendation? Yeah, raise your hands. Raise them high.
Okay. Maggie, 1. Greg, 1. Dave, 1. Jasmine, 1. Nick, 1. Mike, Lynn,
1.
Rob.
I just like to be different. I'm a 2.
Okay.
And I'm a 2 just simply because I'd like to refine it.
Okay.
And I think once it's refined, I would certainly do more.
You're good that we were refining it.
No. Remember, we're not going to refine it until we're actually doing the recommendation. I'm one there.
You're 1. Okay. So we're gonna refine it regardless here. And then Mike's not here. Okay, so we have 1, 2. So all right, yeah, let's refine.
Okay, so let's refine it then. I'm not sure that our charge is to give this recommendation to the legislature.
We certainly could, though.
Yeah,
Could
I
do this,
think we can. I just, it to me, it's, if it were governor, I'd feel better. But, yeah, Dave.
Well, Whiteout was here. They had things listed as priorities that they had down through here as far as your road crossings and which ones were taken. Would we be better off as prioritizing what would be important rather than just say we need a blanket or check to take care of a bunch of things?
Like, you mean like how he had his like project numbers 1 through 10 and they took care of 3 and 6.
Just for an example, let's say we prioritize the fencing from 191 south of Pinedale. We want to get that taken care of. Would that be something that would be more so, or something else down along through the line? Would that fit in better?
Great.
I think I'm wondering if you're going the direction of, if we're talking specifically about Antelope and the migration corridor, there are high use areas that probably cross transportation corridors. And are you saying specific to our mandate, should we kind of prioritize those? Mule deer are going to probably have a higher priority in certain other areas, according to YDOT, that may not match up exactly with.
I think we ought to be working with what our corridor is, what would be things that would benefit us as far as the corridor one, but I think rather than just a blanket thing of just saying, well, everybody needs more money for doing that, but if we identify things within our corridor that needs to be improved.
Mm. So your recommendation is not to be so broad, but be specific and say we need to find funding to execute this project that's numbered, whatever on YDOT's list.
Well, I hear from the Game and Fish that in 2022 there were certain fences that really caught the antelope bad and stopped them. Okay, should those be a priority to be able to fix those fences, which caused that problem during the migration thing that came down through? So identify our problem areas that we are and then recommend money to be able to fix them.
It's a very good question, and I'm seeing it in 2 different ways. In my mind, and this is contradictory to some of the information that I gave earlier, with these recommendations that we're making to the governor, I don't think that we want to be ultra specific. I think we can be broad, we can be general. I see exactly what you're saying, Dave, and I think we could do that. I'm afraid what's going to happen if we start doing that is we're going to be caught up in this for 6 more meetings rather than just a few more meetings, trying to isolate, the specifics of each one of these questions that we go through. So, and I'm not sure if anybody else feels that way about it, but I just would be a little afraid of if we're going to do that with every recommendation we've got, I could see the process taking a little bit longer.
Could you go through with something that would say, all right, we want to recommend the following deal upon the recommendation of the Game and Fish as the things that need to be taken care of down along through the line?
I think based on the biological risk assessment, yes. That's what we would use the framework for the game. Commissioner.
Right. I was going to state what I just agreed to.
Okay, great.
I just think we worded as these aren't the right words, but we don't want the Game and Fish to have to depend on grants and matching funds to build wildlife crossings. We need a funding source that
consistent funding source.
Yes.
Sustainable.
Well, I'll speak from experience. There should be 11 people voting. If we have to defend each of our territory, we're probably going to see a lot of defensive voting going on. I mean, if we get specific, because that's what it boils down to. I can list 10 on you in Lincoln County tomorrow. Okay. And so can Sublette, so can Teton. And so you've got to have something that's sustainable over time. And if we're going to handle this thing over the time, where you do it on the legacy of somebody's children, that is a week by week, year by year process.
But if we just make the ruling such the way it is there and leave the identifying the critical or the more urgent projects to the Game and Fish, and then through the monitoring we can follow that through to see if they're working and if they're performing like they thought. If we didn't as a board dictate which projects get funded or not, we gave that to the Game and Fish.
I think we make the recommendation.
Yeah.
I don't think we try and dictate. That's not our
Well, and you said it earlier, like they're the experts, right? Just like with YDOT, like they came up with this ranking system. They can pick.
Alrighty, I think we need to, I'm gonna do some word tweaking.
Okay.
So I think number one, if we start with establish a sustainable funding source instead of sustainable way. Establish a sustainable funding source for the Sublette Antelope migration corridor to get specific to what this group was directed by the governor related to wildlife crossings and other infrastructure. Yeah, that back end needs a little bit. So,
other infrastructure related.
Just rapid and related, you can just look for I see it, for the Sublette migration corridor, for wildlife crossings.
I like that.
The only suggestion or observation I would make with this is, I think, or we need to consider the funding sources, I guess, already in play. The most sustainable funding source that I think exists is probably the Wildlife Conservation License Plate Fund. But obviously there needs to be growth in that. It's not super, we might not be that as very sustainable, but that is probably the one mechanism where funding goes into the account specifically for this. And so that was just, I don't think it changes this, but that's the only, I think that might be the only sustainable funding source out in. So.
I'm not gonna speak for Kent, but I think what Kent was trying to allude to was there's a lot of money in the wildlife trust.
Mhm.
And if there was a way that we could influence using some of those funds for this, then that would
Well,
be.
the legislature already says we can't take more than that fund. And so is the legislature willing to say you need to commit part of the open cap to functions? In your direction. It functions very well right now. It can be doing wrong. If you want to watch, our reserves are growing in the state. Big time. $1.8 billion in interest. We need to be doing something back to the people with 1.8 billion in interest. Sorry.
Okay, so then I guess we've got round 2 of wording potentially.
We're learning.
Are we really like establishing a funding source if there's already funding sources in place? Or is it just using those for this? Like
So maybe
utilizing the
establishment.
available.
There might not be enough though,
Okay.
Maggie, I think is the issue. Like we do have that fund, and Pete talked about how the license plate money goes into that, but they also take donations into that account. So I think, but to the commissioner's point, I think he's looking for something where it's more like a model where money continuously flows in. It's a little bit more predictable in those license plate sales or something like that. So I think there is some flexibility to mess around with the established, but maybe not. I mean, or add to, find an ongoing sustainable funding source.
I like Commissioner Conley's suggestion pertaining to the utilization of interest as it comes in versus the license plates. Because people in Cheyenne purchase license plate and they may get a little headache of switching overpasses and underpasses for us over here on this side of the state. I think there'd be pushback in that regard.
Well, and I see it more as, let's not wait years between projects, right? So you're checking those boxes off related to the Antelope corridor. So it's going to be finding a sustainable pot of money to focus within that corridor.
Yes.
I'm not saying but we don't care about Platte Valley or Bags or the Sublette Mule Deer. We want millions of dollars plugged into Sublette Antelope.
And that's where the governor's influence comes in.
So I mean, there is lots of money out there, but we're saying
dedicated
to
this.
we're going to be whinier than the others, to try to get.
Okay, that makes sense.
So is it more the word dedicated than sustainable, since it's dedicated to just this portion of the state?
There's a sustainable funding source dedicated to the subject.
Maybe it doesn't have to be one. Just, how things work over time.
Always consider how the state of Wyoming works. Government can put in his budget and ask them, that's not sustainable, that's a revenue from the past. Something sustainable is an action by the Wyoming State Legislature.
We could put it in parentheses of source. Sources.
Yeah.
Potentially for.
Well, and I guess it could be like, you can kind of be established fund pulling from multiple sources.
That's what my first.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
If the goal is just to have one solid point for this use in this corridor.
Yeah, and then you can pull the governor.
There's one thing
You want to try one more time, Mike?
If there's one thing you can trust with the Wyoming State Legislature, they're gonna want partners.
Yeah.
They don't hand me any money or any county any money without you putting skin in the game. They'll have a percentage. When you're going to slip, you're gonna have to put in your own skin in the game. That could do We're gonna get money from the state. We're gonna have a process that says that.
Let's go back to this specific recommendation. We give Mike one more try to rephrase it.
Well, we haven't voted on this. Yeah, we haven't voted on that, so we could still, play around with this before a second round.
I mean, it could be, right? I mean, you guys see the parentheses of S behind source to give it a little more flexibility. So it's a single source or a plural source.
Well, I think my feeling is if we're just sort of messing around with these tiny words and not concepts overall, I think we move it forward, and then when we get our, close to our set of recommendations at the end, we can make these minor refinements and add some context onto them. I'll keep all these notes for that.
That's why you're a facilitator.
Okay, great. So I think we should try to move this second round forward. Make it a little bit bigger.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We feel like this is close enough to move forward as a recommendation with consensus, and then consider our next one.
I believe so.
All right. Is there anybody who isn't a 1 on this now?
No.
Okay. Did everyone remain a 1 after this?
Yes.
Okay.
You got to enter 2-1 in this opinion.
I gotta look on the sheet. Oh my god. I should have made it so I could
just saved it.
Click everyone one time. Okay. Don't do that. I know.
It doesn't
Okay.
like you.
Doesn't like my system.
They're too fancy.
I know. I really did. Okay. All right. Let's move on to recommendation 2. So Maggie already kind of had this one in the mix. I'm wondering, do we want to just start here? Or is there another portion of this piece that we want to tease out first?
For our purposes right now, let's go to the next one because I think it'll be easier.
I have a broader recommendation that this, and I know we're kind of teasing that one out, but this might fall into it.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, and now I'm really gonna overcomplicate this, but sorry.
Great.
This is just simply is prioritize funding for research on collar data monitoring antelope use in the corridor. I go on to elaborate that, in the executive order, Appendix B.8, it states that the working group will convene every 5 years to reevaluate the data provided by Game and Fish. But based off what Commissioner Slaughter recommended, and there's a similar thing for the mule deer working group, but I believe it's every 2 years. And from what I've heard, that hasn't exactly held up. I'm suggesting maybe instead of having it be every 5 years, every 2 years, a biannual thing, maybe we give Game and Fish the authority to call when we have to reconvene to look over more data, or when it's appropriate to put out more public data, because it like, and maybe Game and Fish, maybe you guys can answer this, because maybe it doesn't make sense to put out, you know, a publicly viewable data set every year, every other year. Like, I don't know what would make the most sense for you guys for looking at how Antelope are using this corridor. And how, you know, if we need to reevaluate the corridor, what we need to do. I told you I was gonna overcomplicate this. So I started with one thing.
Okay, good question. So I guess the question would be what research, before we decide to prioritize funding for it, what exactly research recommendations or needs might be is one thought I have. I don't know how you feel about starting from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think just seeing how the Antelope are using the corridor, I think we can go back to looking at how they're using, you know, wildlife crossings, bottleneck areas, points of concern that are laid out in the risk assessment. I think that the risk assessment shows, and all these biologists know, that more data is better and it allows us to manage better. That's my non-biological assessment of my understanding of that.
Any thoughts on Maggie's suggestion? Additional research.
My first point is a politician doesn't find beneficial to do that.
So maybe Maggie help me understand the question about you want to change what's in the executive order from evaluating every 5 years to 2 years. Did I hear that correctly?
No, sorry, I was comparing to what was in the executive order for mule deer. The mule deer corridor is every 2 years. Right now it's written for every 5 years for the pronghorn corridor to be reevaluated. So I guess what I'm asking you guys, if that's a good timeline for, you know, to look over things. It's Appendix B.8 in the executive order.
So I think that number 8, is that what you said number 8? So my impression of that is, so an area working group will be convened within 5 years of designation of the corridor. It's Sublette mule deer, they will convene within 2 years. And so I think those mule deer corridors had 2 years on them because they were already designated before the executive order was in place. And so within 2 years of the executive order, I think they had to go back and review those and give the recommendation. If I am correct on that. Jill,
That's how I interpret that.
okay. And then 5 years, 5 years after designation, then the local working group will come back and review that designation every 5 years. But I think it was just that first designation of those two mule deer corridors that said 2 years after. I think every 5 years after that, I believe that's when they are reevaluated according to how the EOs do. Okay. I think so. I think they do sync up, but there was just a spacing. But I could use the but I don't know where the director went. She would remember. But I think that's the regardless though. We're asking is that a good? It's 5 years, yeah.
Or would it be better if it was just determined by Game and Fish for a different set of time? I don't know how long it takes you to collect an impact.
If we're referring to Section 8, the way I read it is just that within 5 years of designation, there will be an area working group convened again. So it's just within 5 years that that will take place. Then it's not specifying.
So there's nothing going forward after that next slide.
It's saying for the designations that have already taken place for the Sublette, bags, and Platte Valley mule deer, that the governor will convene within 2 years a working group to evaluate that. But for anything else that's going to be designated, such as this corridor, I think what it's saying is that within 5 years of the designation, he will convene a new working group. So he has up to 5 years to do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and so I think that I think where this all comes together is Maggie's wondering in 5 years, what type of research are we going to need to reevaluate the corridor to see if that designation was effective or not? Is that what you're saying, Maggie?
Yes.
Okay. And I think we may have identified some gaps that we need to look at, but.
You're wondering 2 years is. 2 years in the evaluate what the date, what you still have data out there, evaluate that data, analyze it. Is that my calling to that?
Well, no, right. So this only is one more meeting within 5 years. So do we need to plan for more beyond that, or is it's one time in 5 years enough?
I don't know that, to be honest. That's up to, yeah. That's, most of our color requirements are 4 years if the animals live that long, but we can get to our fixes, one capture. So I'd say 5 years kind of lines up that 4 year deployment. Our don't seem to live that long, but they have the ability to if we put out a collar. So 5 years kind of seems to line that.
Should it go beyond?
As needed would be great. Yeah. We always like the flexibility to have the as needed clause in there. Something were to come up like another first winter or something like that, we see a problem. Maybe you want it shorter. We have so much data over such a long period, I doubt that will come up with some problems. It would be nice to have that flexibility.
But I've got to throw it in because you're in the biennial budget year this year. It said, and you read it at the pleasure of the governor from this school. And really nothing in the legislature that guarantees you 5 years from now you're going to get the money. And so you have to remember that. And so when people read it as a politician, when I talk to them, to remember the legislature doesn't give the governor the money. We're here by his authority. And by the same authority that they approve the budget to do it. That works. Wyoming.
So, Maggie, your recommendation really tries to get at the heart of prioritizing funding for research to evaluate the effectiveness of the corridor after a certain period of time. Is that close or no?
I mean, it sounds like it's only going to be within this 5 year period, but I was aiming to be like just going forward in general.
Okay.
But that doesn't sound like that's a possibility.
Mr. Chairman. Kind of a clarifier. So what you were thinking, Maggie, was the designation, let's say it occurs today. So within 5 years of today, there'd be another reconvening to see what's going on. And then 5 years from that. So it doesn't just get shelved and never looked at?
Yes,
Okay.
and not saying that it has to be every 5 years. Maybe it's just like, the Game and Fish gets data that says, hey, they have these plastic migrations, they're moving over this way now, we've got this new bottleneck. Because, Pinedale expanded, there's new developments over here. So just having the ability to change this corridor into the future beyond that 5 year window.
Based on advice from the Game and Fish.
Based on advice from the Game and Fish, not just opinions, yes. Based on data from collected from Game and Fish.
So,
But you're saying we change,
well, I don't know if you change the EO, but I guess the question that I would have for Game and Fish after hearing what Maggie's proposal is, how often do you continually review the functionality of corridors as it stands?
I don't think we ever stop.
Okay.
Continue to monitor this population change through other data collection means. We're starting to see something different. That's when we. Yeah, I mean, this is all new, right? So we're just trying to think through this.
Yeah.
I don't think this changes the EO mark. I think it's, simply, if we look at the 5-year period, the governor has to, with 5 years, being another look through. So let's assume that it's 5 years from now, he does that. But then the recommendation that we're making would be in addition to that. So it's not contained in the executive order now. It would be simply stating that in the future, that with data obtained through Game and Fish, it would be reviewed every 2 years. So it would be in addition to what the executive order states. It wouldn't be changing the executive order. So it would just be a recommendation of it. The way I see it.
Yeah. You're the manager, you guys, you made your thought plan. 5 years seems about appropriate for me, every 2 years seems very excessive. Just how we collect data, how we define the data.
Sure. I was just trying to clarify what I hope that was what you were trying to convey.
I couldn't really hear what you were saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There.
So my point was, Martin made the comment that he felt like it would be changing the executive order to do what we're doing. My point was, I don't think it's changing the executive order. In subsection 8, it states that there will be, within 5 years, a work study group convened.
Yeah, I would
That's
say
all
this
it
is
says
a
with respect to that.
recommendation to expand on that.
Exactly, which is what I said. And what you were saying was that, and I used 2 years as the interval that you would use after that point in time for it to be reviewed. Maybe 2 years isn't the number, but I thought that was what you had said.
No, I 2 years, I shouldn't have brought up the mule deer thing. That was confusing. It sounds like 4 to 5 is about the timeline of a collar, so we're probably more like.
I think you could do at the discretion of
Yeah,
Game and Fish.
that's what
Yes, if you
I
wanted
think
to
is
use
probably the most appropriate way to word it.
So I'm wondering, Maggie, if that's not like, is that I kind of feel like you might have two recommendations here, like maybe not the prioritization for research, or continued research on the effectiveness and impact of a designation.
Yeah, and I think the 5-year talk is just basically the gathering and overview of said research. That's like why I think it goes together. And just the chance to be able to look over the corridor, check out its effectiveness, and see if any changes are needed at that time.
So maybe this will help, maybe. We review our herds every 5 years, our objective. We could certainly put that in that same time period where we let the effectiveness of the corridor.
Yeah, absolutely. And so maybe your recommendation, Chairman Slaughter, about a public annual or biannual report, maybe that's more like a 5-year timeline based report.
Yeah, I'm not married to the concept. So I think, if we basically look at that recommendation number 5, I think it stands on its own with prioritized funding for research on the functionality and effectiveness of the corridor to determine if any changes need to be made. I don't think we need to add anything more than that. Chairman? Yep.
I think five's one recommendation, but I do think pulling out C and having it just be a meeting of the Sublette meal, or get the right one, Sublette Antelope Migration Local Work Group would occur every 5 years or sooner at the discretion of the department. But being a part of a lot of long-term processes, be it RMPs, which a lot of people at this table have been a part of for many years, or forest planning efforts, having a circle back every 5 years is better than call when needed, because everybody knows life gets busy, people change jobs, and call when needed doesn't happen. And so I think having it every 5 years is a long enough time that something's going to materialize. And if the meeting's only 2 hours long, it's only 2 hours long. Or if it's an entire day, it's an entire day. But I think putting a timeline on it, and then if another bad winter, a disease outbreak, some breakthrough in science happens, then the sooner the better. But
I think that's a great point. And I think if we put it on, for the Game and Fish to determine if it's 5 years and they say, yep, this corridor is great, no need to change it, then there's no real need to, they can kind of judge it based off of the data they collected. Or it's a, 1 2 hour meeting or whatever.
I'm wondering if it shouldn't be if it should be Game and Fish. Game and Fish make a recommendation, but there could be a lot of conditions that change. I don't know, on the ground. Could anybody request that the corridor be reviewed from any? I don't know.
I think right now they're saying that you're going to do that.
No matter what. Yeah. It's going to happen.
Things like the siting situation of whether it's development or industry or houses, what have you, like the example of that, the fairgrounds and the housing development and how the Antelope rerouted, or those things are still gonna play out over time. So you may have had them shift and move, and if we maybe look at not to add another example, but like the executive order with safe graphs and reevaluating those areas over time, right? Some are going to retract, and then some are going to grow.
Yeah, this Calpet could blow up from 4 abandoned houses to 200 housing development.
No.
Okay, so maybe I've got it close to what we're all thinking. Take a look.
I don't think you want to have to do it too often.
Okay. Willing to vote on this?
Yeah, I just like your point of wanting those split up into 2 different recommendations. Do you think they still need to be separate?
I think they do, because you're talking, the way I understand, and I'm not trying to, but the way I read that is you want to prioritize funding for research, which is almost one on its own.
Yes.
And then you also want to have an understanding of the effectiveness of projects and research, which is that 5-year comeback. So it's almost, in my mind, is 2 different things. Kind of like up above, we want to create a funding source for crossings, but then there's probably, to be quite honest, some research that needs to go into more than. And I don't know if the arch things, and I'm going to look to Game and Fish, if the arch things were a swag, that they might take Antelope underground better than a box culvert. But let's put some money towards, are we going to do crossings that are double gates forever, or are there better ways to do it? So I think it's kind of also making sure we're using the best science to get them effectively across the transportation.
So I feel like that could fall under point 5. As far as, research could be like.
Yeah, you could just run a whole list.
Yeah, what's the, how to get animals over fences in deep snow. It doesn't have to be just collar data that falls under that.
I tend to like splitting it up and keeping each one clear and simple.
I agree.
Yeah, I think it
Simpler is definitely better.
Okay, so I split them into 2. One's about prioritizing funding for research, and then one is about evaluating using that research every 5 years to determine if changes need to be made.
Sorry to get 2 recommendations out.
That's cool. Okay.
We're working forward. That's what we're trying to do.
Okay, so do we want to tackle this one first?
Yes.
Okay. Now, back up. All right.
I don't mean to throw a
Sure.
wrench in things, but when we say prioritize, are we telling game and fish to somehow prioritize this over something else? Or
Mhm. What does a recommendation or direction like this mean to you guys?
I think we're gonna prioritize it. We could probably strike that word prioritize. We'll have an idea what we need to do with, like, you guys know, we provide feedback.
in our neck of the woods, does that mean they're gonna deprioritize looking at feed grounds or something like that? That is fun.
Nobody ever said this was gonna be easy.
Well, maybe a question in response to your question, because, is it game and fish doing the prioritizing or game and fish prioritizing game and fish funding? So that maybe question 1 is who's funding? And then question 2 is how does prioritize funding for research within your group's recommendations compare for funding for wildlife crossings within the corridor as well?
We want it all.
I think that would be great. I wouldn't have assumed that it meant game and fish to prioritize their funding to this. I wouldn't have made that assumption.
I would have thought it was prioritized in the official stuff. The way I would.
Then the recommendation.
Thank
you.
We're making the recommendation, do that for the past years, and we're making the same one.
No, I think we're making a recommendation. Once again, remember, this is just practice.
If it's just practice, may I throw something out? Just
Absolutely.
spaghetti on the wall. What if number 5 were something more to the effect of continue research on the functionality and effectiveness of the corridor or something like that? It's probably even better, stronger term, but that's the gist of it. Just keep the research going.
But and I'm gonna play devil's advocate to your spaghetti. If, and we all know this, if the current funding that they have in place for colors goes away, then well, we don't have funding to continue the research. So we're not gonna continue. Versus prioritize means you get a bucket of money for research, in partnership with the university and the co-op unit and all of that. We're saying prioritize some of that funding for the functionality.
And then the next one is that sure you tell us how to use it.
But I mean, it's all in how strong the group wants to.
Well, that was kind of my thought with respect to my recommendation was we're creating that document that gives the information and supports continued funding for the operation. So it's very similar, but it's somewhat different also. Okay. Facilitator?
So,
You wanna vote
yeah,
on
you
one?
wanna do, should we haven't changed this one too much, but, do we need to make any last edits before the vote?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna do something with the screen. Okay. I'll start with Jasmine. Commissioner Newcomb?
Well, I'll go with one.
Two.
One.
Two.
I'm gonna give myself a 2 because I feel like we got more stuff to sort out
Okay.
here.
Let's skip somebody too.
One.
Right. Okay, so based on this, everyone mostly agrees, but it seems like we could make some changes to better clarify this. Okay. Maggie, do you want to take the first shot for getting changed, given your recommendation?
It just like, do we need to figure out who's funding this? Do we need to address if this is just like, how much does A, B, and C below this fall into it? Because when I say, like, when I look at funding for research of the functionality and effectiveness of the corridor, to me, that would include wildlife crossing, but it sounds like maybe that doesn't come from the same funding source. So maybe it's wrong to group those together. You mentioned that earlier. Did I mishear that?
No, I think that, I think that makes sense because, we talked about, I would imagine that those types of wildlife crossing projects certainly needs, like, we were kind of asking, like, how did they work? Did they, what kind of impact did they have? So I think wildlife crossings is probably part of the, the evaluation, but I would assume research too. We'd have to know how they were effective, or otherwise, why would we invest in them? I guess if they didn't think they were effective.
I guess I got a question. How are you guys doing that right now?
How are we prioritizing rules?
No, how are you interpreting the effectiveness of, let's say, dry planting project? Or how are you guys going to do the effectiveness monitoring outside of cameras? But research grade, we're talking research, so cameras don't necessarily give you research grade.
Yeah, so that is our effectiveness monitoring. It's cameras for 2 to 3 years after construction. That supplemented with looking at the collision and carcass data, comparing that before and after. That's our current mode of operation. We have had some students do a little more in-depth analysis on some of the crossing projects. I know one up in Cheyenne's country. So it kind of depends if you have specific research questions on it, but our standard mode of operation, dry planting, self-timber, that's our plan.
And that was kind of my question, was there aren't very few we're asking.
We're doing a couple years, 2 to 3 years post-construction with cameras.
Regardless of any recommendation
they're just like a standard monitoring requirement for the federal funding we get from federal highways. And that plan meets those requirements.
So a follow-up to that, are any of the callers currently on the Sublette Antelope show? I mean, obviously, I've kind of answered those questions. Are you continuing to hang collars on the Sublette Antelope for years to come?
Yes, we are in the northern portion of the segment. It's more associated with Climb Down the Climb project area and monitoring that. So we have 40 collars out in Sublette, mostly around the oil fields. But we do have some dry finding. They utilize across the building.
So, but as it stands now, it doesn't seem like, from what I'm hearing, there's dedicated funding or research time or, to evaluate the whole of the corridor after designation to understand its effectiveness of a designation.
Which is probably accurate. I mean, we don't have any plans for additional colors at the south end. Right.
And the other herds that are designated, we're using that designation to help leverage funding because they're designated, like they can use that funding to where we've already identified where we need to have movement, wherever that is. That's a big thing, but as far as what we're doing in the other three herds, they're already designated, we're cutting out facts. Yeah, we're just kind of done it.
So there isn't any post-designation monitoring that the Game and Fish Department would do without a recommendation to do it.
I might add, so we have in designated area, I mean, we have projects going on all the time that have their own monitoring tied to them, whether it's a fence modification or a habitat manipulation, or whatever other examples you could think of. And so I guess I wouldn't automatically tie like additional research and monitoring needs to coloring of animals. So it really depends on the question that we want to answer, tells us the method to answer that question. So the question is, 5 years from now, what do you guys all need to hear? What do you guys want to know more to better understand? Coloring may or may not be the right way to get you that information 5 years from now.
Emphasis should continue.
Dave, speak up. Oh,
I'm just saying emphasis, I can't even get the word out right. Should continue on research. On research for functionality and effect, not all through there. So that it's important to us that it keeps going, and they'll recommend whatever level it should be at, but it's important to us.
He was saying that instead of just maintaining an emphasis on determining functionality and functionality and effectiveness instead of funding.
Yeah, emphasis that from us is there's emphasis for research and effectiveness of the corridor to continue, and not even talk about the funding or stuff with it. Just from us, it's important that it continues. They figure out how to do that goes wrong with it.
And I guess I'd jump onto that. I do agree with you, Dave, because I think we have a prime example of antelope in Antelope Valley, not for over 20 years, not shifting or dissipating. We don't know which one because we weren't maintaining or looking into the functionality or effectiveness. So if we designate it, and let's say they quit using east of 191, if we're not seeing if it's effective or functioning anymore, but we're designating, we're putting restrictions on it, but they're no longer using it. I mean, that's a drastic
Yeah.
scenario, but I think to what you were trying to get at is make sure, have they moved? Do we need to shift? Or has it went away and we don't need to? Or it expanded and we need to? Is kind of the goal. From what I'm.
Okay. I think what we're learning is that as we bring recommendations, and this is leading into next week, or not next week, but our next meeting, I think we want to define our recommendations as clearly as we possibly can, as concisely as we possibly can, so that we can vote on the recommendation that's brought forward. Then at that point in time, if we need to have additional information or we want to make modifications, we can do that. But I don't think it's, when we don't really have an idea what our recommendation is, it's extremely difficult. We need to have that recommendation, each one defined. Everybody see where I'm coming from on that?
Chairman Slaughter,
Yeah.
there's a way to get that to us before we meet, so we can think through these instead of bogging everybody's time down and these what if scenarios. That would help us. I think it help you guys out from there.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that's the problem is, we're struggling to find that right way to present a recommendation. And I think once we've got that, I think things are going to be much better. And obviously, if we get the information to you, we're going to be in a better situation. So we're going to be pretty limited again. We've just got 2 weeks in between meetings again, so it's going to be a short turnover doing that, but we can certainly try and do that. I will work with Sarah to try and make sure we get that. So I'm going to get just a little bit ahead because we were supposed to not really get to this point until 4:45, but we're doing anyway. I think once again, what we want to try and do is bring those recommendations to the next meeting. But if you can, as you're preparing those recommendations, send them to Sarah and I so that we can kind of look at them, compile them, and send them on to Game and Fish also, so that they're not getting hit out of the blue with what we're doing. I'm trying to come up with how to do that. So, comments on this process. Okay. Once again, realizing we're all pretty new to this, we're trying to come up with a decision process that we're not really familiar with. What can we do between now and 2 weeks from now to make this better so that we don't sit around and fumble for the first 3 hours that we're doing the next meeting? Any ideas?
I would say I really liked the discussion though. That was really good discussion, trying to refine the recommendation, really get to what we really mean and want to say, and ferreting out the issues. I think that's all very good. So thanks for bringing that approach, and I think we're having very productive dialogue. So good job there.
Yeah, I think we got to the point where we wanted to be, where we actually are having the discussion. Everybody's engaged, everybody's participating in this, and I think it's going to do well. But we're going to have to get to a point where we can define these things and narrow it down, or we'll be caught up in the process further. I'm sure none of us want to do that.
Chair Slaughter, I think what I was committed to is going back and rereading the full governor's executive order and the appendices, and then kind of having it side by side with it looks like it's page 106 of the risk assessment is the table 25 threats and conservation actions for each segment, and then that's going to help me try and really formulate recommendations that accommodate some of the concerns and interests I've heard, but get us to a designation that doesn't feel like it threatens those interests and concerns.
Well, and I think that's a great place to start. I think also looking back at the governor's charge and the way things are broken out on those sandbox notes that we got, we have the areas that the governor has actually asked us to look at, and you can use those sandboxes to actually put the recommendations in those so that we've got them. We know that we're working on a transportation function. We're working on a socioeconomic function. So that we know which each of those recommendations, what category each of them fall under. So I think if we can try and do that, have that more organized as we get there to our next meeting, that gets us into a better place also. Mike?
I wonder, to help the group, instead of just sharing it with you and Sarah, I wonder if we put them in that, like,
the Google.
Either I don't know if everybody likes Google or not, or if SharePoint's better, or Box, or whatever the group wants to use as a sharing platform. But that way you can see who put it on there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you know, okay, I'm duplicating.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of duplicating, I'm going to add 2 words as a suggested edit. And then that way we're doing work throughout the 2 weeks as a group, even though we're not convened as a group. And then when it gets here,
excellent,
it might shorten that 3 hours. We're still going to probably have speaking from the Sublette Mule Deer group, which was condensed compared to this. There was a lot of discussion when we got to this.
And I'm sure there will be. And we've got 2 full meetings to do this. And that's why I think it was a good exercise to go through that today and get a feel for what this decision process is going to look like for us. I really didn't have any idea until we got into it what it was going to look like. I would assume, looking at everyone's face, that most people felt the same way. So, yeah. So I think we've made a lot of progress. I think we've gotten to the meat of what we're trying to do. And I know it's going to be very difficult, but I think we will be able to do that. So, moving forward, the next things that we are going to want to try and do, let's see. We currently have got 4th meeting scheduled for April 20th at the Marbleton Town Hall. Concept for that would be to recap this meeting very briefly, and then start working on those structured recommendations that we've got. And that's going to be the bulk of what we do for the next 2 meetings, I think, until we come up with a deliverable product. And tentatively, just 1 second, Dave, tentatively, the next meeting would be May 5th, or excuse me, meeting number 5 would be May 18th. We have not determined where it will be yet. We would once again recap meeting number 4, and then we would go from our draft to a decision at that point in time and come up with the formal recommendation to the governor at that point in time. That's what our goal is. Comments, questions? Anybody want to throw anything at me? Or Dave, go ahead.
What? I'm sorry, I must admit, but what time is the Marbleton meeting?
Marbleton, I did not give it time. I would think we would want to start at 8. Anybody have a problem with that?
I had on my calendar that was for May 4th. It's April 20th.
That's what was on our agenda.
Okay, no, mine's probably not.
I like May 4th.
I
like May 4th better.
I think, yeah.
We have both the 20th and
That's
every 2 weeks.
Too, yeah.
Because that's every 2 weeks.
Yeah, you said every, like, 2 weeks after the 20th. Right? So we have one more.
I remember we had the discussion, and I thought we had more than 2 weeks in between. And then when I looked at it,
We tried, but the individual from Jackson couldn't make it, so we bumped it.
Oh, yeah. maybe.
And I think we tried to make that week of the 27th, and then I said I was out of the office. Couldn't make it.
So I have the meeting on May 4th.
That's what we have too.
Yeah, we have a problem. I have a problem for it.
well, regardless of when we do it, somebody's going to have an issue for sure. So, and my thinking would be more in line that we had discussed the 4th rather than the 20th. I was really surprised today when I was putting everything together, and I saw that we only had 2 weeks again. I was thinking that we had more time in between, which I feel much better if we have a little bit more time in between to put these recommendations together. So I would really like to do the 4th as our 4th meeting if that was. That's are you?
won't be able to make it on Zoom or anything else then, or? Okay. All right.
Well,
Meetings need to be on a Monday.
Yeah, that was my question. Maybe we.
Well, every time I choose a date, it's a holiday, so.
So if we wanted to go a different day, the week of May 4th.
Well, commissions will meet on the 5th, so that throws that out.
County commission will meet first Tuesday of the month by law.
Okay.
We do 2 days, so we do 56. I'm in commission meeting 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Is Thursday or Friday possibility that week?
For clarification, the town hall is reserved on May 4th.
Okay.
I have no idea if it's available for a different day.
Okay.
You would need to make.
Is Kent the only person who's got a conflict on the 4th of May?
I'm out that whole week.
I've had, for my part, the first Monday are hard, and I missed a couple of important meetings today because I knew we were kickstarting off this important process. But first Mondays of the month, we have our joint meeting with our one municipality and our county. But like the 11th is fine for me. You'll have covered budget meeting,
Well,
we're commissioned at 5, so.
The governor had asked that we have this done in a timely fashion. Sarah, what are you thinking? If we have this done the 1st of June, is that?
Yeah, I think that still works. And, I think what I've told the governor about our process is, well, we've gotten into it. We realize we may need a little bit more time because of how large the corridor is and all the discussion that we need to have. So he's up to date and was aware that we've got a lot that we need to work through. And so I think that's perfectly fine. So look out into the first part of it.
All right. So then how does May 11th look for everyone, realizing that we would have to potentially talk with Marbleton and change the date? Does that work for
our next meeting?
Yeah.
May 11th.
Maybe. Don't put it in. Yeah. We haven't finalized yet.
I'm out the 11th for sure. That's the first time I get shot at Oyster Bluffs.
All right. So we're missing Ken again. Anyone else? All right. We're going to schedule for May 11th. To be determined. We will try for the Marbleton Town Hall. Is that okay? Let us know.
Let you know and we'll do it as soon as possible.
Yeah, Jill. Let's try if that.
I think one thing that Commissioner Slaughter and I will try to do too is have another, if not more, some office hours. So if you're going to be gone and you want to check in and run things by us ahead of time, that we can bring to the working group on your behalf, we'll offer that again too.
They give away, so the 20th meeting's off.
We are not going to meet on the 20th. We're going to meet on May 11th for our 4th meeting.
I like Mike's idea of a shared Google Doc for our recommendations.
If you guys send those recommendations to Chairman Slaughter and myself, I'll create that and make sure that everyone's.
I think it's just like what Mike was saying, if you have a document that is like a living document, it'll track who's entering what. And then we can kind of talk to each other.
Yeah. Okay, I can do that.
You're getting into things that are pretty technical for me.
I'll set it up with the assistance of Mike to make sure that it works.
We will figure it out.
You'll be the tester.
I won't second that.
And Dave, I can help you. Last but not least, thank you to everybody for your participation again today. I think we have made a lot of progress. Thank you to all of our presenters. Thank you to the Game and Fish again for providing lunch for us.
Well, we can meet up and we can do something. We need help with the Google Docs. I can help, yeah, I'm happy.
To be determined on meeting 5. Thank you again to Game and Fish Director Bruce and Commissioner Robert for being with us today. All right, with that, no further business to be adjudicated. We are adjourned.
Yeah.
Now we were a little bit of a
All right.
Should have started.
Yeah. We both had a son of the worst. I didn't write that part. But I was like, oh, no, this fits into all of these things.